Yeah, make it look clean like Lysol. Hit it at the park, no curveball. Why they always wanna see my downfall? Cause I'm winning, baby, I'm above y'all. Who gon' bring the party like me? I'm who they all came to see. Make it hot like 3,000 degrees. Making moves like we signed in the lease. Let's get it now. Whoa, you know we keep it 100. Let's make it jump, do what we want. Baby, you know that we run it. Top of the world, championships. You know I'm after that gold. All about the hustle, all about the grind. You know it never get old. Let's work it out. Yeah, let's work it out. No time for slowing down. We gotta go get it right now. Let's work it out. Yeah, let's work it out. Blood, sweat, and tears, I lead that. Say it real loud, get the feedback. They be in my ear, I don't need that. I'm just living life, can't you see that? Feel like Jordan from the baseline. 3, 2, 1, gotta make it in the clutch time. Homie, I'm the one, treat this beat like the lunch line. I be in my bag, shining brightest in the dark time. Let go, whoa, you know we keep it 100. Let's make it jump, do what we want. Baby, you know that we run it. Top of the world, championships. You know I'm after that gold. All about the hustle, all about the grind. You know it never get old. Let's work it out. Yeah, let's work it out. No time for slowing down. We gotta go get it right now. Let's work it out. Yeah, let's work it out.
Put you back in your place. Yeah, you know we don't take for granted. Nah, we born with this kind of talent. We see it through to the end. We take no win, we make it happen. Yeah.
Over they know that we taking it. We are the best, no mistaking it. We number one, you number here's what it is, no debating it. Don't put our name on the waiting list. No holding us back, we escaping it. Don't need to teach you who graded it. If we do it, then we gon' be great in it. Pacing it, racing it. Weight on our back and we carry it. I do like I married it. Us coming last, that's hilarious. They challenging numbers, that's various. And your feelings, then take them and bury it. They taking the L, no comparing it. You can see on their face cause they wearing it. We are the greatest alive. Don't like it, go stand in the line. What else is you gon' do about it? Just wait till we get in our prime. We don't put our feet up and climb. We moving, they talking with wine. We presently way past the past. That mean no more looking behind.
You think that you've got it made? I'll put you back in your place. Yeah, you know we don't take for granted. Nah, we born with this kind of talent. Yeah, we see it through to the end. We take no win, we make it happen. Yeah.
We taking over, settling. You gonna be seeing our face here, seeing our name, yeah. There's no escaping, so do not complain here. It's time for a change, yeah. Level up because we not in the same tier, not in the same league. A picture's worth 1,000 words. You looking at the best. You knew that from looking at the rest. Competitors put you to the test on the regular, but you get through the stress.
You think that you've got it made? I'll put you back in your place. Yeah, you know we don't take for granted. Nah, info, period, decimal. I love getting green, but I hate eating vegetables. My homies get lit, slay so much, Saint Nick. Shoes on fire when I walk, leave it crisp. Just walked in and this bottle's where I sit. Want my homies to win, eating steak with the shrimp. Slay it to the haters so the windows got tint. Slayer, slay 'em, slay so much, I'm the bad guy in. Slay so much, let the bad guys in. Do you slay? It depends. Do you slay with your friends? If you slay, you attend. Don't slay it for the win. Yeah, cause all I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way.
Can't stop, won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop my struggles, break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
This is a Snapdragon Pro Series Free Fire Season 2. My name's Dana Lee, and Challenge Season 2 has been action-packed with 12 teams from the Asia-Pacific region duking it out to go to the Grand Finals. But before I go any further, let's check out some of the highlights and how the teams got there. Challenge Season 2 group stages started off with 18 teams battling to get top 6 in the Grand Finals. Ultimately, it was NIGMA Galaxy, EARENA, EVOS Divine, SES ALFAINK, Attack All Round, EVOS Phoenix to secure these spots with their outstanding performances. NIGMA Galaxy has been showing inspiring plays all round. Their precise tactics and skills in all their matches have caused them to be the team to beat. They've consistently had high fragging matches and secured many of those sweet booyahs. That being said, EARENA have been giving them a run for their money. They've proven themselves to be a fierce competitor in the series. They win most of their skirmishes and are always aggressively looking for a fight. Their strategy of having Prototate charging into team fights whilst giving their sniper limit openings to clean house have proven to be super effective. Reigning world champions EVOS Phoenix have also shown formidable performances during the group stages. Their superb coaching and team strategy paired with clutch plays from Moshi helped propel them to secure a ticket for themselves to the Grand Finals. On the other hand, Attack All Round have been changing up their strategies during the series. They played passively in many matches and only really amped up the attack in a handful of games. However, being previous world champions themselves, they've showed that they're a seasoned team and ready for any obstacles that come their way. Indonesia's SES ALFAINK have also taken a more patient approach to their matches. Despite low kill counts, their good pacing and limited actions have helped them outplay NIGMA Galaxy and eventually assuring them a spot in the main event. Lastly, EVOS Divine has also been playing methodically, but with aggression even in the early game. Their calculated team strategies along with their versatile playstyle secure them a few booyahs and ultimately a seat in the Grand Finals. The remaining 12 teams then had to compete in the play-ins for the final 6 positions in the Grand Finals. During the play-ins, Expand flipped a switch and turned up the ante. They racked up a whopping total of 6 booyahs. Precision plays from Too Fast and Roy really expanded their lead and solidified them as a dominant team. Vietnam's Team Heavy weren't trailing far behind either. They stuck to what was working for their team and showed that their method of passive run and gun can also work wonders. They haven't delivered any fatal blows thus far, but have claimed to be bringing their full force to the main event. At the same time, Sem9 showed why they're a force to be reckoned with. Their aggressive pacing and concise mechanics earned them a rightful spot in the Grand Finals. Despite not being seen as much of a threat, King of Gamers Club have shown glimpses of greatness. They seem to be saving their strats and will bust the gates wide open at the main event. Definitely keep an eye out for these guys. Vietnamese powerhouse Team Flash have also showed flashes of brilliance during the play-ins with a rather decent performance. Their unorthodox approach to the game may give them an added advantage at main event as well. And finally, First Raiders Eclipse managed to inch themselves into the final spot of the top 12, beating out some of the other fan favourites. And those are the top 12 teams heading into the grand finals.
Hello, welcome everybody. This is the grand finals for Free Fire here for the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is AJ the Mustachio. We're gonna be your commentators for today to kick off the first day of the grand finals. Now, first things first, I gotta say it's a massive honor to be here. AJ, I bet you're also extremely glad to be here today.
I am super blessed to be here, especially shoutcasting beside you, Victor. The grand finals. I mean, you know, half of these teams didn't really have to go the more troublesome route of completing 12 days of battle in the group stages. They proved that they were the best of the best. Just 6 days is all it took for them to qualify through. But there were those who had to go through the tough fights of the play-ins. And that's exactly what made me a little bit more excited, because it wasn't like they showed us weak fights there. In fact, I would say the play-ins was a little bit more exciting than the first 6 days because of how much was on the line.
I know, exactly, and these guys literally had to break every last step they make there in order to make it just to this point here.
Yep.
So, you know, it's been really gratifying to see that these guys' efforts actually paid off in a huge way by being able to secure them this slot here in Jakarta. So now we're going to be able to see who's going to be the top Free Fire team and the entirety of MCP. So, man, I cannot wait to see how this is going to turn out.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, it's just a simple process to go through. 2 days of grand finals, right? But we got to throw it back to the host in Jakarta, in Mall Anggrek. Let's see exactly what they've got to bring for us.
Last time, the last team that make a way to the final for today.
Absolutely. So there has a team, there has ALFAINK, Darkboy, Ikal, Jonger, Lozi, and Souza.
So, are they ready to show their performance for today? Okay. So, the second team is ready, so please welcome once again, give it a big applause for SES ALFAINK! The SES ALFAINK is team from Indonesia that always show the consistency performance since the group stage qualification. So
Absolutely.
they're gonna be still consistent for today or not?
Nah, we are going to see their performance in this tournament.
Yes, of course. So, are you ready, SES ALFAINK?
Oh, absolutely, so ready. So we are going to invite and give some spirits also to the third team
for today. So,
please welcome to
Team Flash! Team Flash for Vietnam. We call them like a wolf.
Yes.
A wolf that move in a pack.
Right.
Have one
and
great leader.
Teamwork.
Yes.
Right.
They have a good teamwork. So
absolutely.
we'll see what kind of performance that this wolf will be shown for today. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, please welcome Team Flash. Another team from Team Heavy from Vietnam.
Yeah.
Oh, they have the most revive in group qualification.
Oh.
High ground is their favorite
Second
location.
home, right.
Yes, their second home, and they always know how to take on action because they have their own play style in high ground.
Yes.
All right, next team from Thailand.
Oh.
Please welcome once again, EARENA. EARENA have a lot of booyah in group qualification, and they're known as one of the most optimistic team. So they know how to move, they know how to regroup, they know how to do the rotation. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome once again EARENA from Thailand. And now, allow me to speak in Indonesia because ini adalah tim tuan rumah, tim terbaik, one of the best in Indonesia. Mereka memiliki apa ya, basis masa yang sangat luar biasa. Jadi sekali lagi, please welcome, inilah dia EVOS Divine. EVOS Divine selalu memiliki hati.
Betul.
Ya, mereka tahu bagaimana membuat para EVOS fans mencintai mereka.
Betul.
Dan saya yakin EVOS fans yang hadir di sini akan menunjukkan dukungannya untuk EVOS Divine dan pastinya untuk Indonesia.
Sekali lagi dukungan dari EVOS Divine, mana suaranya?
Alright. Ini bawaannya mana ini? Bawaannya dia nih pasti. Kamu yang bawa sini ya.
Ini bawaan dia nih. Yeah.
Alright, we have another team now. So please welcome once again, Sam9. Yes, Sam9 is one of the team that come from Malaysia and they come from the most tight region.
Yes.
We have Malaysia, Singapore and Philippines. 3 big country in one region. So the group qualification is so tight. So they have a good
very
quality
good performance,
to pass the qualification for today. So once again, please welcome Sam9. Okay, another team from Malaysia, Singapore and Philippines region. Please welcome once again, Team Expand. Expand have the most greatest communication each other. So they can talk, they can walk, and they can shoot, and they can get the booyah.
There has so very good communication for each
because
other.
communication is the key.
Yeah.
For
any
purpose.
relationship also.
Yes.
Yeah.
So ladies and gentlemen, once again, please welcome Team Expand.
You.
Yes, and the next is from Thailand.
Yeah.
Please welcome once again, NIGMA Galaxy. NIGMA Galaxy is one of the most famous team in the field. In Thailand, of course, in the free fire. Yeah. I don't know why they give me this script. They like banana.
Yeah.
I don't know why. You guys like banana?
Do you like
Galaxy?
bananas?
Okay.
Yeah, they said yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome once again NIGMA Galaxy. And now, another team from Thailand.
Yes,
that
of
we
course.
have some kind of interview before. The ladies says that this is number 1 in Thailand. Number one.
Number one in Thailand. Right.
So please welcome once again, Attack All Around. of course, they're ready to attack
To
the
all
other team
around.
from all around, and they're ready
Yes.
to show their performance for today on Snapdragon Pro Series ESL Day 1. I don't know. You guys ready? Attack all around? Are you guys
To
ready?
attack to any side.
All
Yeah.
right. So, the next team is still from Thailand,
Yes.
but have the same blood with Divine. So please welcome once again,
To
EVOS Phoenix! EVOS Phoenix rises from the SSN. Mereka juga punya dukungan yang sama kuatnya dari EVOS Fam. Jadi EVOS Fam jangan bingung ya, dukungnya antara EVOS Phoenix atau EVOS Divine ya. Seperti itu. Mungkin Mas Oner lebih mengerti nanti. Dia jago banget bahasa Thailand kan Mas Oner kan.
Wih,
Nanti kita
keren.
interview bahasa Thailand ya.
Bisa.
Alright. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, EVOS Phoenix. Alright, last team from
Yes. That will complete
today,
for
still
teams.
from Thailand.
Yes.
Another team from Thailand, so please welcome once again, King of
Of
Gamers,
Gamers.
Club! According to the data, King of Gamers Club love to do the resurrection. They have the record of the most resurrection team.
Ah.
So they always play as 4 and not gonna leave their teammates
Yeah,
behind.
oh, okay.
So ladies and gentlemen, please, once again, this
Give a big
is
round of applause to.
King of Gamers Club from Thailand.
Yay.
Oke, dan itulah tadi 12 tim yang siap berlaga untuk hari ini.
Betul.
Di Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Free Fire Asia Pacific Season 2 Final di hari yang pertama. Terima kasih buat teman-teman yang sudah datang kali ini dan juga meramaikan suasana. Tapi
Betul
bear with me,
sekali.
kita punya 6 round yang sangat seru dengan map
Betul.
yang pastinya sangat beragam.
King of Gamers Club, if they love to revive, they're probably dying a little bit too much out there.
You're not wrong, actually. That's actually kind of funny.
It's a tough lobby, so I understand.
Yeah, but you got to like give a bit of context that this we're talking about the top teams in the region. So I think getting killed by one of the top 3 teams from any given region is probably more preferable than having to die to a random in like a public match.
I guess that'll be slightly more embarrassing, just ever so slightly, right? But of course, King of Gamers, they have a great opportunity here to prove themselves. Over at the play-ins, they were one of those teams that kind of scraped through, and they had a good start to the play-ins, but towards the very end, you saw some of the other teams kind of warming up and catching up and not really allowing them to play the best of games. Hopefully today's not going to be that way because they don't really have a lot of time. No 12 days, only 2 days, 6 matches each day. That's a few matches too little.
Yeah, so this is the really big difference you have to emphasize for why this grand finals is so much different than the league stage and the play-in stage that we covered before. I kind of feel like coming to this specific tournament here, you're gonna have to start things with a slightly clean slate because one, the environment is completely different. And during the league stage, these guys were playing from their own gaming houses or from the comfort of their own homes. This time around, they're gonna be playing on a live stage with lots of eyes on them at the same time. You can look to your left, you got opponents. Look to your right, you still got opponents as well. That's a completely different environment. So I think like from the get-go, the teams have to sort of like deal with this new environment. See, it's really going to be a test to see how well they adapt to this new sort of like feature here. But more to that point is that I think, especially given it's only going to be 2 days, literally 2 days for you to perform here, you cannot afford to drop games. You cannot afford to like fall behind. This is really going to test your knowledge about not just the game itself, but more so the knowledge of your opponents, your enemies that you're going to be facing off. How well do you know them? How well do you know their tendencies? abilities, what you can do to counteract strategies that they've shown off during the league. All these things all come together here in this one weekend. So a lot is on the line here. A lot is at stake. No less because the prize pool as well is super huge. Coming to this.
Just like what I said, right? Because the organizers, ESL, they asked me for a quote before we started off the grand finals, and what I told them was the team that has one eye on the prize, because the prize pool is quite hefty here, will lose out to the teams who have both eyes on the game. But it's not purely just about the game, because when you come to a LAN event, it's all about the mind games as well. It's what happens off of the battlefield that is equally as important as what happens in the battlefield. Now, some people might be like, no, it's all about the game, but it's not about that at all. Because, the last time when I was at the World Series, right, you could hear, especially the Brazilians, they're really loud. But their enthusiasm and their confidence, it shakes you up. They've got their team cheers, they're screaming, they're really excited. Before you even get into the game, you're like, oh my lord, these guys are gonna eat us up. And once you start getting those jitters, once your fingers start shaking, once you don't have that stability, once you are not really focusing on your best of gameplays out there because somebody's just exuding their vibrance over you, that's exactly where the failure starts, So I'm really wondering exactly who is that team out there today that's going to be playing those mind games before they get into the battle.
So that's the thing. It's like we got to talk about the fact that they're going to be like Indonesian squads there. Playing against these foreign squads.
And the Indonesian fans that are there.
Exactly.
I think that makes a huge difference there.
Oh, it definitely will. Especially because when you're at the arena there, now granted, a lot of these events will always have the players themselves wear like noise cancelling headphones, but you can still feel the energy. You can feel the rumble sometimes in your chest whenever a whole crowd is like screaming at once. So
and no amount of noise cancelling can cancel out a powerful crowd.
Exactly. So that's why the mind games are very important, and that's why especially when you talk about the foreign teams that are coming to Jakarta to compete, they're the ones who are going to be most tested by this kind of like reality here, where that the home ground is definitely going to be for the home ground teams. So you as the import, so to speak, you have even more reasons to perform at your very best here, because what you do here kind of in some way or rather represents the region that you come from.
Yeah, that's something that I really can't argue with, right? Especially with the emotions that are kind of played around out there on the battlefield and within the mall in itself. All of that energy will affect the gameplay.
For sure, and that's why we love like live events like this, because again, very different feeling when you're playing at home versus when you're playing on ground, and that's exactly why this is such a coveted competition here. So as we kind of recapped earlier on, these are the 12 teams that have qualified to the challenge finals. The way to qualify for that is that the top 6 from the league stage will qualify to the grand finals, and then the top 6 from the plains as well. So there are 2 halves to this qualification process here. So there's one set of teams that, relatively speaking, had an easier time coming in. Another set of teams had to literally grind away from the very bottom to come to this stage here. So I can gather rather that both of these kind of circumstances can all come to a head here in today's grand final.
And I really like some of the teams that played in the plains more, because I think they had the slightly better strategy. Because you see, the teams that performed in the early parts of the group stage, they didn't have the luxury of experiencing multiple battles against all of the other regions. Those that were in the plains and who managed to also dominate their plains, on the other hand, had all of that battle experience, which puts them in a really good spot to pick up the lion's share of this $190,000 up there. 65K, that's exactly what everybody's aiming for here, Victor.
Yeah, the big prize there, the lion's share of the entire prize pool is the one that everyone is aiming for. But even if you come in last, you're still going to come home with some money, but definitely will be a lot more disappointing, especially when you see how much more the other teams will be getting that way. But this is exactly what all 12 teams are playing for here today. Only the best will be taking the lion's share, of course. But at the end of the day, I think it's still a real achievement even for these teams to even be here, because imagine just the amount of experience they'll be able to get from being able to play not only in this environment but against these teams. Of course, when we talk about the formats here, nothing's much changed compared to when we league stage. We're still using the same point system, so there's a 3-point split for first to second place and 2-point split from second to third. You get 1 point for every kill, and if you're finished in 11 or 12 place, you get 0 placement points.
And of course, tiebreakers wise, you saw that on the right-hand side. The number of booyahs will be the precedent to see exactly who gets the #1 spot if we are all tied. But through the 6 maps, this is exactly how things will cycle through. We only have 4 playable maps in the game right now. We start things off at Bermuda, move on into Kalahari, Purgatory, Alpine, then we hit that reset button. But after these 6 maps, we will rest for a day before we do the exact same thing tomorrow with a different rotation of maps.
Yeah, so in particular, today's main focus is going to be both on the maps of Bermuda and Kalahari, since those are the only maps that will repeat here.
Yeah.
So I think teams here, we're going to be very much preparing for that eventuality. Let's talk about these 3 teams we're going to be featuring here. EVOS Phoenix, as we'll switch over to the main screen here, but EVOS Phoenix, they are I think the stronger of the EVOS team, given that they are they along with their sister team Divine. This squad comes from Thailand. They already qualified from the get-go from the league stage, and they qualified ahead of their sister team in EVOS Divine, qualifying, if I believe correctly, in 3rd place. So
I mean, you're literally looking at the world champion of Free Fire. This is your world champion. I mean, I'm sorry, EVOS Divine, but that in itself tells us exactly who is the biggest EVOS squad out there on the battlefield. And I think Phoenix will be trying to attempt the exact same, fantastic maneuvers that we saw over that World Series in here at the Snapdragon Pro Series as well. Because it's all about the flair. It's not about winning. It's about how you get the win. And EVOS Phoenix is just one of those teams that really know how to put that drama out there for all of us to enjoy.
Yeah, indeed. And they have delivered plenty of drama, actually, during the league itself. But the thing is that, when you talk about past results versus now, obviously, there have been changes even between when the World Cup was first held until to this point here in this current patch. And I think that, especially given the experiences that some of these teams have gone through the play-ins itself, I think it's going to be less about, how well you performed in the past, but really how adaptable you are to the new changing circumstances here today, especially during these grand finals. Because I think, like, for the most part, it's not going to be looking at who's better at the game necessarily, because my expectation is that all 12 teams are probably as good as at this game compared to everyone else. It's really about how they're able to differentiate themselves from the rest of the pack, how well they actually understand the nuances of how these individual teams kind of interact with other teams on the field, and most of all, like the kind of strategies that they usually employ and how exactly you counter them. Those are the main things that really affect your performance during grand finals. It's often times that you can have a bit of a recency bias where you tend to see that, okay, these guys are good at the league, therefore they must be able to sweep the whole competition in grand finals. But time and time again, I've seen competitions where that necessarily not even the case. You have the possibility of even some teams staving their best strategies for this particular weekend itself. So maybe we have not yet seen the best that some of these teams will be able to bring.
Yeah, and let's see if or not they will be able to show off a little bit here. On that point, I just want to extend it a little bit as to how teams who did not straight up qualify for the grand finals from the first 6 days of the group stage are still ones to really look out for, especially teams like Expand. Because this Malaysian squad, I think it was a pre-planned maneuver to end up in the play-ins, because they know that they've got the capability of going to the grand finals. But what they know that they do not have is enough international exposure. You see, this team, they usually go off scrimming against other teams within Malaysia, other teams within the MSP region in itself, sometimes the Sri Lankan teams. But, in terms of having that capability to go out and reach a little bit further, scrim against the Thai teams, scrim against the Vietnam squads, it's not really an opportunity to come across every single day. But if they stay in the group stages a little bit longer through the play-ins, instead of 6 days of capability of testing themselves and sharpening the skills, they get 12. And we saw exactly what they were capable of in the play-ins, where we thought it was not going to be them at all in that #1 spot, even in the top 3, as a matter of fact. By the end of the play-ins, you saw exactly where they were standing.
Yeah, they've shot #1 spot, literally. But I don't know. Like, I personally feel that that's very risky as a strategy, because again, if you're not able to be competitive during the playing stage, then you're kind of not going to be able to qualify anyway, right? So I don't know. But then again, like you mentioned, this experience of being able to go to the play-ins means that there was more information being gathered about your opponents.
Not everybody can pull off that strategy. You really have to be that damn good. And that unfortunately for some of the other teams out there is Expand. But Expand is not the very best team. You have got some of the creme de la creme of teams out there on the battlefield. Once again, if we move on back to the Thai region, it's not just EVOS Phoenix that's dangerous. We also have the ex-world champions, NIGMA Galaxy. And NIGMA Galaxy, my oh my, when they want to put on a show in terms of annihilating opponents, they are one of the most aggressive teams. They don't play the way of EVOS Phoenix, which kind of likes to live up to their name of kind of dying at the start and then reviving themselves towards the very end and, you know, putting on a show. They just go all out, you know, not like attack all around, but they do attack all the freaking time.
Yeah, but that's like that is the expression of their own strategy and of their own confidence as well as players, you know, because it only takes supremely confident players to be able to carry, you know, that sort of attitude throughout the entirety of the tournament. That's what NIGMA Galaxy has been famous for, you know.
Correct.
Just, you know, relentless sort of aggression against opponents that want to push them down, and that's served them out so well. So that's the thing, like when we talk about the league stage itself, I view it mostly as like a three-way battle between NIGMA, EARENA, and EVOS Phoenix, because they were largely trading, you know, places between, you know, when you look at it from a match to matches perspective, you know, there are some matches where like EARENA does better, or some matches where NIGMA does better, and conversely there are that's why they're constantly exchanging blows during that league. So I'm very hopeful to see that they will be able to continue this pattern coming into this grand final, because of course we want a very competitive grand final. We want to see these teams constantly exchanging blows with each other. So but then again, you know, what happens to a team that, you know, comes in with that full confidence but gets a blowout on the first day? So that, I think, becomes like a very key factor here for this first day of the grand finals. You know, the team that is able to carry not only the confidence they had from the planes and leagues will obviously have a lot of a better chance, but really your performance on this specific day matters a whole lot. Again, like I said, you know, at the beginning of this show, you know, you want to see the teams that are going to be dropping that first game, you know, dropping the first day, because you know the recovery process to get back from that is going to be super hard. Especially given the limited number of days we have playing here this weekend. Just
literally 12 maps is all you have. You drop the first 6, then you know you will be a miraculous child to be able to make that comeback on the second day and be that champion, right? Maybe, you know, climb the ladder just a little bit, but you know, you have to call a spade, and the spade in this case is the Thai teams, because the top 3 from the league to qualify straight into the grand finals were all from Thailand. You know, that region is the favorites to win the Snapdragon Pro Series for Free Fire, mainly because of the dominance. And if you look at the division of teams in the top 12 now, 5 out of the 12 teams are all from Thailand. Top 3, Thailand. Your World Championship, Thailand. Ex-World Champions, Thailand. It's all about the Thais. But bringing it into Indonesia, putting this whole game, the grand finals in Jakarta Mall Angre in itself, gives a team like SES ALFAINK a little bit of an extra chance, because the last thing you want to do is lose in front of your home crowd.
Right. So I think like the main thing that all these 12 teams here are aiming for the day specifically is to not just to not be at the bottom of the leaderboard, but not to be at the bottom with a huge deficit from the rest of the squads. Because again, you know, you want to be able to stay competitive with everyone else, and you want to be able to give yourself, you know, the best possible job for tomorrow's matches, you know. So by virtue of that, you know, as long as they're constantly going through it, you know, by making sure that they maintain a good average throughout all these 6 matches we're going to be playing today, and ensuring that, you know, even if they have a deficit, it's not too far away for them to catch back, I think it's still going to be the way to go.
Oh, the match is about to kick off, and it looks like we've got a full house in Taman Mall Angre. Everybody's waiting for this first game to start, and we want to see exactly who's gonna be the title holder of the very first Booyah in this grand finals, Victor.
Yep, 10 seconds to begin our first match for today. 12 teams representing 3 separate regions here in Southeast Asia are going to be duking it out here, and a series of Free Fire matches to see who is going to be the best Free Fire team, without a doubt. in Southeast Asia. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's roll into it.
I tell you, man, my chest cannot contain my heart. It is just beating doop-dap, waiting to jump right out as we fly on into Bermuda. I want to check out exactly how this flight path has been structured. If or not, it's going to be skewed towards one side of the map, or is it going to be dead center? It is dead center, and it is going to be moving from Cape Town all the way towards Observatory, opening up the full map for play. I don't expect a couple of hot drops, but a couple of hot drops is exactly what we get. King of... See, here's the thing. I don't know if or not they know. Sem9 really loves to duel it out very early in these games. King of Gamers, they're going to be in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know if King of Gamers is aware of that, but maybe they are raring for that fight anyway, because they know that if they can just take care of Sem9 early on, that's one less team you have to deal with if you get to the final circle, right? So
if you can deal with Sem9. I mean, Sem9, they are as hot as they come, and Raja with the LMG in hand already, but Zen OP is going to be in a lot of trouble. Kevin, I believe, has spotted him out, and Zen OP only has got that one gun on his back, needs to back away. One player, I haven't spotted his name just yet, up on the roof to catch the one and only straggler, Zen OP, off guard. Osaka circles around that left-hand side flank to cut away the runaway path for Zen OP. Sem9 is going to be in a little bit of trouble here.
So that's the thing, Zen OP needs to try to delay this push as much as possible to give his teammates more opportunity to get the farm going through. Unfortunately, he's going to be the first one to get dropped there. There will be a revive coming in from one of the teammates here for King OG, but it seems like they've already dealt their first blow by removing him from the map itself. So Sem9 is going to have to fight with only 3 people on ground. Now Newbie is going to be the next one on the menu here. If he's not too careful, though, Kevin9977 is already going to try his very best to flush him out.
Yeah, that was a fantastic glue wall pulled out just to avoid the damage out of the grenade. And now Sem9 in a little bit of trouble as Newbie goes down as well. Was that a bait? It was most definitely a bait. One more player is going to hold all of them back as they send out one survivor in the name of Ashura. Now Ashura, if he can circle away from the King of Gamers and pull that revival in, they will be seen a little bit later on in that map. I mean, such a pity because there was a revival point right there in that spot in itself, but there's no way in hell Ashura is going to be reviving his team there. He needs to travel quite a bit. If he gets picked off, this is quite the GG for Sem9 early on.
That's the thing, like, either way, Sem9 is going to be behind in his first match, and it's not exactly the best way to start things off for today. But, you know, given this kind of victory here, I've got to give King of Gamers a lot of credit because they jumped in, their guns blazing, and actually came out very much looking strong after that little encounter. So, you know,
I think the winning factor of that engagement was keeping a little bit of a close proximity to each other, right? The 2v1 in that scenario gave them the upper hand. Because if you notice, it was their own player that got knocked down first, Kevin77, I believe, and it was Knight that managed to step on up and trade him right back. If it was just a 1v1 battle, Sem9 would be on top right now. And, you know, in situations like that is when you really have to pay importance to your strategy of engagement. And King of Gamers, they have that one up on Sem9.
Yeah, and I think, like, in this game in particular, you don't necessarily have a lot of strength as a solo player. You really need the team effort in order to win these battles, and that's what gave KOG that edge, because you already from the get-go, you already had one player trying to find a flank. Zen OP was very much alone and on the outside, I must add, because, like, again, he didn't really have support. The rest of his team was focused on farming because they haven't picked up any good weapons yet. So either way, like, him being alone in that spot there just put a huge risk onto Sem9 itself, and it didn't pay off in the slightest.
To the point of, you know, you don't really have a great chance with that 1v1. I want to say, unless you're Moshi from EVOS Phoenix, you don't need no 1v1s to test him. You can throw him into a 1v3. He'll still walk away with the victory. Moshi's just that kind of guy, which is the reason why EVOS Phoenix is just not that kind of team you want to be messing with out there on the battlefield. Now, I believe within this league in itself, we have not masked the kill feed, so that means you will be able to know who you're fighting against out there on the battlefield. That's great, that's excellent, because the moment you know it's EVOS Phoenix, The only answer is stop fighting and run.
Speaking of running, though, I think attack all around is a little bit of a quandary because as much as they want to run out the red zone, one of the EVOS teams is on the opposite end, so they're going to be getting some shots. Kikaro actually landing quite a few of it, forcing EVOS back out of this area. So, okay, we're going to give them a little bit of space now. Question is, what will they do with it?
Times like that is when you are ungrateful with what gifts you have been given by God. Yes, you're accurate, but you want to be slightly more accurate and get the headshot instead, right? Because two clips, two different players, no knocks whatsoever. He just forces them to use their medkits.
Look, this just showed up. Flash just rolling in calmly with their McLarens as EVOS duck for cover. They're going to be sending some shots out, so that's actually going to attach their attention. They do manage to blow up one of the cars, though, so that kind of stops Flash in their tracks. But then, I don't know, have they bitten off a little bit too much they can chew? Or are they just going to be doing this as a distraction to get a quick exit? Because, again, attack all around is still down by southward, so they may be the ones to get into an engagement with Flash, and that's going to give them the space, in fact. Look at that. They're already exchanging kills right off the get-go.
Oh, yeah. Kiroro, he takes advantage, and Polky has got the Groza in hand as well to trade back his own team member. Kiroro gets pulled right back up onto his feet, and it is AAA that takes advantage of the initial opener that was taken earlier on. Team Flash all paused inside of that one small compound with nowhere else to run. Their cars ablaze, and that's one of the reasons why you do not want to be driving out in the open when it comes to Bermuda.
Look who's coming back to get more. EVOS are just going to be playing gatekeeper against Flash here. What a pincer there from the north side. Attack all around. Attacks from the south side. Nowhere to hide. Nowhere to run. Looks like it's going to be a slaughter of Team Flash right here on the open.
Yep, and it looks like it's Team Flash that's going to be the first team to get sacrificed out in the 12th spot. No placement points for them at all. But now, EVOS out in the open as well. It's going to be the players that are on the way. Attack all around. Only have one side to attack, and that makes them just so much more lethal. They've got the terrain to play a little bit of defense as well. That means they're not going to be wasting all of their glue walls, unlike what EVOS is doing. They're popping out glue wall after glue wall. And look at Bax. He doesn't even have any glue walls left on him. There's no more defenses left for EVOS Divine. All they can do is run.
That's the thing. I was actually expecting EVOS to literally peel as far away as it can, but I could also see that the blue zone is already like restricting movement. And yep, says ALFAINK, already moving up as they hear the gunshots coming from attack all around, who are moving very rapidly onto EVOS' position. Looks like they already got a knockdown on Mr. 5, and this is looking from bad to worse right now as they hold up inside the building with very little cover. And Sam has also been knocked out as well. EVOS gonna have to figure out one way or the other to get out of this, but with the blue wall behind them and attack all around all in front, there's not really much space for them even to maneuver.
Holy mama, this AWM in the hands of Kiroro is just absolutely lethal. He gets knocked down, all thanks to the Woodpecker out of Apex, and if he gets taken out of the equation, this is gonna be a blessing in heaven as the SL5 finally shows up, and it is attack all around that needs to defend all around now. He was Divine outside of the circle, attack all around. They eat up one grenade. It's gonna be beyond the just response a little bit towards that boo first, but it is SES ALFAINK that takes advantage. Bara picks up yet another kill. Attack all around gets eliminated in the 11th spot, and that's the kind of chaos we won in the grand finals.
I love this. This is literally a dog-eat-dog world here, ladies and gentlemen, because wow, one after another, a challenger appears and just completely dominates a team that was attacking before. It's almost as if the predator becomes a prey at every single juncture and turn. Now EVOS has finally decided to call it quits and uses the jump pad in order to launch themselves far away, but it's still out on a blue zone, not quite in the safety of like the safe area right now, but at least they're going to be able to put some distance between them and SES ALFAINK, and I think that's more important at this point, so that they can bring in more of their teammates who are still stuck in the lobby back into the fold here and hopefully try to make a push for that final circle.
Saudara Esports, they ain't no brother to nobody today. They want to pick up every single point available. They don't care if they're third party. They just do not want to open any one of these gunfights and stay a party to that battle for too long. They know moving is absolutely necessary, especially when the circle's just hunting you down like a madman. Sam9 Ashura, this was the guy who was supposed to go down earlier on, but it's the strategy of allowing the rest of your team team members to be baited out and you sending out one final survivor just to have a little bit of better chance in picking up those placement points. Sem9 knows the tricks of the game.
Yeah, but it really is a strategy you only do when you can't win the first fight on the map there. So regardless, Sem9 is still on that recovery path, but it's good to see that Ashura is already doing his very best to bring Sem9 back into the fold. In the meantime, bit of a standoff right now, as we could see two squads actually just camping around each other here without any incentive to move right now because there's very much square within this current safe zone. Where's the next one going to land though? Some of the members of Sem9 have already been spotted here by EARENA as they're already trying to shoot them down. ZenOP is going to land literally right next to where EARENA is, so they're already hopping on their vehicles to try to intercept him before he can re-go over the rest of the team. And oh my god, look at that. 4 versus 1. This is not going to be good here for ZenOP.
Did he manage to bring back the rest of his team members though? I didn't manage to spot that.
I think they did. I think they did.
Because that's ZenOP, it's not Ashura. And Sem9 basically all out on the map with barely any loot on them. As you come back on the revival flight, you have got literally nothing on you except for your secondary. So all ZenOP can do right now is just hide away and hope and pray that nobody spots him out. Newbie and Raja, on the other hand, have an opportunity to loot up in some of these buildings unless Expand has got something to say about that.
Yeah, there's a high tier loot zone that actually appears around Clockwork,
Raja.
and there's already 3 teams that kind of vie around the area. So we got Expand down by South. First Raiders already getting on the scene here and are setting themselves in position. Expand takes control over the clock tower area, so they actually have the high ground in a much more defensible position actually. They're already using that position to try to get some knockdowns. In fact, look at what NGX is doing! They're already taking down the rest of the other squads coming in here.
Oh, come on! They stole away the kill point of Expand, and then they knocked out Axel as well. What a play, baby! Now NIGMA Galaxy, the attack from the back. Expand better watch their backs because this is not one team you want to be messing around with so early in the game. Yes, it's still early, 11th minute. We've got about 6 more minutes to run through in Bermuda in itself, but we've got 10 teams standing. That's 10 teams too many, my friend.
Yeah, and 4 of those teams are right now gathered in this one very tight village here. NGX being spied upon by Expanse's Roy. The Axel still alive and kicking, still has a sniper rifle, and he's going to be very, very instrumental in reporting back information. But in terms of that, there's literally so too much information going around here because they're surrounded on all sides here of the clock tower.
Yeah, but you got to love the positioning of Expand because, yes, they are surrounded, but they've got those compounds to play the defensive maneuver with. They've got a lot of those brick walls to protect them. That means they're not going to be losing their resources early. I like this form of Expand. We usually see the aggressive, careless Expand. Today, we see the defensive ones. And as they back away, NIGMA Galaxy, they have to pull the attack, which means step into the compound of Expand. Will they finish them off or will they get finished off? NIGMA Galaxy, they circle around the right-hand side. Expand finally decides to go on out for the push. They do not have a grenade launcher on them. That means this is just going to be an all-out gunfight. Cobra circles around from the right-hand side. Dew hides away, but Cobra knows exactly what he's looking for. Groza in hand. This might just be an opportunity for the Malaysian boy.
It might be, but then it also realizes at the same time that they're very much exposed by doing this. If they can't get the kills right away, they may have to find some cover. Now, Too Fast is already backed up closer to where this next circle is, so they're just hoping to try to gatekeep anyone who makes their way to the center. That's a good shot there, the Dark Call. Axel already taking that one there with its AWM. Now they're going to watch out for Sem9 because Newbie is also around the corner. The Axel will be joining in the rest of his squad very, very soon, but NIGMA Galaxy is also lurking in the shadows right now, waiting for an opportunity, waiting for an opening at this point. But look at what is going on here on this one little tower. 2 teams just scattered around here. Moshi just using his opportunity right now to get some shots through the window. Actually gets a good knockdown that way.
I mean, just looking at the names of EVOS Phoenix, the players themselves, they get my blood pumping, bro. But Moshi just with a single kill. Don't underestimate this boy just yet. The full squad is capable, but Moshi, that guy is a true performer. But King of Gamers, they only have Kevin to hold on to with, and he's taken on the whole squad of NIGMA Galaxy 2v1. King of Gamers, they don't have much of an opportunity here through Kevin, and Kevin backs away. But Cobra, he meets him halfway. Cobra's going in for the chase, and Cobra just exposes his back to the rest of the players as well. Cobra gets the knock. Is there the finisher coming through just yet?
Yep.
Yes, he does finish him off, and King of Gamers out in the 8th spot. But NIGMA Galaxy, 2 more players left, and Expand, they want to eat them up. Oh no! That was unfortunate. You got down with just the glue wall. He bumped right into it.
Dear God, that's just the worst thing that can happen. Getting blocked by the glue wall, now going to be forced to fight on ground here with his other squad. I think it's we might be GG, but NGX not doing that well either. Caramel getting picked off. No! Expand has just dealt them a severe blow, taking them out of the map. So now only 6 teams remain.
What a play! EARENA out of the game as well, and this is exactly what all that extra days of practice in the play-ins gives you. Expand, they're ready for the grand finals. SCS ALFAINK, home ground advantage, 9 kills in here so far. First Raiders from the opposite side trying to shut them down, one after the other. Darkcall gets the first player, and he manages to secure the kill as well. SCS ALFAINK gonna be a little nerve going into the final circle.
Yeah, I mean, I love this. This is still 2 really massive Indonesia squads up against each other, against a wall here. Expand and Phoenix dropping bodies just left and right. But who's going to be able to come on top? Expand down too fast. Not anymore though. He gets taken down completely. Now Phoenix still trying to hold on with their life, but First Raiders still shooting in the distance right now. Oh, and a grenade launcher finishes off the rest of EVOS Phoenix.
Yeah, heavy attack, baby. EVOS Phoenix finishes off Expand, and Expand themselves had nothing much to do in that. They got ambushed, and EVOS Phoenix was just way too good in that fight. Now outside of the circle, final player on the side of Heavy. Fudai takes himself out with the trip mine, and that was just unfortunate for them. It was a phenomenal play by the First Raiders. They hit themselves away, just taking pot shot after pot shots, but the first booyah of the grand finals goes on to FR.
You know what? Like, if you had told me during the league stage that First Raiders would be the first team to get the booyah in the grand finals, I would say, yeah, you're a crazy dog. But you know, crazy is as crazy does. First Raiders, you know, you never really picked them as being a top team, but just getting the first booyah the first day, oh my god, what a statement to make here at this Free Fire Grand Finals.
I mean, First Raiders Eclipse, they scraped through to the grand finals.
Yeah.
They were dead last in the number of teams that qualified through the play-ins. We got the top 6 through the play-ins to get into the grand finals. Yeah, they were in the 6th spot. But being in the 6th spot, picking up the booyah definitely gives you the extra bit of adrenaline pumping through your veins. But just adrenaline alone is not going to be enough here at the grand finals, because some of these top dogs, now you just poke the hornet's nest basically. They're going to be attacking in the next round.
Oh yeah, you can bet like the other 2 squads, especially from Thailand, are not going to be taking this sitting down, you know. I mean, again, we talked a lot about the home ground advantage. It seems that it worked out very well right now for First Raiders. Let's see if they can keep it up though. It's all about the consistency now.
I mean, fingers crossed they can, man, because that's exactly what gives Indonesia that extra bit of pump, right? Playing in front of their home crowd. And even the Thais just could not keep up with them. And, you know, I thought Expand was going to be able to find that final circle, but who would have expected the world champions themselves, EVOS Phoenix, to show up out of nowhere just to hunt them down one after the other. And the usual secret superpower that Expand has in the games just wasn't detected on too fast this time around. The grenade launcher. With that grenade launcher, that fight would have been not a little, but very, very different. But I'm sure they are going to be hunting for that in the next match.
Oh, of course. Like, grenade launchers are such an important pickup, so naturally every team's going to be looking to find one at least. And, you know, having that in the final circle battles are always going to be plus. You saw how it completely decimated Phoenix there, so you can imagine if other teams had a grenade launcher, how much more chaotic that fight would have been. But I love the fact that, you know, the first match of the day didn't end up, you know, being this kind of camp fest. It literally was all-out brawls all around here, and I love this. This means we're going to be in for quite a ride here, folks.
Absolutely, man. And, you know, the more the number of teams that are alive by the 11th minute of the game, the more chaos you're going to find towards that final circle. And this time around, we had 10 teams still alive and kicking, right? And that's just what made the game so very much interesting. But I don't think it's going to be any different through the rest of the days, because we are talking about the creme de la creme of Free Fire squads out there on the battlefield. If there's anything that they know, they sure as hell know how to survive.
They certainly do. But I also, like, just thinking about it as well, like, oh man, I got a feel for Team Flash right now, because again, they were caught in like a very unique situation there, because on the one hand, they were being very proactive actually, because they were already in vehicles, they were already going around roaming, trying to find fights to win. They probably didn't expect to get pincered like how it turned out just now, because again, they thought they were going towards a gunfight that most likely was going to have a weakened team, but they didn't realize that the initial combat had already been like subsided, because the team's already EVOS Divine literally pulled back, and that just opened up the door for them to be literally the suckers to get trapped in that little flank.
I think that's one of the most unfortunate moments, mainly because that was a very wrong strategy to play, right? Mainly because if you do have that car on you, you want to be circling around into a defensive position, not out in the open, but also with your vehicle. That's the risk. If you get your vehicle shot at, it blows out in the open, you don't have a choice, you have to engage.
But considering like the position where they were coming from, I think they were just coming into the safe zone and were already like just trying to circle around and just so happened to bump into that fight that EVOS Divine and Attack All Around were in. So it's just like a series of unfortunate events the more I think about it, really. But again, like the fact that 10 teams are still surviving even up to the third circle shows that, you know, the mid-stage of this game was played rather conservatively.
Yeah.
So it really was down to how quickly these teams could actually fight when it come down to it. And First Raiders literally were in a very good position there because they were in a place where they could snipe down where Expanse was together with EVOS Phoenix, and gave them a lot of leeway in terms of like how they want to approach the fight. And the fact is that they didn't really have to maneuver as well because the attention of their opponents were on each other, literally not on them.
This is a total of 50 kills in this game. Holy mama.
Yeah.
That's pretty low if you ask me. Total revival 42. Maybe those kills were just like initial kills.
Yeah, perhaps. I think. I mean, look at total knockdown 68. Yeah. So you know, there's still plenty of like knockdowns that happen and like revivals that came through. But nevertheless, though, I think like the more important stat to me is like the glue walls that were being broken, as well as the number destroyed. 83 were used throughout this first map alone, and Ikao was the one basically being the icebreaker, quite literally on the field there. 13 of these glue walls were taken down just purely from his own hand.
I mean, you know how important an icebreaker is, especially if it's the opener of the day, right? A good icebreaker sets you up for a hell of a good day, and we can all thank Ikao for that.
Yeah, so it just goes to show that, you know, the glue walls are still a very core component of the Free Fire strategy. How you play around these glue walls and how you play against these glue walls very much determine how these battles usually turn out. And we did see as well, remember the fight between EVOS as well as Attack All Around. Like the reason why EVOS kind of lost out the battle in the end was that they had to rely so heavily on those glue walls that they literally ran out of it, you know, in the middle of that fight. So they couldn't sustain their position. They had to pull back, and in that process lost even more ground that they first gained.
And you can see here clearly the survival time between EVOS Phoenix and First Raiders is just mere seconds, right? Because that's exactly how quick that final round was. And EVOS Phoenix, they caught Expand off guard, and First Raiders Eclipse caught them off guard. And that's all what Free Fire is about. You gotta be on the aware all the time. You gotta be expecting the attack from all around. Unlike Attack All Around, you gotta defend all around.
Yeah, so this brings you to like another conundrum here. Is like when you want to initiate attack, you know, you have to fully commit in this game here, because you can't really have those half measures. Half measures is just going to be a recipe for making opening for other opponents to take you down. But nevertheless, though, with First Raiders taking that booyah here, they're going to be taking a lion's share of the prize here. 21 points in total they managed to earn here. But even looking at the top 4, top 5 of these squads here, they're not too far away from that score marker.
Bro, top 5, 3 Indonesian teams. Let's go, baby. Home ground advantage at its very best. But of course, we want to see a little... Okay, maybe not heavy. That was a little bit of an error in terms of graphics. We'll get that fixed.
Okay,
you know, there's a little bit of a technical difficulty here. But top 2 teams. That's the most important thing. You've got 2 Indonesian teams dominating the first round in itself. This is what we wanted to see, because it's just going to invigorate some of the other squads to just step it up a little bit, because they know now for a fact they're playing a losing game here on the home ground of the Indonesians.
Yeah, but I think this can still be good news actually for some of the other squads here, because now the Thai teams know that, okay, now these are the guys we want to beat. These are the guys we're going to target the next
Look
map.
at them.
Yeah,
Look at them.
Yeah. So, you know, all eyes on them now. So let's see whether or not they can keep up with that kind of pressure, though.
Yeah, but I think, you know, the number of times you can catch a team like EVOS Phoenix off guard is very few. So you better really enjoy that opportunity. First Raiders, they got them the first time around. Let's see if or not that'll happen in the next match as well. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, the grand finals continues, baby.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Dale bueno, dale bueno. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Todo el mundo sabe, yo soy poderosa. Si te caigo mal, es que estás celosa. No soy santa, tampoco soy mafiosa. Puedo ser dulce, también soy venenosa. Baby, yo soy natural, a mi cuerpo no hay igual. Solo quiero mi dinero, yo no soy sentimental. Y tú quieres ser primero, pero tienes que esperar. Aquí yo soy la que manda, así que ponte en fila atrás, ya. No, al cel no te contesto, no. Ni tu DMs o textos, ya. Ya tienes que saberlo, yo vine a subir al cielo, Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno, lo que es bueno. En el club yo le muevo las caderas. Yo soy reina, mami, tú eres cualquiera. No tienes fuego, salte para afuera. En este juego yo siempre soy la primera. Y los perros tienen sed, los atrapo en mi red. Y me dan toda su plata cuando juego mi papel. Los enredo en mi dedo y los tengo al revés. Y me baño en la riqueza porque yo soy la mujer. No, al cielo no te contesto, no. Ni tu DMs o textos, ya. Ya tienes que saberlo, yo vine a subir al cielo, Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno, lo que es bueno. Lo que es bueno. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Dale bueno, dale bueno.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Free Fire Grand Finals, brought to you by ESL, powered by Samsung Galaxy. My name's AJ, I'm the mustachio down here with the one and only Victor Cax. And Victor, I've just got one thing to say, baby.
Oh, what is it?
Dale bueno, dale bueno.
Oh, man.
that song, legit, I love it. I'm going to put it on my playlist after this.
Yeah, I love the new music pack actually used for this grand final specifically. I didn't hear this music until just now, so yeah, not bad.
Well, a quick interview. Let's throw it back to our players in Jakarta to see exactly what they want to say.
Yes, in first match. Cakep.
In the first day.
Yes, in the first position. Tuh di situ kan dia baru
Oh iya,
ya
yang
kan?
pertama, dia
Nah,
pertama kali
first
dipanggil
semua.
ya.
Tuh.
Oke, kita akan ngobrol-ngobrol sama Ikal di sini. Ikal,
Ya,
match pertama dapat buyah. Apakah semua strategi yang lo rencanain, lo buat selama latihan dieksekusi dengan baik?
tuh.
Iya betul.
Ya ceritain maksudnya, bukan iya
Oke.
betul.
So,
Apa sih yang lo rencanain di match pertama? Apa sih
Rencanain
yang lo...
kayak lihat gameplay orang luar terus
Oke.
dipelajari di latihan.
Mm-mm.
Alhamdulillah hasilnya di grand final baik.
Oke,
Oh,
jadi memang di game pertama ini semua yang lo rencanain dan semua yang lo pelajarin itu sudah bisa berjalan lancar.
Iya.
Ada halangan nggak? Yang paling bikin first rider susah di match pertama tadi, tim mana?
Nggak ada sih.
Diangkat dikit mic-nya.
Nggak ada.
Nggak ada.
Nggak
Semuanya
ada.
sikat.
Sama aja.
Semuanya sama aja.
Keren.
Okay, so Ika said that
Yes,
all of their strategy, all of their plan is executed well, and
yes.
no teams that make them feeling difficult or whatsoever. So
Yep.
the first round of this game is for them is like
Very,
smooth,
very smooth.
all the way smooth, like
Yes.
Santana. You know
And-
Santana?
I don't know. What is Santana?
Santana
Oh,
penyanyi.
Santana is coconut milk.
Itu santan.
Oh,
Ya.
oke,
So,
oke.
and rencana untuk game kedua apa? Ayo, lu punya mic
Ya
dulu, Pak.
semoga lebih rapi aja dari yang tadi.
Lebih rapi dari yang
Amin.
tadi.
So,
Okay.
my partner asked about
What
what's
is
your plan
their
for
plan
the
for
second
the
match?
second match. So,
Yes.
they have no specific plans, but
Yes.
they try to make their game is more smooth,
Yes.
and maybe their strategy or their plan is more executed well. So
Yes.
maybe they can get another booyah or second booyah for this day. Oke,
Yes. Hope all the best for you. Once again,
good luck.
congratulations.
Sekali lagi kita tos dulu dong Ikal. Semoga sukses untuk game yang selanjutnya.
Amin.
Terima kasih sekali lagi teman-teman. Oke, kita akan segera mulai pertandingan selanjutnya. Ini cepet nih. Langsung tas.
Bener,
Ya.
bener banget, bener. Kalau
Karena
gitu
saya
langsung
lihat
saja.
dua orang yang sudah bersiap-siap di meja caster.
Man, it's a hot one. Like 7 inches from the midday sun. Smooth, Santana, you guys don't get it. Too young, too young, too young. We old people know.
Yeah, Santana was very much a part of my childhood actually. So I just worried that when the host brought out Santana reference, like, oh man, the Gen Zers not gonna get this.
No. They'll get it. That song, legendary. If you don't know, you're welcome. Go YouTube it right now. You're welcome, okay? It'll make your day, it'll make your year, it'll make your whole life.
Yeah, just go listen to more Santana generally. Santana is such an awesome musician. So
Yeah,
just
just
go ahead.
listening to the tunes on the guitar alone, too good, brother. But you know what? All of this action, all of this laughter is powered by a few very, very powerful brands.
Yeah, indeed. So starting off with our main sponsor for this Snapdragon Pro Series, it is in the name itself, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. They once brought this platform for all you guys. Your motto is when winning matters, and today it's all about the win, isn't it? So we thank Snapdragon for being a part of this journey since the very start of this endeavor into Free Fire, and really just the fact that they're being able to bring together all of these amazing squads, in this one tournament is already, frankly, more than we could even ask for.
Amen. I have to agree with that. Samsung Galaxy, the ones that are powering up this whole tournament. Without them, you won't be able to unfold your world and play like the pros. The Samsung Galaxy Fold 4. My fiance is still begging me to get her the phone. I probably will right after this tournament.
Yeah.
Once they pay me.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, for sure. She's going to enjoy that phone a lot, you know, especially the amount of screen real estate you can get with that and the fact that, you know, it's a foldable phone. How rare is it actually to find a foldable phone these days? Next up as well, we got to thank the rest of our sponsors, especially Kachi Shop, because they provide lots of great deals for your next game top-up. So whenever you're low on in-game credits, make sure you drop by www.kachishop.com/my and you'll be able to enjoy plenty of the deals, discounts, and bonuses you'll be able to get through using their storefront.
And people, you know, usually ask me like, Mustachio, like what's the secret behind all of that non-stop energy you throw out there onto the battlefield as well as on the broadcasting table? It is the one and only Monster Energy, baby, because every single sip just blows my mind away.
Indeed, it does. And Monster Energy has been powering this tournament for quite a while now alongside Snapdragon. So make sure you check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming and unleash the beast together with Monster Energy.
And you know, the first game obviously was very exciting. It was super fast-paced. You know, I'm not expecting that for the second game, but I'm curious to know exactly what's running through the minds of all of the viewers out there.
Yeah.
So how do we find out, Victor?
I mean, just exactly as he says on screen right now. You go ahead and if you have a prediction in the chat right now, go ahead and vote for it because on the Twitch chat, the predictions are live. You can go ahead and vote for your favorite teams, or you can vote for which team you think is going to be the one to massively outperform the rest, especially in this next round here. So go ahead, cast your votes, and let us know.
I am not allowed to make predictions because I would have not predicted in my wildest day that it'll be first Raiders Eclipse picking up the Booyah, especially in Bermuda, because that's one of their weaker maps. I mean, first of all, this was the weakest team in the grand finals, making their way in here. So yeah, I would have fallen flat on my face. Hopefully you guys are not the exact same and your predictions, may they come true. But if they do, let us know in the comments as well.
So that's the thing, like I said at the beginning of this broadcast, you got to treat this grand finals like a blank slate. You know, you can't really carry too much of that information from the play-ins and league stage to this grand finals here, because every team had the opportunity to refresh themselves. Every team had the opportunity to continue retraining, which is exactly what we heard from First Raiders. You know, they kept practicing, they kept learning more about their opponents, and they brought it all to a head in this first match for the day. And I think like another aspect that really helped First Raiders in that success was that when you look at the top teams, like literally the team that qualified first from league stage and the team that qualified first in the play-ins were too busy trying to kill each other, and that just gave the opportunity for Heavy with that grenade launcher to take out Phoenix, and gave First Raiders opportunity as well to just take shots on them and wipe them out completely.
Too much of chaos, man. But of course, before we continue all of the fun talk, let's check out this video that we prepared for all of you.
Ya seneng banget karena ini yang kita tunggu-tunggu untuk dapetin pialanya, karena kita kurang piala Asia.
ก็ตื่นเต้นครับเพราะว่าได้แข่งกับทีมต่างชาติก็เคยแข่งมาครับแต่ว่าก็ท้าทายดีชอบครับ
ก็ไม่ค่อยตื่นเต้นมาเท่าไหร่ครับเพราะว่าแบบเคยไปแข่งระดับโลกมาแล้วแชมป์โลกด้วยครับ MVP โลกอีกต่างหากคือแบบฝีมือก็มีครับคือขิงหน่อยแล้วกันคือไม่ค่อยตื่นเต้นเท่าไหร่ครับเหมือนเคยไปสูงกว่านี้มาแล้ว
ก็ตื่นเต้นมากครับเพราะว่าเป็นรายการแรกที่ผมได้มาแข่งที่ต่างประเทศครับ
Semangat kita orang semangat sebab kita orang di Malaysia selalu training petang, malam, pagi. Sebab tu kita orang kita orang di tempat Jakarta dan kita orang nak kejar champion ESL Pro Series kali ni.
So I mean, that's a really interesting thing. It's a combination basically of players who have that like world stage experience and also some who are new. So I think like especially for those who are new here, they're going to be learning a lot, you know, from the get-go, because not only are they going to be, especially some of them who have been partnered up with veterans who have that experience, and plus, this is practically a kind of a world stage if you think about it. So,
it is,
yeah. I think that's a lot of experience these guys are going to be carrying from this tournament alone.
Or pretty much the competition that makes sure that the trophy stays in Asia. You know, everybody wants to be able to bring back that world championship to their country. Thailand is going to say hell no. And now it looks like Indonesia is going to be saying the exact same as well. But let's see if or not they can maintain that consistency, because doing great is great. But doing it over and over again, that's exactly what proves that you are going to be the untouchable champion out there, right? Because not in every single circumstance are you going to find a team like EVOS Phoenix with their hands full. Sometimes you might find them when they are, you know, quite free, and they might be able to return some fire.
Maybe so. But in any case, right now, like, I think for a lot of these guys, it's all about that achievement, right? It's all about, you know, showing that this is what we're capable of. And some of them, they know what they're capable of simply because they've already been through that whole, like, Free Fire World Cup. So they already have their own personal expectations about where they're going to be landing. I think it's about living up to those expectations that's going to be the hard part, especially of an on-ground tournament.
But of course, the challenge is also going to be there for some of the teams that got taken on pretty prematurely in this first round in itself, because it should either break your confidence down or just motivate you to do slightly better. But of course, let's take a quick peek and see exactly what's going on in Taman Mall Anggrek, because I believe we've got quite a strong crowd out there cheering for all of the Indonesian squads, as well as the rest of the action out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, so you can see them already having, you know, this is the perfect kind of stage setup. You not only got your chair, look at this guy, he's so relaxed now, he's got his chair on a recline, so you can tell that they're getting themselves into the zone now. And sometimes the teams will be like this, just having the discussions, and looks like they've already made a decision right now. And take a note about that powder that they're putting on their fingers, right? Because that's why they also have a fan in front of their phones. The phones tend to get very, very hot. And one problem that players normally face when they're on stage is that, especially those with hyperhidrosis, will find that they will have sweaty hands, sweaty palms, basically, quite literally, that interferes with the gameplay. So using a little bit of powder allows their fingers to stay smooth and able to glide on the touchscreen, and add that with the fan as well, and keeps the sweatiness down to a minimum.
You're so technical with your words, you kill me, Victor. You can just say they like using baby powder. But no, you know, that's the OG way, alright? That's the OG way for mobile gamers. Pull out the baby powder, you're all Gucci. But of course, don't put too much on, because you need to see your enemies a little bit as well. Yeah,
so I mean, it's a kind of a setup that, you know, these pro players will normally be very used to if they've been to a live stage here. Because at home, sometimes you're able to, like, wash your hands, or some players even use like cover-ups onto their thumb, etc.
Finger sleeve?
Yeah, finger sleeves. Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for.
For a man so technical with his words, you forgot finger sleeves?
I don't know what the technical term for it is.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But of course, you know, the fan base is strong out there. Everybody wants to see some Free Fire action. We all know exactly how popular Free Fire is in the world. I thought that guy in front with the blue cap was sleeping, but no, he's playing Free Fire. Even whilst waiting, he's like, I want to trash out a couple of matches out there first before we start the game number 2.
Yeah, everyone's just kind of raring to go. You can even see up in the balcony, people are just peeking over, wondering like what is going on here. Seeing a huge setup, a huge stage, and you can really get a sense of like you know, how many people are here at this event from these images alone. And let's look at the amount of fans really just trying their very best to get some screen time here. But nevertheless, we're all raring to wait for this next round here, ladies and gentlemen, because we're about hopefully we're going to be about to start this very soon.
Some Indonesian anime characters out there as well with the blue and red hair. You gotta love that, man. I mean, I've always wondered, what would I look like with blue, pink, green hair? You think I should, Victor?
I mean, you definitely got a hair really to just pull
yes,
up any
thank
color.
God I have hair.
I didn't mean that way, but okay. But no, I mean,
what color you think will work on my head? Blue? Green?
Blue, green, I was thinking purple.
No, green. I can't do green, man, because I'll never get jobs anymore. They throw me on a green screen now.
Oh, yeah. That's look purple.
I won't even look bald, okay? I'll look like I just came out of an anime show and I got the top of my head blown off.
Jeez. Oh, what a horrifying image to keep in mind. But nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, the countdown has started. We're jumping into our second map for today, which is going to be on Kalahari in the next 10 seconds.
Imagine getting a job, you know, like you're offered the World Series or something, and you can't really go because they're going to be putting it on a green screen and your hair's green. How unfortunate would that be? You spend hundreds on coloring your hair green, and now you got to color it back to something else.
Or you could do like what Sir Cloud does. Wears a beanie or a hat.
That's because Sir Cloud doesn't have hair.
Make sure he doesn't hear you say that to his face, though.
Let's hope and praise the Cloud doesn't watch this broadcast. Free Fire is up to match number 2, Kalahari, and it looks like the flight path is going to be equally as fair. Oldhampton all the way down towards Stone Ridge, opening up the full map for everybody to dance on.
Yeah, so it's still going to be an even split, actually, in this flight path, though this time is coming from the northwestern side down to the southeast. And are there any big hot drops to keep an eye out for? I don't really see much except for Flash, actually, apparently hot dropping onto EVOS Divine. Sam9, in the meantime, getting himself locked in a bit of a battle right now with First Raiders, who dropped just around the outside of the platform. And look at this, though. Guns blazing around. Flash desperate to try to make up for the disappointment that was the first round. Unfortunately, find themselves on the wrong end of the battle, though. But EVOS are losing quite a bit of men. Box and MRO5 are still back, still in this fight. But Flash also have been down a couple of players here. Only Bloody is going to be able to be brought back right about now. Yanbin trying to get a trade right on the MRO5, but still not able to take him down completely, though.
Yeah, this is just unfortunate, man, because Yanbin has got the P90 in hand and Mr. 5 only has got a double-barrel shotgun. The range is not too big, but if he does get a CQC, he is going to be able to at least take one shot. But here comes attack all around. Jump God with a beautiful backstab onto Mr. 5. Mr. 5 down on the ground as he bleeds out. Apex will be able to run away. No, he chooses to engage instead, and EVOS Divine, they get toasted.
Isn't it funny that like the first 3 squads to get into a fight was literally the same first 3 in the last map? I mean, this time around, EVOS Divine that unfortunately took the worst of it because it just got eliminated. But look at that attack all around. Hearing the gunshots came around to where Flash is and just wiped out the entirety of EVOS, who just hurting at that point.
Yeah, and you gotta love the strategy out of Team Flash. They use that distraction put up and they just take the jump pad, fly on straight out of shrines. They're not gonna be the prey for attack all around just yet. Attack all around with the 2 kill points, they'll be quite happy. They're not going to pursue their opponents because they've already shoot them away from this compound, which means the full compound is up for them to loot up. Voki joins Karoro and the rest of his team members, leaving 1 player still back at shrines to loot up the rest of the stuff here. They're kind of realizing that, you know, 3 teams dropping into the same spot just means that all of the loot is going to disappear pretty fast.
Yeah, and I think at this stage, things should generally slow down a little bit as teams will be spreading out a little bit more to find better loot. But NIGMA Galaxy seems to have slightly different ideas. Stop seems to be going quite ahead of his teammates here to try to scout out who's on the platform. He's already getting some return fire, so they know that he's at least able to spot at least 1 sniper, but he needs to get a little bit more information right now, and just keeping an eye on that skyline there tells me that perhaps they want to make a move towards that platform in the next circle. But nevertheless, though, the rest of NIGMA Galaxy is still gathering as much resources as they can. And so far, Dew only has a single glue wall to his name right now. Definitely needs a little bit more, especially if he wants to have a good chance by the final circle. In the meantime, EVOS Phoenix is still lurking around the outside of the platform, while First Raiders, they seem to have taken control over Refinery here with no one left defending this point right now. So, like I said, at this point, I think things will start to slow down a little bit as teams are spreading themselves out, trying to gather as much information as they can, while at the same time maintaining good positionings in anticipation for that next circle.
Some coins out there for the picking, and First Raiders will be able to buy their team members right back if at all things do turn sour out there on the battlefield, as it might at any point, at any second whatsoever. Especially thanks to those jump pads, man. You just never know who's going to be flying straight into your compound. Command post taken over by EVOS Phoenix with nobody else to disturb them, which only can mean loot all around with quite a decent positioning as well, because they don't really have to move by the time the next circle comes hunting in.
Yeah, just one thing I've been thinking about right now actually is like the way that final fight turned out in that first map. It just like I mentioned before, you know, EVOS Phoenix and Expanse were too focused on each other to the point that the third parties, First Raider and Heavy, were able to eliminate them completely. So I think that in this situation here, what a lot of these teams will have to fight the temptation to is to do split fighting, basically like going in squads of just 2 members and trying to find fights in other areas and potentially opening and spreading out the amount of fights. But I think think in this grand finals here, it's too important really to be split up like that. Especially look at this, like if you imagine if that guy had been alone, Osaka would have taken the shot like without any hesitation. Now he knows that a squad is there, he has to set up a more defensive position. So I think like sticking together and committing fully to any team fight is probably going to be the way to go here in this early stage of the grand finals.
Also not the best gun to be spotting out players from such a distance. You've got the AWM, different story altogether. Single shot possibility to down your opponents out there in the open, make them scramble, force them to use their glue walls as well as medkits once they pick up their team member. But you know, with the Scar, you're barely going to be able to scar them.
Yeah,
no pun intended.
No pun intended, indeed. Nevertheless, though, I think teams are just mostly taking every step with absolute caution here, because the last thing they will want is to be caught with their pants down wide out in the open. So King of Gamers are so far confined to confinement. Looks like they're already starting to spread out a little bit, just keeping their gun sights aimed just across the river here. And I think they were spotting Team Heavy, which just entered into the area here to loot, and so far have been avoiding any kind of confrontation really with some of the other squads. But sooner rather than later, the circle is inevitably going to gather a lot of these squads closer to each other. So it's either you decide now to start going for that roam strategy and perhaps try to catch some teams off guard, or literally save up your energy for the final fight.
I love the positioning here by Darkol, flanking towards the left-hand side, but I don't know if that was already planned or he was just there when NIGMA Galaxy of all teams decided to show up in the exact same spot. Refinery taken over by First Raiders, which means they do have that bird's eye view over the whole situation. NIGMA Galaxy, they've got the mechanical capability to handle anything and everything, but Darkol's not waiting to find out exactly what happens if he does get into a battle. Pulls out the time turner very smartly, and that's going to be the perfect defense with just one glue wall wasted in the whole defensive maneuver. You got to praise him for that.
Yeah, like I said, you don't want to be caught out alone, and Darkol did the most logical thing by regrouping with the rest of his team, because he knows that it's not up to him to start the fight. The whole team must fully commit in order to have any chance of success, because if a third party comes in at any point and you're still stuck in that battle, you're going to be disadvantaged, you know? The third party is always going to have massive advantage in battle royales, so you don't want to expose that kind of weakness here. Regardless, though, Expanse are still taking control over the platform here. It seems like First Raiders had been forced to pull back a little bit, and now actually being corralled around here by EVOS Phoenix, who has control over the ground, while the rest of First Raiders are still up by the cliff side. But look at Phoenix, they're climbing all the way up. The time turner is brought up as Joanna is trying his very best to find an opening, but Darkol is trying to suppress him with that sniper rifle right now. But EVOS still trying to make that climb. First Raiders now desperate to try to keep them off of their heels here, are just going to continually rain them with lead from the top of the cliff side. But Phoenix so far haven't been knocked down or even stopped at this point. In fact, they already got a knockdown of Souza already getting a kill there right from the get-go.
This literally just, you know, paints out exactly what I was talking about earlier. They are going to eventually find the players of EVOS Phoenix with their hands pretty free. And that just means they can fire right back. Darkol! Saves himself with just a sliver of health left on him. Tops himself right back up. Lozzy responds with a couple of fires. That grenade eats up Reddy. And Reddy finally drops down onto the ground. What a shot by Lozzy!
Moshi is the last person standing, and it looks like from EVOS Phoenix as the rest of them gets cleaned up. And he's in a world of hurt of his own right now, because he's being caught up. He does have a grapple gun, so that's going to allow him to get some distance between himself and First Raiders, and that's going to land him straight into the revival zone that's in Refinery. So perhaps you'll be able to work things out.
At this point is when we look at someone else. we don't continually look at this guy, you know? Moshi, he is a master, not only survivor, but also a masterful player in the way he maneuvers around the battlefield, especially when he's on the attack. This time around, we weren't able to see his fangs, but perhaps a little bit later on. For now, it's just the survival skills. But EARENA, on the other hand, getting caught outside by the home ground advantage squad, SCS ALFAINK. Now, Saudara, as they climb on up on top, they've got the bird's eye view. Woodpecker response coming on for Argus, but Jojo says hell no. The top killer of the previous lobby does not get it this time around, as Ray gets that headshot, drops the player down onto the ground, and Ray gets a double. EARENA out, and they will have to try again later.
Oh, that was a nice shot there, actually.
Beautiful.
beautiful one indeed from says ALFAINK. And yeah, a bit unfortunate for that other team there because, again, like that was a very, very long shot. Definitely did not see that coming here. But nevertheless, they were still inside the blue zone, so they have come vehicles, and that's going to allow them a quick exfil out of Mammoth right now. So says ALFAINK, again, one of the home ground teams here in this competition already has a grenade launcher in hand, so you know where they have their sights firmly set on. It's going to be in that final circle for sure.
Let's see exactly what Team Saudara can do a little bit later on. But for the time being, it seems like the home ground advantage is giving them that extra bit of confidence to step into some of these fights and walk away the victors. Darkall finds a long-range headshot onto a player from the side of Expand, but no kill coming through just yet, which means Expand has managed to block more subsequent shots and save their team member. But a lot of action out there in Kalahari, with the difference in terms of elevation keeps all of these teams hunting for more shot after shot. Attack all around. They're looking all around but find no one.
Yeah, and I see it. Expand has already taken control over the platforms on Refinery, so they're kind of having a bit of a rehash of the strategy they had like in the last map, where if you remember right, they took control of the clock tower, which is technically the highest point in the area, but looks like they're also trying to see whether or not they can make that strategy work out here in Kalahari. So I think it should be more effective. Good shots there coming from Dew, but the blue walls are making it quite hard for him to find the target, but those walls get broken down as quickly as they're set up, because a lot of shots are coming Sem9's way, and a grenade there probably ended both Ashura and Raja's life there. So Zenopy and Newbie, last two members standing. Newbie kind of far away on the docks. He's going to be actually in cover, but Zenopy is going to be facing the brunt of a lot of those attacks. Finally, is trying to break free from this area of effect, but he says ALFAINK, I think, might have spotted him from under the bridge, so he's taking even more fire, while Newbie just kind of have to sit down quietly and hope to God that no one finds him.
Yeah. And Sem9, of course, just a little unfortunate there, being caught out by two teams at the same time. But SCS ALFAINK helps out Sem9 as they attack NIGMA Galaxy head on. This backstab is forcing NIGMA Galaxy to reposition. They toss a grenade right back in, and Expand appears out of nowhere. And look at this, they've also got a grenade launcher in hand. NIGMA Galaxy in a lot of trouble because Expand, they've got the grenade launcher plus the high ground advantage. Roy down on the ground. The grenade launcher cannot pop off just yet. Dew as well. He turns around. He wants to take those headshots. First shot does not get it, second shot doesn't get it as well, and Dew wastes his opportunity.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, they have to really quickly, rapidly try to turn it around, but it doesn't seem to work out at all. But says ALFAINK as they get themselves completely eliminated. But now it's going to be a bit of a standoff. NIGMA Galaxy still on the ground, the second floor, while Expand is up on the rooftop.
Ah, what?
And what the heck was that shot there? Darkall taking out another heavy there. King of Gamers getting eliminated by a grenade from Attack All Around.
You know, Caramel, he just saved Fugod from beyond the window. That's just masterful play. Side attack by Expand, and they managed to get the player down onto the ground, all thanks to Cobra's attack from the back. The charge buster's perfect. NIGMA Galaxy about to bite the dust with the final player in here, and it looks like Expand might just be the ones to get the job done. But Dew from afar manages to find Roy and puts him out of the equation as well. No backup coming through from the rest of the Expand players just yet, and Dew has managed to nick one off, and he quickly runs away from that spot. Will he survive, or will we see a little bit of revenge here? No revenge whatsoever. Masterful play by Dew.
Yeah, but here's the thing though. I think Expand still has a full squad. Attack All Around now going to get shot upon by Dew, who at this point is just literally doing damage control right now as far as his team is concerned. But he's actually nailing those shots though, which is actually making things a lot harder. Everyone else, X-Roy now trying to confront Dew, but didn't manage to successfully take him down. Dew continues to take even more shots right now with his Barrett 50 now. Tries to take down Cobra. Duo comes in away, but no! Flash is the interloper in this case though, and to actually save Dew from having to continue to fight his way out.
Holy mama, how's this guy still alive? Dew chipping away at all of the players from the side of Expand, allowing the other teams to take the kills. Dew doesn't care. Dew just wants to be the guy who puts on a hell of a good show out there in the world today. But can he survive? Can he get into the circle? He's dropping his health right back up, and it looks like NIGMA Galaxy still alive and kicking, all thanks to the one and only Dew. Foki brings back Jump God as well, and Attack All Around. They've got a solid place this time around, but look at this Team Flash in the final circle. 4 players, and they've got 9 kills already. It looks like they were pissed off after Bermuda.
Yeah, they were certainly pissed. And Jump God. Well, that's not a jump that Jump God's going to be happy with. Taken down even before he can land his feet on the ground. Now, Sam9 is getting kills of their own. They already took down Bloody, so Flash is down to 3. But watch out for attack all around. It's starting to creep in the circle. They do have a grenade launcher in hand, and they're using it right now to try to keep Flash suppressed. Shin is very, very low right now. He's going to need some backup. Yamin's going to try to wrap around, but he has to keep an eye out for Sam9, who are coming in from the west side. Oh, Grenade's going to be coming out now onto attack all around, forcing them to try to maneuver out of the way, but it's still not able to get a kills down, still not able to get a knockdown.
Shin throws out a trip mine, and nobody's going to be saying hello to him just yet, but Karoro, how in the world did you hit that shot? Ashura down on the ground. Karoro still aiming through the friggin' fences, and he manages to get 2 shots in a row. Seb9 says bye-bye. Attack all around now. Wants to look for Team Flash. This is, I believe, a equal fight. It's a 3v3. Shin already charging up the grenade. Forky sends one right back, but it's only the glue wall busters that are delivered back and forth, which means not much defenses. But with the bridge right down below, both teams trying to play troll against each other.
Yeah, but the thing is that how much health can you trade, really? Attack all around has 2 members already on full damage here. Yanbin is going to be taking some damage of his own. Very, very low. He's going to get knocked down. Okay, Flash now down to 2. Attack all around still has 3, and they have them surrounded underneath the bridge.
And this is just a 2v2 now as they circle around. No, the third player, I believe, is going to be picked up now, unless Bio can do something about it. He's spotted out already. And Karoro finishes off Team Flash without even picking up his team member. What a play by Attack all around. This time, defense was there too.
Yeah, Thailand finally delivers the blow here, taking the second booyah of the day. But guess what? It's Attack all around as the one carrying the flag for the nation here. And boy, did they just come just in time.
My goodness, what a game. What a freaking grand finals do we have on our hands here. I mean, every single match, every single engagement so far out there on the battlefield has just been phenomenal, Victor.
Like I said, every second counts here, ladies and gentlemen. You only got 12 matches to play. You cannot afford to drop a single one at all. That's why all these team members, all these teams are literally playing their very best right now, because they know if you just even let your foot off the gas just a little bit, you're going to be far, far behind.
And Jump God, it's not a good way to live up to your name, Jump God. He jumped and he went to God.
See, that's kind of the reason why, paratroopers basically became phased out of modern militaries. Because situations like what Jump God experienced was pretty much the experience of a lot of paratroopers back in the day.
Yeah, sometimes, Mother Nature, the wind kind of just blows a little turbulently. Get a little confused. And then, of course, you've got Team Flash taking pot shots at you as well. But that was a really, really good shot taken, though.
Oh, for real. There was some, shots here that I just didn't expect they would be able to land at all. And I mean, you with that 50 kill, oh my god. The fact that no one took him down in that entire thing was just a minor miracle in itself.
Dew is the reason why Expand got eliminated.
Truly.
Literally, first he takes down Roy, he puts him out of the equation. Then he runs circles around, not looking for the circle. No pun intended. And Expand is so distracted with him, he turns his back on Expand, takes shot at other people, knocking them, chipping away at their health, and then focuses back on Expand, downs their health, and allows the other teams to take him out. He didn't get any kill points from that, but he sure as hell won our attention. Now I want to see what else can Dew do. But then, I kind of want to see that sort of performance when the rest of his team members are still awake on the battlefield, so that, we can see them capitalize on such phenomenal plays. Unfortunately, that was a great play with nothing much behind it.
Yeah, I mean, again, Dew was literally doing damage control at the point, because the rest of his squad has got eliminated. It was down to literally him and his 50 cal to literally try to get some kill points before inevitably gets taken down. But I bet he did not expect he would be able to stay on for long enough to literally see the downfall of yet another squad throughout his entire run.
Let's take a quick look at the replay and see exactly how all of this chaos started and what brought it to an end as well. Because, I mean, like you said, and I think you hit the nail right on the head, Victor, you can expect the unexpected out there today. It's a fresh new slate and everybody wants a piece of the action.
again, you know, this grand finals is 2 days and there's 12 teams, and there's every opportunity for every one of those squads to put out an amazing performance. So the thing is that the heavy hitters like Expand, NIGMA, Galaxy, you know, you peg them as some of the favorites coming in this tournament, but really everyone is at the same starting point from here on. So it's really about how well you adapt. And so far, you know, I mean, here's again the sequence of you just wrecking everyone on site. Jump got getting himself picked off the air there, just so unfortunate. But this final battle, Flash finally gets himself in this final circle here, hopefully to make up a lot of the ground they lost in that first map. But it's a bit unfortunate that they found themselves yet again in the pincer situation, you know, with attack all around in front and then Semna in the back. And unfortunately, they were already running with a man disadvantage going to that one there. So either way, though, I think they can still be very happy with the placement points they got, but certainly be looking to try to make up for a lot more of that lost points they got from being eliminated early on in the first map.
I mean, look at it this time around, right? If you got the glue wall, the icebreaker out there on the battlefield, he was just phenomenal in terms of taking down defense after defense, not just with his bullets, but also those glue wall melters were in full effect being used. But a total of 53 kills on the battlefield and 69 headshots. I tell you, these players, not only are they good, they're just a little too accurate to deal with out there on the battlefield.
I mean, again, when it comes to Free Fire, you know, there is the auto aim granted, but you still need to have a bit of skill to nail down a headshot, especially at distance. So that's where, you know, having a good marksman on your squad is so important, because you need to have someone who specializes in getting those pinpoint accurate shots done. So
yeah, people sometimes have an issue with Free Fire. It's like, oh, you know, there's the auto aim. But you know it's not an advantage if everybody has it, right?
Right? So yeah, you have to be very nuanced in how you play even, because again, the auto aim just gets you half of the way there. The other half still depends a lot on your own skill.
Correct. It all focuses on the mechanical skills, especially with the number of shots that you take, because you cannot spray like crazy, because in Free Fire, the kickback from the gun, the recoil is very difficult to handle, which is why you see all of these players who manage to get those back-to-back shots as they scope in and out. The speed of clicks from both of those fingers, I mean, the four-finger claw that they play is just so tough to deal with. But you know what's a little bit more nicer to look at is how quick to respond to the situation Attack All Around was, because they were going in for the revival. They wanted to play the game of numbers. Team Flash knew that was going to be the strategy. They take the attack, but you know, instantaneous response from Attack All Around just gave them that booyah. And that's the kind of response time you need if you want to climb up to the top.
You can see the difference already with the way Attack All Around approached their match compared to what First Raiders did. First Raiders capitalized a lot in the positioning and placement, but Attack All Around were literally attacking all around them, because they got 13 kills, which is 1 point more than the placement points they got with the booyah anyway, and it's put them up 25 points compared to First Raiders 21. Conversely, Team Flash is no slouch either, because they came out of the gate swinging after the disappointment that was the first map. I think this more than makes up for it now. Even though they missed out on the booyah, still 19 points. It's nothing to scoff at, really. It's still a very impressive performance, considering that everyone else is only getting, what, 11 points, 10 points? So that's already putting a significant gap for them and allowing them to catch up even further into the midfield.
And not only that, I mean, looking at the fact that they pulled off nothing in the first match, 19 points is hell of a lot to celebrate for, right, for Team Flash. So good on them from being beaten down with nothing at all in Bermuda to hopping right back up. But this time we get a little bit of extra information from all of the battle out there on the battlefield. Attack All Around, a total of 13 kills, and the top 3 guns that they were making good use of out there was the M21A5 as well as the AWM, and those were the guns that gave them 3 kills apiece. But I want to focus on the M21 on the side of Team Flash. 7 kills out of that gun. They are a little bit more proficient when they whip it out.
It seems like Flash was focused a lot more on getting long-distance engagements, because, you know, they only got 1 kill with the P90. The Parafoul technically is like a long-range weapon, but I think they preferred to use the M21 anyway for its rapid semi-auto fire, and that's actually worked out well for them. and attack all around, I think, a little bit more balanced, but then they conversely had a lot more snipers on their end. I mean, they had an AWM and a Barrett BLT, so that's already giving them a lot of firepower to begin with. Let's have a look at the overall standings right now. First Raiders still takes the top spot, but they're not going to be resting too closely on their own laurels, though, because attack all around after a stonking second map has already putting themselves just 3 points away from taking over First Raiders' first place.
And this is just a little bit of a surprise there, especially from the teams that you see on the right-hand side. Out of all of them, EARENA as well as EVOS Phoenix. But I will say this, do not rest on your laurels, the team especially that are on the left-hand side of the leaderboard, because teams like EVOS Phoenix they live up well to their name. They are a threat. Even in the final 3 rounds of tomorrow, you might just see a comeback, right? So pick up as many points as you possibly can, and I think you don't need to tell that for teams like First Raiders, Eclipse. They're up there in that first spot, mostly thanks to that very first game that we saw in the day. We need to see a little bit more from them. SES, ALFAINK, a little unfortunate in the second game in here today. SES managed to put on a good show earlier on with a total of 16 points, but this time around it was phenomenally lower than what we saw previously.
Yeah, I'm so impressed at the fact that like Attack All Around and says ALFAINK are able to put themselves quite high up on the leaderboard, and it's also surprising to see that the top 3 teams from the league stage are on the second page right now. So like I said about things being refreshed, and also to your point about the teams that did the play-ins probably had a lot more information to go with. So these guys are right now
and practice.
Yeah, practice too. And right now these guys are finding themselves now having the harder job in this grand final, so just trying to catch up that deficit that they have now found themselves in 2 maps in.
And of course, focusing on Expand and looking at some of the drop spots that they're taking, usually we see whenever EVOS Phoenix is in there, Expand is kind of tickled because they share the same drop spot, command post especially. This time around, you see Expand kind of giving that away, and they have gone with the strategy of hunting down that blue circle for the high tier loot. I really like that strategy, but that, comes with its own risks as well, right? It's just a matter of time until some of these other teams start hunting down that blue circle as well. And, one of the last things you want is getting into an early engagement. And you can ask teams like Team Flash about that, where even if you are a good enough team to pick up, a near booyah for yourself, you still might not stand a chance when you get into those early engagements with barely any loot on you.
That's the thing. I think like if you want to be the one to take the initiative to get those engagements, you have to finish it quickly.
Yeah.
You cannot allow the opportunity for a third party to come in and wreck the party, you know? So either you have to fully commit or just don't be the first one to fire that first shot. Because again, once you do that, you're already putting a huge opening. You're already putting a big target on yourself there, because everyone's going to hear that shot. Everyone knows that, okay, this is where I need to go to, and then I'm guaranteed to find a fight.
Unless, of course, you come across a player like Dew.
Yeah.
If only Dew had the capability of kind of playing around with extra bit of defenses around him and not being stuck outside where he has to maneuver around his own glue walls, I think the story would have been very, very different. And he himself personally would have been able to shut down Expand. But he left his defenses because he knows when you are there and you're all alone, grenades is something you can't defend yourself against. One good grenade inside of that small compound and you're gone. He pulls himself out, but equally as bad, because now you got to dance around your glue walls. But he did one hell of a good job even at that.
You mentioned that he was out in the open, but I saw that like he was playing around the glue walls very well. I think X-Man's ex-Roy was actually there, and he completely didn't react at all to Dew being right next to him. So I think that chaos actually kind of helped Dew in a way, because Expand was obviously very much focused on the other squads. They were firing on them at the same time, so that little bit of an opportunity there gave Dew that space that he needed to just do his thing.
And that's the difference between a player who's seeing the circle moving and running in versus seeing the circle moving in and thinking, okay, here's my chance to pick up a few extra kill points. But we just spotted a couple of very interesting characters walking around Taman Mall Anggrek. We've got a few cosplayers in the house. Let's see exactly what it's all about. Hopefully they are cosplaying me.
Maybe.
I know.
Langsung aja inilah dia yang kedua cosplayer kita. Langsung aja kita sambut, inilah dia Silchan. Oke, mari kita ke depan dikit lagi.
Iya betul sekali. Aduh, Kyowo dan kawaii ya say, bukan lain.
Yes.
Hai, apa kabar nih kalian berdua?
Oh, bukan. Tidak bawa mikrofon mereka.
Oh iya benar juga. Iya.
Kau sih lagi sibuk apa sekarang?
Sebentar kita ada satu lagi cosplayernya nih.
Wah.
Nge-cosplay jadi salah satu tim yang bertugas
Dadang
di
Jamet
sini.
namanya.
Luar biasa sekali. Iya benar.
Kau sih sibuk apa sekarang?
Lagi sibuk cosplay aja.
Cosplay aja. Oke, nah ini nama karakternya apa nih?
Ada yang tahu nggak?
Ada yang tahu nggak?
Nih, aku siapa?
Oke.
Apa?
Siapa?
Hah? Apa? Evelyn. Saipul.
Jauh.
Muhaimin.
Jawa.
Gue suka nih ekspresinya ada ini.
Pulang lewat mana lu? Iya benar.
Rojali. Kamu
Beneran namanya bener.
Kamu mau diamond nggak?
Rojali beneran.
Kamu mau diamond nggak? Kamu mau diamond nggak? Saya nggak peduli kamu dari mana. Mau?
Mau.
Jangan kemana-mana. Nanti nonton terus di sini ya.
Harus ya, karena
Sip.
abis ini mau dikasih nih. Oke.
Kata siapa?
Kata lu barusan.
Enggak.
Kata siapa
Karena aku
ya?
cuma bilang mau diamond nggak? Mau. Ya udah, jangan kemana-mana.
Oh ya ampun, mohon maaf ya kadang-kadang suka
Bener
improvisasinya
dong.
kejauhan ya
Yang
MC-nya.
ngasih siapa? Gak ada yang bilang
Iya.
kasih.
Iya. Tapi kamu mau diamond kan?
Ditanya
Mau.
lagi.
Ya udah, siapa yang kasih?
Oke,
lah.
Klosi. Karakternya jadi apa? Caroline.
Caroline.
Oke, kalau Silchan karakternya jadi apa nih?
Ini karakternya jadi apa?
Siapa? Leli?
Leli.
Nelly?
Belly. No matter what I do.
Yeay.
all
Kenapa
I
gue
think
pales ya?
about- Tua sekali.
Tua.
Anda.
Nggak ada yang
Mohon
tahu
maaf,
lagi.
Gue
tua.
tahu, berarti gue tua ya, say. Makasih loh.
Kita
Iya,
cuma beda
iya.
2 tahun Brenda, gak usah di...
Jangan dong, nggak gitu loh.
Oke, oke.
Kayaknya 2 dasawarsa.
Wow, ya. Jadi teman-teman, kita kedatangan 2 orang cosplayer
Yes.
Free Fire hari ini. Tapi tidak hanya ada cosplayer aja, tapi juga banyak sekali activity menarik yang ada di sekitaran
Betul.
kita. Ya, teman-teman bisa beli kopi pastinya.
Iya.
Iya dong, iya dong.
Betul.
Iya nggak sih? Nah.
Mau beli
Baju?
Ada. Mau beli kacamata? Ada.
Tapi juga kalian bisa menikmati nih. Di atas itu ada banyak sekali booth activity
Betul.
menarik yang ada di Mall Taman Anggrek.
Sebenarnya ya Mas Ger,
Yes.
gue tuh pinisirin. Sama yang di sebelah, oh iya penasaran. Yang di sebelah sono, itu ada monasnya. Sama patung pancoran.
Itu ada tulisan hashtagnya
Ya.
juara pantang mundur.
Ya,
Ini adalah sebuah tagline dari
Asik.
Snapdragon Pro Series itu sendiri.
Nah, itu dia ya
Bener
juara.
guys, aku gak kelihatan sih sebenarnya.
Benar. Tadi aku udah di sana.
Oke lah kalau begitu. Nah
Ya.
itu pastinya juga ada banyak banget hal-hal yang kami hadirkan pada hari ini. Dan
Betul sekali.
tentunya acara ini yang bisa berjalan dengan sangat lancar. Karena adanya dukungan dari para sponsor kita.
Yes.
Yaitu ada
Snapdragon, ada Qualcomm Snapdragon yang menjadi sponsor utama kita untuk hari ini. Jadi ini adalah sebuah chipset yang sangat luar biasa.
Betul.
Sangat powerful sekali dan tersemat juga di smartphone yang
Pastinya
digunakan oleh
keren
para
banget.
player
Betul.
S22 yaitu Samsung Galaxy S
Yes.
series ya yang sudah pastinya kalian semua mengenal dan pastinya juga sudah pernah mencoba seperti apa kemampuannya.
Yap, betul
Tidak hanya itu
sekali.
aja. Kita
Nah,
juga ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Monster Energy.
Yang pastinya
Unleash
memberikan
the
energi.
Beast. Betul sekali.
Yes,
Energy.
betul.
Unleash the Beast.
Nah.
Jadi melepaskan beast.
Oke, betul.
Bis.
Bis.
Seperti itu ya.
Dan pastinya juga, kita juga nih untuk teman-teman yang sambil main, udah ada gadgetnya, udah ada energinya dari
Betul.
Monster Energy, pastinya kalian harus top up.
Betul.
Top up-nya
Nggak-
di mana?
Kayak nggak ada hubungannya tapi ya
Ada
is
aja
okay.
udah.
Silahkan tutup top up di Kaki Shop.
Ya.
Great deal and game top ups ya. Dan juga untuk terima kasih sekali lagi Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Free Fire Asia
Yes.
Pacific Season 2 ini disupport oleh pengurus besar Esports Indonesia.
Yes.
So, kita akan break sejenak untuk mempersiapkan match selanjutnya.
Betul.
Dan juga nanti kalian masih ada signing session berarti ya?
Ada.
Oke, jadi masih ada signing session bersama 2 cosplayer kita yang sangat luar biasa ini.
Iya.
Jadi jangan kemana-mana, stay tune terus setelah yang satu ini.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Go to a place that you don't wanna leave. Beyond your mind. unlock the gates to your lucid dreams. Never too late, don't just dip your feet, the water's fine. Heaven's a part of me. Need you so close to me. Losing reality. I know I'm away, but nothing's the same. Won't let anybody stop this feeling. I'm a supernova. I light up the sky. I'm burning inside. Yeah, I know you think I must be dreaming, but I'm a supernova. I'm a supernova. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Todo el mundo sabe, yo soy poderosa. Si te caigo mal, es que estás celosa. No soy santa, tampoco soy mafiosa. Puedo ser dulce, también soy venenosa. Baby, yo soy natural, a mi cuerpo no hay igual. Solo quiero mi dinero, yo no soy sentimental. Y tú quieres ser primero, pero tienes que esperar. Aquí yo soy la que manda, así que ponte en fila atrás. Yeah. No, al cel no te contesto, no. Ni tu DMs o texto, ya. Ya tienes que saberlo, yo vine a subir, subir al cielo, Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno, lo que es bueno. En el club yo le muevo las caderas. Yo soy reina, mami, tú eres cualquiera. No tienes fuego, salte para afuera. En este juego yo siempre soy la primera. Y los perros tienen sed, los atrapo en mi red. Y me dan toda su plata cuando juego mi papel. Los enredo en mi dedo y los tengo al revés. Y me baño en la riqueza porque yo soy la mujer. No, al cielo no te contesto, no. Ni tu DMs o texto, ya. Ya tienes que saberlo.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series with free fire action that makes you want to go dale bueno, isn't it?
You play the song, I'm just going to be dancing all day long.
I know, right?
I want them to play the song all day long. It's going to keep my energy levels up for sure. I think that's a deadly combo, right? Dale bueno and monster energy.
I know.
That's it, I'm lit.
Yeah, there's a party up in here, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Victor Cax, of course, and joining me here is Adrian Mustachio. We're going to be bringing you guys the next round of this grand final. So we've already seen two maps out of the way now. The first one being taken by the home ground squad, first Raiders, and the second one taken by Thai squad Attack All Around. Who's going to be the third third team to get a booyah here? Is it going to be a repeat? We're going to be finding out in a few moments.
Someone was asking in the comment section, like, where are you guys? Because, you know, are you not in the mall? We are in the mall, but we're actually in the storeroom because, you know, there's too much of noise out there in the crowd, and obviously we can't shoutcast when, you know, there's so much of noise. So they threw us in the storeroom. So We are actually in the basement of Taman Mall Anggrek. But if you are in or around the area, that's definitely the place to be right now. Not only do you get to watch amazing Free Fire action, but you also get to take a few photos with the cosplayers and also get that photo, maybe if you can print it out, signed immediately.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel jealous actually for the people who can actually can be up there watching this, watching the game and meeting the players live while we are stuck here in this basement. So
it's okay. I'll take a basement as long as we are in Jakarta. It's a beautiful it's a beautiful place. But of course, all of you guys need to drop your vote, right? Because we need to know in the Twitch chat exactly who you think is going to be dominating not just the next match, but the whole day today. That does not necessarily mean they're going to be the champions, though. Doesn't matter. We just want to see if or not your predictions can come true.
yeah, so hopefully you guys have more salient predictions than what we would have. So make sure you guys go ahead and vote inside the Twitch chat to embarrass us even more.
Hey, there's no embarrassing us because we have not made predictions yet.
Yeah, fair enough.
I
enough.
smartened up. I nowadays make predictions on the second day of the grand finals.
Some would say that's cheating, but I would say that us as commentators are very aware that there's a curse,
Yes.
you know, being in this position here.
I'm doing the teams a favor by not predicting who's going to rise or fall, because you know we might accidentally curse them. So we are doing them a favor by not predicting this early.
Yeah, but I would say that, you know, a lot of those who probably have predicted that the front-running teams like Expand or NIGMA Galaxy are going to be the ones dominating everyone are going to be very surprised to see that they are not performing as well in the beginning of this competition.
I disagree because, I mean, okay, the Expand is not getting the booyah, but they are playing at a pace where I really like. And I really like the pace of not doing too much and at the same time sure as hell not doing too little. And Expand has been doing exactly that. Both the matches, I believe in the first match they got about 10 or 11 points. The second match they got 13 points, which is very decent. That's going to allow you to stay somewhere just above the halfway point of the leaderboard. So, you know, making that last-ditch effort to get to the #1 spot is not going to be too tough at all.
So yeah, exactly. That was the kind of point I wanted to make actually before he came in, which is that, yeah, even though they may be looking like they're not performing their very best, and there are certainly a few factors regarding that, but they're playing for the long run here, ladies and gentlemen. Day 2 is only when we will be crowning the champions. They're very much keeping that in their mind's eye right now. So even though the performance may not be getting them the booyahs or the final circle fights, they are still getting consistent points, and that's very key in this grand finals.
We prepared something else for you guys as well, a quick short video. Right after that, you hear our voices again.
Harapannya pasti kita pengen juara 1 buat yang ngebanggain Indonesia lah. Soalnya kan kemarin di EPPS Bang itu kita gagal jadi juaranya. Ya semoga ya di turnamen kali ini kita bisa ngambil yang pertama.
ก็ที่ตั้งเป้าหมายไว้นะครับก็คือให้น้องเขาเล่นได้เต็มที่แบบว่าได้เล่นก็พอครับเพราะว่าเราไม่ถ้าเราจะแบบหวังอันดับลึกๆเราก็หวังครับแต่ว่าถ้าเราแบบหวังเกินไปแล้วจะทำให้เราทีมเรากดดันแบบเราต้องได้อันดับนี้นะเล่นแต่ทำให้เราเล่นไม่ออกว่าเอาให้เราเล่นเต็มที่ก็พอ
น่าจะติด1 ใน 3แน่นอนครับเพราะว่าน่าจะติดครับ
Khi mà bước chân tới đây thì bọn em đặt mục tiêu phải nằm trong top 3.
So yeah, it's really interesting to see that there are very different degrees of confidence these teams have. Some of them are like, yeah, we're going to dominate everyone. Well, I'm just going to assume that they are. So yeah, as I was saying, like some of these teams have the confidence where they will say, yeah, we're going to destroy everyone in this competition. There's just not going to be any equal to us. But there are other teams that express the confidence differently, where that, you know, the goal for them is to ensure that they have a nice, calm, and stress-free environment in these grand finals. And you know, that's it's just fairly valid because again, you know, when you create a good environment for yourself at these kind of live tournaments, it makes it a lot easier for you to approach very difficult situations because you have a lot more space to think and you're not really held back by the anxieties that you normally would be facing, you know, if you don't have that level of confidence.
Yeah, that's something that I do have to agree with, and it looks like the strategy of attack all around didn't really give them all that too much to start with, just 4 points at Bermuda, but they sure as hell bounced back at Kalahari, taking a massive 25 and now the second spot overall. That's a really good spot, but it's technically not where they wanted to be because they don't want to be at the top too early. So I don't know how that's going to work out for them. I guess they didn't expect it and now they have it, so they're overjoyed, but let's see if they get a little too confident with this. But Expand surely looks very confident, spreading out through golf course as well as Villa. This is just a little too much widespread if you ask me, because they're not even playing the buddy system. Everybody's alone.
Yeah, this is going to be highly unusual, but then again, maybe, sticking together didn't work out for them in the first couple of maps, so maybe they want to try something a bit different, but to do that in the middle of the grand finals, I'm not sure. Maybe they have some plans down the line. We'll have to see as it goes. King of Gamers, though, already picking up that first kill onto Ikal from First Raiders. So First Blood already claimed up on the board right now, even before things have really gotten to an explosive start. So nevertheless, though, we're still sticking with King of Gamers, who are 3 members up on the north side of Ski Lodge. Should be a good place to loot up there. I did see during the drop early on that Sem9 almost was going to be dropping in the same place as Divine was, which was on the high tier loot zone, but unfortunately, they decided to pull back from there, instead electing to stay around the outside of that loot zone so that they can catch any of the members of Divine who happen to step within their territory. And speaking of territory right now, this looks like Flash's own territory right here at the edge of the safe zone that Shut Up seems to want to keep a close eye on.
It's nice to see that Expand did not go hunting for the blue circle once again. It would have been quite messy with 3 teams within that vicinity this time around, but them spreading out doesn't seem to be a bad idea as well, since no other teams are in or around their vicinity to punish them very early on. But EARENA, they don't have much of a compound or defensive compound to play with. They are out in the open, very early game, which means they're going to have very little loot on them, very few glue walls. So if they do get caught in a battle, we might just see them make that exit pretty early.
Yeah, so the best bet really is to try to steal loot from someone else, but look at Flash rolling straight in, taking down Protete, and just making sure that he has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. So, wow. I mean, that's the boom and zoom that I really expect to see a lot of teams do, right? Just basically jump in, get the kill, and just as quickly get out.
He fought that like his name, like a potato.
Though actually, I think there's a pun on protege. But,
no, like a potato.
Potato.
That's the pun I want to see. Bio catches up with Shut Up as well, shutting him up perfectly. But that's not the end of EARENA just yet. They do look at this guy. Takes him down, goes to the same exact vending machine, and gets himself a better shield. Fantastic maneuver by Team Flash. And they are taking control of this revival platform as well. So EARENA, if they're in or around the vicinity, they're not going to be able to get their team members right back in here. EVOS Divine on the other hand. First strike onto Newbie. They managed to take that kill as well, and they are on the hunt for more.
Well, they're making Box is just making full use of the Barret as well. Sam 13 has a Barret of his own, so this is going to be quite hard for Sem 9, and Raja is going to have to pull back as quickly as he can, but then is he going to run into the crutches of another squad? Watch out, the rest of Divine are already moving in a box, leading the charge as he attempts to try to find Raja, the last member I could see here of Sem 9. I think there's another member just further down south, so that's bringing that's an insurance policy that Sem 9 has in case things doesn't work out here with Raja. But nevertheless, though, EVOS already has 1 point to their name.
And I think I did manage to see that the moment that Sem9 player went down, he was instantly revived. So it's nothing to shout about, really, because you get brought back in, you just have your secondary, and it is going to be a little bit messy for you to take that drop right back into the vicinity of the rest of your team members, because you guys are getting hunted down right now. So Newbie, we will have to catch up with him a little bit later on. But now Sem9 Zen OP with a high ground disadvantage, I have to say, because he's all alone. If he gets knocked down here, there'll be nobody else to save him. He is trying to back Raja up as Raja makes his way up, and Newbie actually dropped together with Ashura, and that's going to keep him safe for the time being. They do have EVOS Divine all circled already, but look at Divine. They're sending out 2 guys to circle around, flank from the right-hand side. So worst case scenario for EVOS Divine, if things do go south, they only lose 2 players. This is such a well-taken fight by both the teams.
If you remember what I said during map number 2, it's very risky to split up fights like this. I mean, that's what Sem9 essentially did here. They have 2 people on one end and another 2 people looting another zone, and now this is coming to bite them in the back here because EVOS, they started as a squad, and now they can afford to take these split fights much more effectively. So you can see already MRO5 and his teammate Bien, it's already up on the higher ground compared to where Zen OP is, which is putting him at a massive advantage. In fact, they're already starting to fire upon members of Sem9 7-9, and now Zenobi is going to try to get return fire, and she gets down beyond onto the ground right now together with his teammate MRO5, and now EVOS is scrambling to try to get himself back into play, but Zenobi is rushing forward with the katana, only get gunned down in his prime by Sam 13's sawn-off shotgun.
That was just the perfectly timed shot, and Sam will be able to bring Bios right back up onto his feet, and that will allow them a little bit of time for Mr. 05 to be saved as well. Apex is going to be the next one, and EVOS Divine are once again a full squad. That attack by Sem9 was just a little bit too careless. I mean, why would you run in straight up towards a full squad behind the glue wall with no vision whatsoever as to what's happening behind that? I don't know, man. It's beyond me. But Sem9, they'll have to pay for that with the survival gameplay from Ashura and Newbie. I don't know about Newbie, but Ashura surely knows how to survive and bring the team right back in here. And he's the one who's further away. So the probability of Sem9 surviving till the next few circles might still be there.
Yeah, I think as long as Shura plays the longer game here and just goes with the revive point here, I think Sem9 can still have another chance to fight back. But again, they're going to be quite far behind given this is already coming to the third circle. So still plenty of squads out on the map right now as EVOS have Newbie completely surrounded. I think Sam 13 is going to find him completely. In the meantime, Expand gets himself eliminated by Team Flash just off screen. So that's another major team getting toppled down from the get-go. So Flash, I guess, are already starting to put some revenge actually onto some of the teams that slighted them during the league stage. But to see it Expand is the first one to get eliminated right now kind of worries me a little bit, given that they had a really tough time in the first two maps so far. And this is only going to stumble them a little bit in this progress of trying to maintain a good average score for the entirety of this grand finals.
Yeah, we were just talking about averages earlier, and now they kind of bite the dust a little bit too early. But it's all right. We've got 12 rounds max. Wasting 1 out of 12 is not something people want, but it's something that they can still recover from. SES ALFAINK, they send one straggler out to do the research gameplay first. Bara gets caught in the open. Beyond has got eyes on him. First shot is not taken down. The second one sure as hell does.
I mean, the towers are basically traps designed to contain grenades that get thrown down from atop. So that was just a really bad position to be in. And SES ALFAINK are just struggling to try to hold their own, though, against EVOS Divine right now. Sam 13, looks like he found one person caught up in the middle of the blue wall. He's going to try to bring his teammate back up, but no! He had to dodge out of the way there because SES ALFAINK's not giving them any room to breathe. A time turner comes up, but it's not going to save him as JoJo finishes them off.
Fantastic play by SES ALFAINK. One was the only sacrifice they had to let go of earlier on, but they still should be able to survive and buy their player right back. They do see a vending machine right here in front of them, but King of Gamers might just be the ones who stop them halfway through. But we still have to wait and see if or not King of Gamers do have any of those snipers and long-range engagement capability. SES ALFAINK not taking any risks whatsoever. Instead of running straight up for that vending machine inside of the circle, they're running towards the one that is outside. I think that's pretty smart.
Yeah, I mean, just go where your enemy isn't it? So just by staying on the outside, just riding the blue zone wave, so to speak, they should be able to pick up some additional loot that other teams may have left behind. But nevertheless, for the others who are already smack dab in the middle of this safe zone, like King of Gamers right now, it's just mostly a game of like watching your six and making sure that you have a good position. Though I'm not too sure. I mean, again, this spot is good given it has some elevation down towards the south side, but they're going to be left a bit exposed on the north side because they don't really have any information from anyone moving in that direction. But nevertheless, speaking of movements right now, First Raiders is on the move along the edges of the safe zone, while Flash getting themselves into another fight. First, they already won against Expand. Now they have to face off against NIGMA Galaxy.
Yep, and Fugod just circles around towards the right-hand side. Dew attacking straight up from the front. I believe he's got a woodpecker right in his hands. That's going to be able to bust through some of those armor that Flash already has picked up and purchased for themselves. So this is quite the predicament that Team Flash has gotten caught in. And now they're all circled into one small compound. A couple of grenades can do the job, but Stop has got absolutely none. Whips out the woodpecker, has got a shotgun as well. Long range, short range, he should be able to get the job done. But Team Flash has been able to engage and quickly disable disengage and go for cover extremely fast. Now they have been able to save themselves, but the question is for how long more, Victor?
Yeah, this thing with the light machine gun constantly hounding them, and then the throwables right now putting a stop right now. I wonder if they're going to be able to hold on for much longer, because this fight is dragging on a little bit too much right now. They need to find a way to finish things off, but Flash is not really backing down from this fight either. So this is going to be a hard-fought victory here for any of these squads here as they now rush into the building here. Duke leading the front lines, trying to get a knockdown, gets a knockdown, and indeed will be able to finish things off here, finishing off Flash, leaving them out in 10th place.
Well, NIGMA Galaxy, they surely want to show their fangs a little bit more now. And Step 9 unfortunately bites the dust, as well as Bara finds the final player out there on the battlefield. It's about time we saw NIGMA Galaxy rise back up to the occasion here and show us exactly what they're capable of. The ex-world champions for Free Fire. They haven't really been showing their fangs just yet, but that's a good start. Can they carry this all the way into that final circle? We still need to wait patiently and see. King of Gamers, high ground advantage, bird's eye view on all of this impending action down below. Can they take some long shots though?
Well, attack all around, actually jumping around the top of EARENA. This is going to be interesting. EARENA not quite ready for this fight though. They're forced to bring out the glue walls as the rest of attack all around jumps in. Folky going to be taking a huge brunt of it, damage right around the outside, while the rest of EARENA tries to huddle in the cabin that they already had control of. But how much control can they have? In the meantime, Dio actually getting himself into the fight as well, taking down Kikoro from a distance, and that actually becomes the downfall of AAA as they attempted to try to take on one team. Another team came around and disrupted their little assault.
And EARENA has just been absolutely popping off. Not a lot of kills to show for that. They've been getting those knocks though. Now, Protete takes Caramel out of the equation, and NIGMA Galaxy going to bite the dust as well, courtesy of EARENA. EARENA manages to find the next one in terms of engagement. It's going to be Fugod from afar. He's been knocked up already, and Fugod responds, shut up down on the ground.
Yeah, the Dew is already outside of the blue zone, and I think the rest of them are just getting slaughtered on the front here as the blue zone continues to envelop the rest of this fight. But FIW God still alive up until that point when Orgus brings out a grenade to end his run right there and then.
He doesn't have a glue wall to protect him. Any shots towards EARENA now can be absolutely deadly, but nobody's there to take advantage of those open players going in for those revivals, those pickups. So EARENA will continue to survive this. They've got a full squad ready for this next action. EVOS Phoenix, though, they are about to rise. They have awoken out there on the battlefield, but Team Heavy wants to pull a couple of points for themselves as well. 18 points in total so far from the first two matches. It is absolutely imperative for Heavy to get the top 2 spots now.
You remember who was the one who took out EVOS Phoenix the first map? It was Team Heavy, so I think EVOS might be coming in with this a little bit emotional, I think. But look at that, EARENA not resting on their laurels, are actually trying to encroach onto Phoenix's area here while they're still focused on the outside. Look at that card coming straight towards Joanna, but he is starting to bait it. Still gets the sniper shots in. The time turner is still keeping him up alive, and he's going to have good space right now to try to get a revival back in. But EARENA, conversely, are just completely surrounding them around his cabin here, trying to find a killer. Moshi coming around through the window, trying to shoot down EARENA, who unfortunately find himself trapped inside. And Kilo Gamers the whole time has just been taking pot shots from the outside and become your kill leader right now on the map.
EARENA gets taken out of the equation, and Moshi doing two things at the same time, picking up the rest of his team members as well as shutting down his opponents. Heavy safe in the final circle, and King of Gamers has held on to that high ground advantage and managed to disengage from a lot of those heavy firepower, but taken pot shots against everybody else. They now lead this lobby with the most number of kills, but in 20 seconds all chaos is about to erupt, and EVOS Phoenix, they need to start moving, and they need to start moving now.
But the problem is, once they move out the way, King of Gamers is going to have free reign to shoot them from a distance because they have control over the bridge. Now, the thing is, the bridge is not within this next safe zone, so they still have to face off against Heavy should it come down to that time. But for now, they can still continue to stand up while King of Gamers slowly makes an exfil towards the north side of the circle by using the glue walls for cover. And it's going to be a bit of a slow progress, though. Yeah. But they're going to be hoping that Heavy is still a bit tied up, trying to keep EVOS Phoenix under control. And EVOS, in the meantime, though, doesn't look like they have a lot of cover to begin with.
Yeah, King of Gamers way too lucky in this circle because when you're going down the slope and you're pulling out all of those glue walls, it means absolutely nothing because your head is still exposed, but nobody's focusing on them because EVOS, Phoenix, and Heavy are too busy trying to take each other out of this game before getting into the next circle. Therefore, King of Gamers will secure the final circle. Mochi gets a knock. No kill coming through that just yet. Already has got the Mag 7. Pop after pop. He gets a double kill, and he continues to move on forward. But King of Gamers now, they want to get involved as well. This is just all-out chaos between the three.
Yeah, two members of Heavy are still around the outside here, so they're facing a two-way battle. Oh, the glue wall just got busted down, forcing them to use up the last ones here. I think there's only one more level mill now, but unfortunately they're going to be both taken down. So now it's King of Gamers versus EVOS Phoenix, who's going to come on top. A huge maze of glue walls now set up in the middle, and it's going to be absolute chaos from here as they try to find the kills. Already taking one on Osaka. Knight 77 trying to go around the outside. He's completely out in the open as glue wall breakers are already out, making one entire area here completely toxic for the King of Gamers, and they scramble to try to regain control, but they're already two people on the ground. Knight 77, Kevin 77 still trying to get shots down with the sniper rifles as the others just gathering around wondering what the heck do we do? We can only hold on for dear life as EVOS, they fall down to the ground. King of Gamers takes the booyah.
But the Phoenix needs to wait a little bit more before it can be reborn. King of Gamers this time round, they really step it up. First match 9 points, second game at Kalahari was a letdown as they only pulled away 5. But King of Gamers this time, baby, not only do they get massive numbers of eliminations to their name, but also the booyah for a little bit of extra fame before we head on into a cold map of Alpine.
Whew, wow, I mean, it was absolute chaos from beginning to end. I have to say, once you got to that third circle and everyone was just crowded around, it seems like fights were just breaking out left, right, and center. So it's really tough to keep your head above water in that instance. But King of Gamers definitely benefited from having a very good positional setup. I mean, being up on that bridge gave them plenty of high ground. Granted, it didn't give them a lot of cover, but because the other squads down on the ground were focused on each other, that gave them the advantage, allowed them space to maneuver, and they made the most of it.
I mean, they surely made the most of it, and King of Gamers, they got lucky not once, not twice, but multiple times. But you make your luck in the game of Free Fire.
Right.
It was mostly a positioning supremacy from King of Gamers, high ground advantage, and also the patience to not continuously engage. They were just staying hidden away, and at occasions where they knew it was clearly going to be an opportunity to steal away a kill, they show up, sniper takes the kill, they continue staying in their defensive position. That was the secret sauce here, and they got even luckier because when they were making their way down the hill, nobody had their eyes on them.
Right.
If at all someone was taking shots at them at the very same time, King of Gamers would have been out in the third spot.
That's the thing, because they didn't really face any opposition, and probably one of the weakest points for them in that fight was really just that maneuver coming down from the bridge.
Yes.
So the fact was that Phoenix and Heavy were just tied up with each other because they were literally right next door, so they couldn't afford to break that attention.
Yeah.
And that just gave King of Gamers such a huge opening to take advantage of.
But kudos to Heavy. I mean, I think today they've been doing phenomenally well.
Oh,
We have not
for sure.
seen Team Heavy perform extremely well in this fashion for a long time, and I think we were looking for consistency, and Heavy is surely bringing that on. Good on them, but we still need to see more of this. You can't really allow some of these top dogs to kind of really wind up, which is something that they have to really be afraid of, especially when you look at EVOS Phoenix. They are starting to show up.
I mean, you mentioned the Heavy, we haven't really seen much, but I do have to remind you that like during the play-ins, they came in only second place behind Expand, and they were ahead of teams like Sem9, Team Flash, King of Gamers as well. So they're really, putting this really massive comeback in a way, especially after the disappointment that was the league stage. But nevertheless, though, let's go ahead and have a look at the replays here to see if we can break things down a little bit. I mean, this was another moment for Dew, I think, just basically being on that front line here in the close quarters. And I think, like, especially when we see that a lot of these other maps have been won by teams that mainly have been carrying sniper rifles, I think, like, the close quarter fights here have been a lot more sparse during these grand finals than I've expected, because we saw a lot more close quarter encounters during the play-ins and the league stage. I think now it seems like the meta has sort of shifted towards taking this long-distance fight and being third parties instead of, like, going for all-out aggression.
And I think it's only because of the type of lobby that we have here, right? It's not like the meta has really changed, but the players just don't want to get into those CQC battles, and they prefer to have the distance between each other, because what's your worst case scenario in those long distance? You get knocked down, your friend pulls up a glue wall, you get saved. But CQC, if you get knocked down, the probability of you being picked right back up is really, really low. So I really like the strategy out of all of these teams, but it's only a matter of time before some of these Titans find a way around that. But can we talk about the sheer number of glue walls that we destroyed this time?
Almost 100 right there. I mean, like, I thought 87 was already a lot. It just seems to be getting more and more. But it's also a consequence of the map, I have to say, because Purgatory, a lot more wide open spaces, a lot more, let's say, utility that the glue wall provides, because like it's not just cover, but it also covers your movements and approaches. So I think that's a lot more important to have those glue walls being used up. It's just that now I think from this point onwards, I think teams are starting to figure out that this is what the meta is kind of becoming right now for tournaments. And I have to say, like, if they would have played this style during the normal pub matches, it probably wouldn't work, because everyone's more focused, I think, in pub matches with CQCs, whereas like here, it's all about the refinement of your ability to aim and ability to shoot.
And of course, as we took a peek at the data earlier on, I've just got a question as to how do you have the lesser number of deaths but more revivals? Should be. But we'll find out and we'll tell you guys a little bit later on. King of Gamers, 25 points. That's a solid one from them this time around. EVOS Phoenix with the 16, 9 placement points and a total of 7 kills. But we have to talk about how King of Gamers took the full advantage with that high ground, right? 13 eliminations is no joke in a lobby like this.
Yeah, I mean, the same level of performance that we saw Attack All Around managed to do in that last map. So their King of Gamers Club is just stepping up to the plate pretty much. And you can see, like, the top 4 of this map here is very much Thai favored. So I think a lot of them really favor these sort of like long-range engagements anyway, given that especially this last circle in Purgatory, there wasn't much cover to begin with. And King of Gamers definitely use that to their advantage. But when you look at the other squads as well, I mean, Heavy, they only managed to put themselves up in 7th place. They didn't really get any kill points in that regard. So it kind of like sad, really, because they were, you know, if they had some extra kill points, it could perhaps be a bit competitive with the other groups here. But it seems like if you miss out on those kills, you're just going to be left out alone, even if you're coming in 2nd place.
King of Gamers Club, a total of 13 eliminations, 5,313 damage. And that in itself, as compared to EVOS Phoenix that had 4,966 damage, you look at the sheer number of kills that they have more, shows you how efficient King of Gamers Club were being, and it also shows you how sneaky they were. Because they weren't getting those initial knocks. They were just sneaking off the kills, especially towards those final circles, because of that bird's eye view. And I'm not gonna throw shade on that trick. I think that was a very sound strategy, especially in a lobby like this. You have to make it work for yourself a little bit more.
Yeah, again, it's like, it's not so much about you getting the really lucky shot. It's like how you use that luck really to propel yourself forward. And King of Gamers has definitely demonstrated one way of doing that. But let's have a look at the player leaderboard right now, because so far, Jojo from says ALFAINK has been the one killing the most number of players in this matchup so far. 9 kills to his name, a total of only 4,275 damage, which is surprising when you look at how much Dew has been doing. 7,109 damage, but then only has earned 7 kills so far. So,
but I think Osaka kind of beats him at that.
True.
2,000 damage, the guy has got 7 kills, but 2,360 for JLX. Okay, all of these players, they're really, really proficient at getting the eliminations. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, but it also highlights that, you know, some players' roles really are just to land the killing blow, but some players, they are kind of like the bruisers in the squad, where they're the ones dishing out the damage, but these guys will be usually the ones using the LMGs or the machine guns or rifles just to kind of burst down the damage and then allow your snipers really to pick up the kills.
And let's face it, the main reason why Dew has got so much of damage was because we saw all of those hit marks that he got without getting killed. So we understand where the damage came from. First Raiders Eclipse up top, representing Indonesia. 42 points in total. But King of Gamers Club hot on their heels with the 39 in the 2nd place. Saudara Esports, SCS ALFAINK, 33 points, tying up with EVOS Phoenix in the 3rd and 4th spot. Attack All Around and NIGMA Galaxy. Can we talk about how it's NIGMA Galaxy climbing up ever so slowly, even though they're not doing great.
Like I said, their eyes are very much focused on day 2. Like day 1 is just going to be a bit of an exercise to kind of see where they stand.
Yeah.
But right now they recognize, I think they should recognize by this point that, you know, trying to focus on the heavy hitting teams may not be the most salient strategy, because like that's opening up the door now for other squads to become third parties and to be able to overcome them. But at the very least, they're keeping in touch with where First Raiders and King of Gamers scoreline is. So it's not deficit is going to be too hard to overcome in the next few matches, but it's still it's still going to take them quite a bit of effort, really, I think, to avoid circumstances that are going to allow these other squads to get an advantage over them.
That I have to agree, but you know, as they go out there and test their own strengths, they really have to play this as defensively as possible. It's good to be on the offense because yes, the points accumulated will be able to help you climb up the leaderboard, but just like what King of Gamers has already shown us in the perfect example, when you play your positioning better than attacking the other teams, you are gonna inevitably get those skill points either way, because as long as you're in the right spot at the right time, nicking off, stealing away those skill points is gonna really put you up at the top.
Yeah, so on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a short break, but we'll be right back with more Free Fire action in the Snapdragon Pro Series, so stick around. We'll be right back after these messages.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Yeah, make it look clean like Lysol. Hit it at the park, no curveball. Why they always wanna see my downfall? Cause I'm winning, baby, I'm above y'all. Who gon' bring the party like me? I'm who they all came to see. Make it hot like 3,000 degrees. Making moves like we signing the lease. Let's get it now. Whoa, you know we keep it 100. Let's make it jump, do what we want. Baby, you know that we run it. Top of the world, championships. You know I'm after that gold. All about the hustle, all about the grind. You know it never get old. Let's work it out. Yeah, let's work it out. No time for slowing down. We gotta go get it right now. Let's work it out. Yeah, let's work it out. Blood, sweat, and tears, I lead that. Say it real loud, get the feedback. They be in my ear, I don't need that. I'm just living life, can't you see that? Feel like Jordan from the baseline. 3, 2, 1, gotta make it in the clutch time. Homie, I'm the one, treat this beat like the lunch line. I be in my bag, shining brightest in the dark time. Let go, whoa. You know we keep it 100. Let's make it jump, do what we want. Baby, you know that we run it. Top of the world, championships. You know I'm after that gold. All about the hustle, all about the grind. You know it never get old. Let's work it out. Yeah, let's work it out. No time for slowing down. We gotta go get it right now. Let's work it out. Yeah, let's work it out.
It might be dark, but I'm seeing all the sides of you. Touch my skin, baby, we might be far, but I'm only getting closer to. Feel the way it's crumbling, oh. Feel the way it's crumbling underneath your skin. I'm sick of lonely nights and suffering, oh. Girl, you can find yourself somebody else to go through it. Feel the way it's crumbling, oh. Oh, your fairy tales never look like this. You know your heart's kinda troubling, oh yeah. Oh, your little lies are so full of it. Yeah, you're so caught up. Yeah, you're so caught up. It makes me nauseous. All of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me. flying. Rocking all over the world. Feel the way it's coming in, oh. Feel the way it's coming underneath your skin. I'm sick of lonely nights and suffering, oh. Yeah, you can find yourself somebody else to go through it. Feel the way it's crumbling, oh. Oh, your fairy tales never look like this. You know your heart is kind of troubling, oh yeah. Oh, your little lies are so full of it. Yeah, you're so caught up. Yeah, you're so caught up. It makes me nauseous. All of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me. But I'm doing well now, 'cause you don't know me.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Free Fire Grand Finals. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio. This show is brought to you by ESL, powered by Samsung Galaxy. And with me is the one and only Victor Cax. We are your shoutcasters for the day. Victor, unexpected things have been happening so far, but the expected one was that it's going to be one hell of a Grand Finals.
I mean, yeah, that's still pretty much a case, I feel, because like especially for those guys who are in the top 5 there, the overall standings, they definitely stand a chance of being on top by day number 2. So who knows how that order is going to be shaken up by the end of the day, but that's what we're here for. You know, we're here to find out.
Absolutely, and of course, we're live from the basement of Taman Mall Anggrek. But if you are on the ground floor of Taman Mall Anggrek, then you will be able to tune into just the vibrant energy that's in the mall right now. All thanks to the Free Fire fans. All of the survivors out there are cheering on their squads, and it seems to be doing them a lot of good because SES ALFAINK, the Saudara squad, is still alive and kicking, and I think they've got a little bit more to show.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's still 2 Indonesian squads that are still the primary focus right now on day 1. I mean, First Raiders being one of them, and of course, Saudara Esports, ALFAINK. So I think these 2 teams have really benefited a lot from having the confidence of being the home ground teams. Let's go ahead and jump into an interview right now on ground with our hosts over in Jakarta.
ในเกมนี้ไหมครับ
ใช้ได้ดีครับแบบเวลี่กูดมากเลยครับแบบเล่นแบบตามสไตล์ที่เราซ้อมกันมาครับเลยทำให้ผลงานออกมาดีประมาณนั้นครับ
All of our plans that we've practiced and all of our strategy we executed really well. So it all came good.
Okay. Is there any obstacles in the third round, or which team that for you guys
that you
make you guys very difficult?
รู้สึกว่าทีมไหนเป็นปัญหามากที่สุดสำหรับเราครับ
เซมไนกับเฟิร์สไรเดอร์ครับเพราะว่าแบบใช่ครับเซมไนกับเฟิร์สไรเดอร์
Same Nine and First Rider.
Oh,
Sam9
Sam9
and First
Rider. Jadi buat teman-teman dari Kickoff Gamers Club ini
Iya.
Sam9 sama First Rider yang bikin mereka susah.
Betul sekali.
Bener-bener ini istilahnya mereka harus menemukan cara nih untuk bisa
Tapi lebih
mengatasi.
hebatnya lagi adalah tadi kita sempat nanya sama teman kita ini. Nah, dia itu bilang semua strateginya ini berjalan dengan mulus.
Ya,
Keren
plan-nya
banget.
juga sudah terlaksana dengan sangat
Yes.
baik. Oke,
Once again,
last question.
congratulations.
What is your plan for the fourth
Yep.
match?
What's your plan?
What's your plan?
อีก 4 เกมที่เหลือครับแผนเรามีอะไรบ้างครับ
ก็เล่นปกติที่เคยเล่นเคยซ้อมมาครับก็ไม่หวือหวาก็เกาะกลุ่มหัวตารางไปเรื่อยๆครับแค่นั้นเองครับ
Exactly the same that we're gonna do like for the previous game. We're just gonna stay on top of our the leaderboard and we're gonna keep playing, keep executing well.
Oke, jadi mereka berencana untuk melakukan apa yang sudah dilakukan di ronde-ronde berikutnya.
Betul sekali.
Tapi dengan cara yang lebih baik biar mereka tetap berada di leaderboard. Oke, so
Yes.
thank you ZZ. You can go back to your seat.
Thank you
once
so
again
much.
and good luck once again. Thank
Yes.
you. Oh, luar biasa ya.
Keren banget. Tadi kita sudah melihat kan Pak?
Luar biasa ya.
Indeed. I mean, again, it's kind of funny that they highlighted the Sem9 as like one of the main commanders, given that Sem9, even though they have not a lot of points on the board, but I think like they still feel that they challenged them a lot on that specific map, though.
Yeah.
So that's probably why that they are a lot focused on Sem9, who, by the way, like even though they haven't really translated a lot of performance to points at the moment, they're still getting themselves out there, you know, trying to get those, trying to pick up fights on their own. It's just that they now, I think, need to try to focus more on getting to that final circle, getting more of those placement points, so they can still stay on par with like, the top teams right now in this grand finals.
Yeah, it might not be visible just yet, but Sem9 surely is one of those teams that can really push your buttons out there on the battlefield. But you know, one of the things that powers up all of these players out there on the battlefield is our main sponsor of this event, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters.
Yeah, and Snapdragon has been powering your phones for a lot thanks to their Qualcomm Snapdragon processors. Now they're powering tournaments like the Snapdragon Pro Series, so shout out to them, and once again thank them for really bringing us this opportunity to show you guys the best of the best when it comes to Free Fire. So, in any case, now that we're going to be coming to a repeat here, now we're coming to the final map of the 4 that we're going to be in this cycle, which is going to be Alpine. Do you see that things are going to be a lot more different coming into this one? I mean, now we already have 3 maps under our belt.
Yeah.
We already can see that first Raiders, then Attack All Around, and now King of Gamers pick up Booyahs. I personally think that, yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot of like teams just exchanging Booyahs like this, isn't it?
I want to say that, but here's my first prediction of the day. EVOS Phoenix might just wake up as well as expand, because these two teams are very, very good at finding their way around Alpine. It's going to be purely dependent on, of course, whether or not they do find some early engagements. If they don't find early engagements, they might just be ones to watch out for in that final circle.
So, yeah, I mean, again, when we talk about early engagements, we didn't really see much of... I mean, we did see early engagements between 3 squads in particular in the first couple of maps. I think the third map, granted, Purgatory is a little bit more open-ended, so I think we didn't really see a lot of hot drops happening there. But I think for the most part, teams now are just more focused on trying to make sure they can maximize the points potential they have. And sometimes that also means just foregoing a lot of the early aggression, just simply to be able to gain a better position or to get better loot, basically, that can help them in those final circle fights.
Better position, better loots, of course, it helps you. But we also have to keep an eye on 2 other teams that are not as good when it comes to maybe positioning out there in Alpine, but they are surely record setters when it comes to the eliminations. We're talking about first Raiders Eclipse as well as NIGMA Galaxy. They hold the current record for the most eliminations out there on Alpine, and I don't think it's going to be very much different this time around. But the cameras are going to be rolling back down to our ground floor at Taman Mal Angre as we prepare for this next battle.
Yep, I can see all 12 teams out on stage there. I mean, I love the fact that like every single one of them who are sitting in their like hot seats can basically have a look on all the fans that are just cheering them on the ground. 13 seconds till we start the map on Alpine. I hope you guys are strapped in and ready, hanging onto the edge of your seats, because this is still going to be a banger if the last 3 maps have been any indication so far.
I think ESL has outdone themselves with this setup. I absolutely love how bombastic the environment looks, and it's just sweet, man. I mean, look at that. Look at all of those LED screens, and I just love how the animation of the streaks behind the plane straight up into the match. Alpine, if you were in the audience right now, you'd be having one gala of a time. So if you're anywhere in or around Jakarta, Taman Mal Angre, that's the place to be in. Once again, 4 times in a row, we've got a very decent flight path. This time, once again, splitting down the midpoint of this map, opening up the whole area for battles, Victor.
His first raid is going to be going straight to Garrison. Looks like that is the case. They're spreading out around there, but EVOS Phoenix are probably going to shoot a little bit past them and maybe land around Snowfall. So that's going to keep them in a good position to keep an eye out on where first raid is going to be going to next. But everyone else is pretty much splitting themselves up very evenly across the map right now. Sem9, though, they got hot dropped right now by King of Gamers, so they're already suffering some casualties on the King of Gamers side, though, so things may not looking that good right now on Railroad, because there's already 2 people down. Sem9 getting the kills done.
Yeah, this is exactly why King of Gamers said that they are a problem for them. Sem9's like, yup, we are the problem for you. Kevin77, Let's see if or not he can stay hidden away as long as possible. The AK-47 in hand. Raja splitting off towards the right-hand side. But this is going to leave them all out in the open as SES ALFAINK slowly circles around towards their vicinity. Now, Sem9, this might just be an unfortunate oopsie made by them as they go out for the hunt, looking for the final player on the side. Did he just turn around at the final? No, I think he spotted his foot.
Maybe, maybe not. He's
Tell
still
me
sticking
he did.
around.
Yeah,
but
he did.
I think he did. Yeah,
There
he
you go.
definitely did. Oh, nowhere for him to run. King of Gamers suffering the lowest of lows right now after having the highest of highs with the Booyah in the last round. Unfortunately, gets themselves knocked out in 12th place in map number 4. So, again, you know, that's why they already were quite worried about Sem9 from the get-go. And Sem9 probably thought, like, yeah, we'll probably have an advantage right now.
Yeah. 7-9 would have probably been smiling year to year when they got named. And I think inadvertently, they might have just motivated Sem9 with their words.
Oh, for sure.
You know?
I mean,
and Sem9 was doing so badly. And they're like, we are afraid of Sem9. And Sem9 was like, yeah, I'll be afraid of us.
Dude, like, no, when you get called out like that on a live stage interview, you've got to respond back somehow.
Oh, yeah.
And Sem9 did the best possible way by responding in-game by eliminating King of Gamers from the get-go. So
you're right to fear us, you're right.
Nevertheless, let's go ahead and see what Flash has been up to lately. They have just mostly taken control of the zone. NIGMA Galaxy as well are just mostly moseying around within the area here. There's no incentive for these teams to go out and find the fights here because these are the teams that are still within that safe zone. NIGMA Galaxy, of course, haven't yet tasted the success of a Booyah so far in this tournament, but they've at least been putting themselves up there just by kill points and placement points alone. But can they finally overcome this really competitive tournament right here? I mean, that still remains to be seen, isn't it?
Let's see if or not Flash will be able to flashily show off this time around. Because just like King of Gamers, not exactly like King of Gamers, but something like them, they did really well in Kalahari and then they pretty much bombed out in Purgatory, where I think they were placed in the 7th spot or 8th spot, but they did manage to kind of sandbag themselves with the 6 kills, so that's good on them. But they need to make sure they play a slightly safer game in Alpine, or slowly but surely it is going to affect their overall performance. EARENA on the hunt, looking for Expand. Now Expand can't really take the zip line across because EARENA will be able to shoot them off of those lines. The zip lines, they don't really move you from one point to the other very fast. So that's going to be an unfortunate situation for Expand to be caught in. But EARENA doesn't want trouble. They don't know who they're going up against, but they do not want this early engagement. They peel away. Expand gets to live another day for sure as they continue to run on straight.
That was a very interesting thing just now because I noticed that both Expand and EARENA just kept one person behind while 3 squad members were the ones in the front line. So I think they were like anticipating that any fight at this stage here is going to be probably resulting in a few casualties, so they wanted that insurance policy.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, though, that's with Expand pulling back from that fight there, that means that there's no engagement going to be happening. But at least they do know that a squad is going to be gatekeeping the bridge area, so they're going to try their very best to steer clear of there. Meantime, first Raiders seem to be exploring what options they have against Sem9, but Sem9 seem to be very well dug in at this point. So either they're going to have to find an opening kill or maybe use the vehicle to launch a surprise attack. But Lozzy has already got himself into the building. He's already moving up very rapidly. Probably going to be running to Sem9 very soon. And Aikal already setting up his area effect there. It's probably going to be good if they can actually land some good shots. They try to put a trouble in. Xenopi is going to be first one to hold the line there. He actually takes down Aikal just in time. But Lozzy is going to come up behind with a follow-up. Is going to be able to take down. No, he does not. Xenopi is still able to hang on for dear life, even though he was down to a sliver of health. The glue wall tries to come up, but a grenade launcher from Souza is going to prove to be his downfall as Lozzy finishes off the rest of the frontliners here, and looks like Sem9 very much in deep trouble.
Sometimes it's good to back your team members up, sometimes it's just an absolutely bad time, and that was when your team member has got an opponent with the grenade launcher. Souza, beautiful double kill, and Souza finishes off Ashura as well. Takes the triple for himself, all on the players of Sem9. I mean, First Raiders sure as hell are on fire. Remember, we talked about this team. They know how to get those kills on Alpine, and they've started off great.
Yeah, they only lost Aikal, but that was mostly because he had to go face to face against Zen OP, who had a shotgun in hand. So the odds on that weren't great. But if it wasn't for Souza providing that support with the grenade launcher, I think Sem9 thought they had a chance there really to try to hold the line.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, a bit unfortunate. Nevertheless, let's see what Heavy has been up to, because it seems like they're getting close to where EARENA is, as we see where this next circle is going to land. Are they going to be within this next safe zone, though?
Kudos to Garena, by the way. I think they have very slowly upgraded their UI. And, you know, the UI has just definitely been able to help us paint the story much more clearer. And one of the recent ones that has been upgraded here is the ability to show us how much of coins do each of these players actually have in their pockets. So it'll roughly be able to tell us if or not some of their team members can be purchased right back in, and really paint a better picture of the survivability of a squad when things do go south. For example, if Fudai is the last guy standing, then he has to go to the revival platform. But I believe Buffalo, who had 800 coins on him, yeah, he should be able to buy the whole town as well as his friends right back. So I think this is one of the better upgrades that we have received in quite a while now.
Yeah, it's more information is always better. You know, like what the saying goes, information is power. So yeah, power to Garena for delivering us this information. Nevertheless, though, between Heavy and EARENA, not much incentive for them to move because they're both in the safe zone. So I think it's going to be a bit of a Mexican standoff right now between these two, as neither side wants to fire out that first shot. Because remember, if a third party comes in, that means it's party over, very much so. Meantime, bit of confrontation right now. Attack all around, and EVOS Phoenix locking horns right now. EVOS Phoenix stuck in the cabin, while Attack all around seemed to be wanting to make the move down southwards, but unfortunately got stopped in the way. But look at that loot box literally landing right in the middle of this fight here. It's straight into Attack all around's lap.
You know, right in their lap is one thing, but straight between him and his opponent, that's... It could be a saving grace. It could just be like the sign from God saying, you know, stop fighting and just find a better position for yourself. And I think they took that as a sign. They just peeled away.
A little bit of divine intervention never hurt anyone, for sure. So, nevertheless, EVOS Phoenix doesn't seem to have an opening, so it looks like they will be regrouping, but mostly sticking within this village right now. So they definitely have a decent position. Not much incentive to run either, but nonetheless, it's going to be up to where this next safe zone is going to land up. In the meantime, I mean, things are quieting down a little bit as teams already settle into their zones, very much so.
Let's see what will Phoenix be able to pull away this time round. They have a opportunity to continuously sneak into the next circle without really engaging with anyone. Can't say the same for EARENA, who has got EVOS Divine on the left-hand side and Heavy on the right, with also Mina holding on to the grenade launcher. You do not want to be where you are.
And watch out for Dew, actually. NIGMA Galaxy's Dew is just lurking around the corner there, and he has got a sniper rifle. I think it's like AWM in hand. So if any one of these members from Heavy or EARENA decides to step outside of their cover, that means that Dew potentially could get a free kill that way. So
or free hit mark.
Yeah. Oh yeah. just to buff up his damage stats, isn't it?
No shade, dude. No shade. Just calling out facts now.
Yeah.
EARENA and Heavy, it looks like they just want to dance around each other for the time being. A lot more time for them to waste since they do have the circle. No need to rush in anywhere. In fact, they're smack dab in the middle of the next circle too. Let's go.
Wow, this is absolute luck for them, I think, because there's two circles in a row where they were in the middle. So, nevertheless, though, I think it might be an encounter up north because Attack all around and First Raiders start to collide in each other. Sales ALFAINK is starting to work their way towards where EVOS Divine is, and they don't seem to be too happy about it, given that they're already firing off shots at them. And First Raiders, they do have the cover of the solar array at the moment, while Aikal is going to try to peel away here, and he does... everyone else basically follows his lead, just peeling away from this battle. They don't want to fight against Attack all around, knowing that they're a full squad, but then they are not going to be letting them go that easily, though. Lalzi just lost his vehicle right now. Attack all around shooting at him as he attempted to make an escape.
Attack all around, they don't have a lot of time here. The circle's already slowly inching towards them, and they're still wasting time at the very edges of those circles. So that's going to be unfortunate if they do get caught out and another team meets them halfway. NIGMA Galaxy slowly circling around to meet the home ground players of Saudara Esports, ALFAINK, SES. They need to start moving as well, but I like the strategy out of SES. Although they know they're outside of the circle, they also know there's someone approaching from the back, and they can't really move just yet. And Abax just gets taken down. That's EVOS Divine. No kill coming through just yet, though, and Ray finds Aikal. Lozzie trades Ray right back, and that's just going to slow down Saudara for a bit.
Yeah, a bit of a messy one right now as Blue Walls are starting to come up, and the first Raiders, they are going to be facing a little bit of pressure right now to try to finish off this fight running outside. Lozzie's still attempting to try to glide around as, but Cells on fight of Ray finds the kill onto him now, so he is locked in place. Should be finished off at this point, and Cells on fight still has 4 members up. Aikal's going to try his very best to recover. He does get a knockdown of Ray, but he is going to get traded as a result. So says ALFAINK still having full strength, and at this point will be able to take Aikal out of the lobby completely, and looks like they have won this battle quite handily here. So that's the thing about taking up these fights. You cannot afford any half measures. You know, you have to go a full in for the commitment, or else you're just going to be eliminated one after another, just like how First Raiders was just now.
At the end of the day, SES ALFAINK, they are the big brothers when it comes to the Indonesian scene over First Raiders Eclipse. So the little brothers just have to bow down and out for a little bit here as they allow their big bros to get the job done. But can they actually do it? That's still a question that's up in the air. Expand outside of the circle as well. 8 more seconds for them to start moving on in, but it's just a little bit too crowded in there, don't you think, Victor?
Oh boy, and speaking of getting crowded, look at EVOS Phoenix crowding inside this tower. That's going to be a trap, literally, for Troubles. But First Raiders Eclipse nevertheless gets themselves eliminated, so that little assault has just bit them in the back. NIGMA Galaxy now getting some shots onto Heavy here as they're getting pounded upon by EVOS Divine, who is coming up from the south side. And EVOS Phoenix, in the meantime, caught up in this very tough battle here as attack all around. Storms the tower, completely eliminating them, while Moshi from the outside tries to recover some of those points by taking down Jump God, but isn't able to finish off the kill. There's attack all around. It's already taken control. Now they're just moving in, using the jump pad as well to get in another position. Moshi, though, he is in position to take him down very quickly, and does so in very spectacular fashion.
Yeah, but now they are already bleeding. 2 players out of the equation already. EVOS Phoenix needs to play the game of survival without getting into another engagement. 4K, we don't know who knocked him down onto the ground, but he's going to get expired in a little bit. Moshi facing a lot of heavy firepower alongside Get High. Karoro, final player on the side of attack all around, outside of the circle as well. He can fly right back in, but where will he land? Right on top of EARENA! Out in the open! This is a GG! Karoro runs straight back in, and nobody spotted him. What a savior here. And now Karoro from the back. He literally runs, sees a player, trigger discipline, doesn't shoot, gets into his own time turner. And what chaotic experiences this guy is facing out there. But still, nobody takes a shot against him.
The fights are also chaotic. Look at the amount of troubles coming up on the Team Flash's side. They want to take control of this building, which is currently being held by both Expand as well as Team Heavy. But then now, Flash is still around the outside, completely out on lurch. In the meantime, Kokoro finally gets shut down thanks to a back 7 shot there from says ALFAINK. Now, let's see whether or not Flash will be able to break an entry. They do have an entry. Again, they are using that to get into the building, while Expand and Heavy are still tied up on the other end of this building here.
Protete, slow approach towards Expand. Team Flash on the other hand, long shots against SES ALFAINK, who are very busy with EVOS Divine, so that's a smart play from Team Flash, but they are poking the hornet's nest, because the last time we checked, Team Flash needs to also deal with Heavy, who are attacking from the back. EVOS beyond, final player! But he gets taken out of the equation, all thanks to SES, and NIGMA Galaxy at the very same time doing great work on the players of Team Flash, leaving just Bloody and Yan Bin all together.
Yeah, Cess as well as like E9. Jojo right now not quite getting himself in a good position here. But nevertheless, though, Flash still waiting for an opportunity. But unfortunately, they lost both Vio and Shin in attempts to try to take over the building. So they're not exactly working their very best. Cells ALFAINK right now is the top kill leaders, and they are on the opposite end of this circle. So they can pretty much afford to stay out of trouble and let the other teams just eliminate each other. As Bloody gets a good recovery there, getting some kill points off his own there, thanks to some well-placed shots with his sniper rifle. But gotta watch out behind. Expand just moves in onto them. Oh boy, this is gonna be big trouble right now for Flash. Yenbin desperate to try to hold on, but a time turner is not gonna save him from X-Roy's Shot-off shotgun.
Yeah, Roy just says get the hell out of here. But great time turner played against Team Expand though. But Expand now downstairs. Up on top, you've got a heavy squad who might just bring the whole roof down. Towards your left, you've got EARENA. But it is Heavy that engages first. Limit gets knocked down. Who takes the kill? It's still me now. Heavy still claims that point away. And Expand doesn't get to steal that from anyone. But top 3 for Expand. Can they continue to survive though? EARENA can make quick work of them. The circle started moving already. Everybody's on the edge of it, which means this fight now needs to be dragged outside of this compound.
Yeah, I mean, what was Limit doing all the way outside? Now EARENA is going to have to fight with 3 people. Milnow's going to get down on the ground here, but he's going to be blocked by Blue Wall. As Expand still has a 4-man squad. Now they're going to be moving around the corner here to meet up against EARENA as well as Heavy. Now they're going to try to get on the top. Milnow's forced back all the way up in order to recoup with the rest of the team. So it looks like Expand already has full control over the ground floor. If they can just eliminate the rest of EARENA, which they're attempting to do, but Shut Up is still attempting to fight his own, and it's already gotten a knockdown and a kill onto the Axel. So it's not exactly a bloodless fight here. Expand literally needs to wipe them out quickly now before Heavy starts to roll in. Oh no, it's too late. Heavy rolls in heavy onto Expand and takes him out completely, leaving Shut Up the only member left, and there was easy pickings for the Vietnamese squad.
Whoa, and Team Heavy deals a heavy blow to everybody. Expand had a great play, but it was against 2 teams that were just much better positioned overall. Heavy had that high ground advantage, did not want to engage with EARENA, and finally when Team Expand kind of rolled in from that right-hand side flank, that was the perfect advantage for them because that distracted the players of EARENA for Heavy just to clean up shop and take the booyah. What a fantastic strategy executed.
Wow, I mean, again, like, they were holding onto that rooftop for the longest time, and Milnow, you know, he attempted to go down on the ground to maybe get some kills, but then realized very early on that this is going to be a very tough fight, so he regrouped with his team, and they all went down together, and that's the way they were able to stomp out their opposition in that building itself by going full force, full commitment, and look at where it's led them. Booyah on for the 4th map.
Heavy has been quite consistent. They haven't been great. They have been, I think, more than okay. 10-8-8 was their score in the first 3 maps. And now you get the booyah plus solid number of kills to your side. Looks like Heavy is going to make its way up the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly the kind of consistency slash opportunity that I think a lot of teams were looking for, and it seems like Heavy has literally played out this playbook very, very well.
Yeah.
So again, like, we're talking about a team that was number 2 behind where Expand was when it came to the play-ins. So there are no slouches either in the fight department, and certainly they are one of the few teams that are, I mean, they're one of the few Vietnamese teams, period, in this competition that are really one that a lot of teams pay attention to because of how strong they are in terms of skill. And just look at their strategy alone, like the decision making they made in that final fight was just sublime.
And it's quite fantastic to see how the play-ins teams are actually doing so much better than the teams that actually got the very quick qualification into the grand finals. You know, you could look at this 2 ways. Yes, the first way, we've already discussed it. The teams from the play-ins had a little bit more time to kind of practice, sharpen up their skills, as well as really get ready for this day. But you look at the flip side of the coin, it could just be a little bit of overconfident, you know, top 6 teams that have made it into the grand finals thinking, okay, this could just be a breeze all the way through the finals day 1. But I think they are getting their wake-up call, but better now than tomorrow, because today you get that wake-up call, you're fully awake before the final day of the grand finals, you're still good to go.
Yeah, indeed. So again, you know, as long as you maintain good consistency like what Heavy has done, just getting the 10-8-8 points there, that allows them, you know, to still be within touch of the top teams, and that's what you want to do in this grand finals. You don't necessarily need to go all guns blazing from the very beginning, because how long can you keep that up, you know?
Yeah.
So just steady as it goes with the points there, and when the opportunity strikes, you just come in strong and heavy.
Sem9 opened things up great, living up to the praise that King of Gamers gave them earlier on, saying that they were the strongest fight or the most annoying ones in their own eyes, and yeah, they surely were this round as well. But Sem9 met quite the deadly end in the hands of the first Raiders Eclipse as they got taken out in the 11th spot. First Raiders later on went to meet their own brothers from Indonesia, SES ALFAINK, and the big bros put an end to it pretty quickly.
Yeah, and this was quite a standout fight here, I think, for SES ALFAINK, because they were virtually unopposed on the eastern side of the circle until they met up against EVOS Divine and just literally eliminated them. But in the meantime, though, things were very chaotic here at the other end because you have 4 squads: EARENA, Expand, Heavy, as well as EVOS, and they were just basically just going up against each other in this building here, just constantly fighting for a little bit of ground, a little bit of control. But in the end, though, it was Heavy who decided to come in full force, especially after Expand had been too tied up with this fight against EARENA, and there's one last kill there to shut up was the one that delivered them the booyah.
I mean, you know, sometimes it's good to just stay hidden. Sometimes it's great to camp, especially when those times gives you a few extra points in the final circle, right? Total eliminations this time, 47 overall, but 78 headshots just shows us that everybody's really getting geared up. Everybody's got those fingers warmed up already, and the final 2 matches are going to be explosive, Victor.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, we're seeing these stats kind of climb a little bit round after round, though still, I think, highest kill we've seen so far in this competition on a map individual basis was 7, but Bara is getting himself up there with 5 kills though, so at least that's something that can be happy with. And it's kind of interesting as well when we look at the stats here, because it says ALFAINK, they had 10 headshots in total. But then they weren't able to make their way to the final circle. But whereas when you look at Heavy, they only had 2 headshots, but yet they were the ones who ended up with the booyah.
And Heavy also was staying away from a lot of those engagements. Like, you saw the strategy, even in that final circle, you stay on the roof and you shut up. You know, I mean, I'm not talking about EARENA's shut up. You literally shut up. You don't do much, and you take advantage only when you need to respond. And I think that was one of the winning factors here for Team Heavy, knowing that they don't really need to go ham against some of these other teams. They can just play it patient, because at the end of the day, this is a battle royale. This is a game of survival. It's all about the last team standing, and it was that strategy that made them grab onto that booyah pretty confidently at the very end. But, you know, all of the other teams are slowly climbing up. For example, SES ALFAINK, they were already doing great in the 4th spot earlier on, so them picking up 15 points just piles on that pressure, because I thought Heavy was going to be able to climb up quite a bit, but with teams like SES doing well as well, Heavy's going to still have a little bit of an issue reaching the top 3.
Yeah, and I'm really happy to see the EARENA Expand both getting themselves up there as well, getting 6 kills each, and combine that with the placement points they got in the end, that's actually putting them in a very competitive place right now, at least for this round standing. Attack all around still very decent there with 8 points to the name. NIGMA Galaxy only was able to eke out about 7, only 2 kills to the name here. Team Flash, the other enemy squad, is taking top honors on the 2nd page here, but only getting 1 kill to the name, so it's really only placement points that are the saving grace at this point. And I wonder, especially with teams becoming a lot more warmed up, a lot more aggressive with the way they're taking fights here, are we going to see a situation where the kill points become a lot more important than the placement points at some stage of this competition here? Because I kind of feel we're trending towards that direction now.
We surely will be moving towards that, because, you know, when you look at the placement points, they are limited in terms of how much you can capture, but kill points, you know, the world's your oyster. If you've got great capability of going out there, engaging safely, taking those kill points for your squad, you are going to be the bigger winner at the end of the day. But here's the time for us to look at how some of these teams made that magic happen out there on the battlefield. And it looks like the Mag 7 was a really popular weapon this time around, and this kind of, you know, re-emphasizes the conversation that we were having earlier on. It's not really a shift of the meta as a whole, but, you know, the teams are trying their very best to not take these CQCs, but when push comes to shove, the shotguns still get the job done.
I think that is just adaptation at play here, really, because, you know, the early rounds were won out by, you know, having a majority of kills on sniper rifles, but I think teams are starting to recognize that the best way to deal with a sniper at long range is just go up to their face with a really big gun. And what bigger gun is there than the Mag 7?
Oh, they made it! Top 3 Having 46 points, and that's exactly what you need, right? To boost your confidence. One solid play, one good play. And think about it in this way, Victor. One more. If they can outplay First Raiders Eclipse as well as SES ALFAINK, they'll have the #1 spot. Vietnam up at the top. Who would have guessed? Indonesians up at the top. Yep, everybody guessed that because it's the home ground advantage for them. But Indonesia will be up and about, super pumped up, especially down there at the ground floor of Taman Mall Anggrek. SES ALFAINK in the first spot, and First Raiders Eclipse right there behind them. Just 1 point difference.
I mean, that's but the thing is that Heavy managed to earn this third place spot even without having a lot of kills necessarily. A lot of that points are from the placement points they've been able to earn throughout these 4 rounds so far, and that's putting them heads and shoulders even above teams that attack all around. At King of Gamers Club only managed to deal, what, about half the amount of placement points they've been able to gather compared to Heavy. So that's amazing here for Team Heavy that they were able to get themselves all the way up here. So I'm thinking that if they can produce a repeat, as in get a second Booyah, they could certainly make them favorites right now for this grand finals very quickly.
I do not want them to aim for a Booyah though, because I think this is where they really have to take the advice by attack all around. Don't aim for the top. Just go out there and do a decent job. As long as they can just bring in the average performance, which they have been in the past 3 maps, that's what kind of pushed them to the capability of having this third spot. If you continuously aim for the top, for example, EVOS Phoenix, you're definitely aiming for the top. NIGMA Galaxy, you think they're not aiming for the top? They're aiming, but you know, all of those push is putting on so much of pressure on them, and it's bringing out those forced errors. Heavy, on the other hand, have been playing it really smart, and the smart play is the safe play. You know, yes, they got decent number of kills this time around, but all that was through disengaging and trying to not get into a lot of these scuffles. And hopefully that is the strategy. I don't need to hope. I know they are going to continue playing that strategy because it's been getting them all of whatever it's been getting them so far.
Yeah, fair enough. If it ain't broke, don't try to fix it, right? So, but I think like one thing we kind of skipped over a little bit in that analysis. Since ALFAINK actually overtook First Raiders in points, so they're the leaders right now.
It's big brothers, bro.
Yeah, I know.
And that one fight made the difference,
right? I mean,
literally that one fight.
You saw the amount of headshots they got. They saw the amount of kills they got. So what they're not really getting in terms of like placement points or booyahs, they're making up for it just by kills alone. So I mean, they have their own strategy and it seems to have worked out well for them. The question is, how long can they keep it up? How long are they going to be able? How are they going to be able to keep getting kills after kills if other teams are going to be starting to get a lot more aggressive, a lot more stronger in their tactics here? I mean, it's going to be quite the run here. I think it says ALFAINK maybe at some point here are going to have to try for that Booyah because that's going to be the main saving grace. I think if you once the aggressive strategy kind of runs out of steam, then you have to play the margins.
Unless if you can keep it up.
If you can keep it up, that's all power to you, man.
Because once again, right, you aim for that Booyah, you get to max out at 12. You aim for kills, I mean, the world's your oyster. You keep bagging kill after kill after kill. But it comes with its own fair share of problems as well, because you know other teams have the capability of shooting as well. But on that note, we're gonna take a quick short break. When we come back, the craziness continues as we hit that reset button on all of the maps. We'll see you guys in a bit.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
put you back in your place. Yeah, you know we don't take for granted. Nah, we born with this kind of talent. We see it through to the end. We take no win, we make it happen. Yeah.
Over they know that we taking it. We are the best, no mistaking it. We number one, you number here's what it is, no debating it. Don't put our name on the waiting list. No holding us back, we escaping it. Don't need a teacher who grading it. If we do it, then we gon' be great in it. Pacing it, racing it. Weight on our back and we carry it. I do like I married it. Us coming last, that's hilarious. They challenging numbers, that's various. And your feelings, then take them and bury it. They taking the L, no comparing it. You can see on their face cause they wearing it. We are the greatest alive. Don't like it, go stand in the line. What else is you gon' do about it? Just wait till we get in our prime. We don't put our feet up recline. We moving, they talking with wine. We presently way past the past. That mean no more looking behind.
You think that you've got it made? I'll put you back in your place. Yeah, you know we don't take for granted. Nah, we born with this kind of talent. Yeah, we see it through to the end. We take no win, we make it happen. Yeah.
We taking over, settling. You gonna be seeing our face here, seeing our name, yeah. There's no escaping, so do not complain here. It's time for a change here. Level up because we not in the same tier, not in the same league. A picture's worth 1,000 words. You looking at the best. You knew that from looking at the rest. Competitors put you to the test on the regular, but you get through the stress.
You think that you've got it made? I'll put you back in your place. Yeah, you know we don't take for granted. Nah, we born with this kind of talent. Yeah, we see it through to the end. We take no win, we make it happen. Yeah. All I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to yet another arena where we're gonna keep on slaying and slaying and slaying here, ladies and gentlemen, the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is AJ the Mustachio. We're here to bring you guys yet another round of Free Fire here in this grand finals, coming in live from Jakarta at the Taman Mall Anggrek. We're going to be bringing you guys even more action as soon as the players are ready. And boy, so far it's been a lot of things that have been unexpected, things that have been expected as well. But I think most of all, I'm just super impressed that everyone is just bringing their A game to this competition here.
One of the things that I expected but did not expect to do as well as it's doing right now is the home ground advantage. Because none of the Thai players are really popping off, man. It's all about Indonesia right now with First Raiders as well as SES. But of course, you know exactly who makes all of this possible.
It's going to be our sponsors. And starting off, we're going to be saying shout out to Samsung Galaxy, for they are providing us a lot of powerful devices that will be able to power your esports experience. Starting with the Z Fold 4, one of the few foldable phones out there in the market, and certainly one that you want to pick up, especially if you want to have an advantage when it comes to your gaming experiences.
I get nervous every time we show the Fold 4 on screen. I know exactly what's waiting for me at home. I'm going to be bugged once again once I get back home today, that's for sure. But you know, it's a beautiful phone, man. Who wouldn't want it?
I know, right? I mean, like, back in my day, you know, foldable phones were all the rage, but that kind of went away with the smartphone era.
Yeah.
Now it's already coming back thanks to Samsung, you know, providing us this kind of level of technology.
And all of the OGs surely want to get that flip once again, but this time screens on both sides. But all of you guys, we want to know exactly how you flip your decision back and forth between who you think is going to be able to dominate today, the next match, the whole day of the Grand Finals Day 1, or until tomorrow. Throw all of your predictions into our Twitch chat and show us that you are the best foreseer of all fate.
Yeah, so, you know, especially, we know a lot of guys who are watching the stream right now are just basically pulling on their own couch analysis, so why don't you play a bit more of your analysis on stream here. So go ahead, send in your predictions, let us know how smart you are in analyzing this compared to how we are, but nevertheless though, it's all in good fun.
It's all good fun. It's all good fun. Some of you guys have just got better predictions than us, man. I just gotta say, right?
That's just a fate. That's just a fate of us as commentators sometimes,
my fate,
you know.
man. It's just my fate. Okay, there's nothing much we can do. But you know what we can do? We can see exactly how far the home ground advantage actually pushes SES ALFAINK as well as their brothers First Raiders Eclipse, right? Because I'm actually amazed that they've been able to not just hang on, but hang on at the top for so long.
Yeah, and you know, consider the fact that SES ALFAINK has not taken the booyah yet, and already they're on top of the leaderboard. So certainly what they're working on is working well for them.
And also considering the fact that First Raiders Eclipse were dead last in terms of the teams that qualified for the finals.
Right. So yeah, I mean, again, you know, when it comes to grand finals like these, you cannot really carry forward the sort of impressions that these teams have built throughout the play-ins and the league stages, because tournament metas are always changing, always dynamic. You know, things that usually work in the public matches, sometimes just don't work at all when it comes to a real on-ground tournament. So a lot of times, you know, what makes some teams, you know, the best of the best really is how quickly they can adapt to these changing kind of metas. You know, so it's like sometimes if you're too mentally focused on, like, you know, what's strong in the game, you know, knowing that, you know, as long as I have this combo and this combo, it's always going to work. Sometimes in the tournament that doesn't work out well, because in practical sense, you know, everyone knows that that's going to be the strategy, so they already find good counters to it, or they just completely have a different strategy that makes this combination that was once strong completely unviable in this current tournament meta.
Sometimes it's about the long game and all of the strategy, but for now, it's about a short video we prepared for you. Enjoy.
Buat tim-tim yang ada di grand final nanti, kami siap buat juara dan kami akan menunjukin hasil yang terbaik.
Mình muốn gửi lời đến team Heavy là hai team chúng mình đang chiến đấu vì màu cờ sắc áo, nên là hãy cố gắng hết mình nhé.
ฝากกับทีมอื่นด้วยนะครับ ฝากตัวน้อยๆไว้ด้วยนะครับ
ก็เป็นทีม EVOS นั่นนะครับ ALFAINK ว่าการเล่นเขาน่ากลัวครับผม
ฝากถึงทุกทีมนะครับที่เจอกันใน ESL นะครับสู้ๆครับ
น่าจะ EVOS Thailand นะครับ EVOS Phoenix ใช่ครับก็น่าจะน่ากลัวสุดแล้วเพราะว่าแบบการเล่นสไตล์ที่แบบเราเคยเจออยู่แล้วครับถ้าเจอกันก็แบบสู้กันยากประมาณนี้ครับ
Kepada tim ALFAINK, good luck. Semoga kita berjaya sama-sama nanti.
And 7 more seconds to kick off. This is going to be the 5th match of the day, the second last, and we fly right back into Bermuda.
Yeah, so we already finished one whole cycle of the maps. Now we're going to be repeating the maps from this point on, starting off with Bermuda one more time. I mean, again, it's still fresh in my mind how that first round turned out. So let's see whether or not history will repeat itself. But I have a feeling that things are going to be running on a slightly different script this time around, no less because the flight path is a little bit different this time around. Previously, it was coming from bottom to top. Now it's going from the top to the bottom, but it's still going to be even split regardless. Bullseye seems to be the point of interest right now for Team Flash, as they're headed in that general direction. We also see EARENA dropping as well, but looks like they might be dropping off a little bit early on because they just fall short of getting to Bullseye right now, focusing on trying to get the early game loot. But it looks like Circle actually dropping off early was quite a good deal there, because they still managed to stay themselves on the top side of that safe zone.
All eyes is going to be on First Raiders Eclipse for sure. They were the team that opened up the day at Bermuda with a solid booyah to their name, with a total of 9 eliminations. And that is, I believe, the most number of points they've managed to pick up for themselves all throughout the day. So let's see if or not First Raiders can outdo their old play from earlier on, as Shin drops the ball. It's Protege that knocks him down and gets the kill.
Yeah, it's just 1-for-1 though, because they lose a shut up in that process as well. But that's not really a good start here for EARENA because they're very much spread out. Not really a lot of loot there for Potato. He does have an AUG in hand, so at least he will be able to confront anyone who decides to come up close and personal with him. But Flash, in the meantime, more focused on trying to gather up more loot and jump at. Oh, you were thinking it's going to try to jump in the back there, isn't it?
No, I thought, I mean, one good headshot and Bloody would have had a bloody head down on the ground, bleeding out. But, you know, that was a good try. Usually when you do jump onto some of these jump pads, that's the weakness, right? Because there's the few seconds of lag as you try to maneuver yourself towards the right angle that you want to kind of fly in towards like Superman. That gives the others the opening to take pot shots against you. But thankfully that wasn't an issue for him. Bloody buys Shin right back into the game, which means Team Flash once again as strong as ever.
I mean, that's a very early recovery, so in practical terms, I don't think they lost out too much in terms of like loot that have been lost. Another team to watch out here says ALFAINK. They have 2 members right now, just keeping tabs over in Riverside, just taking control over the dispensers here. But this is a squad that has used kill points practically to get themselves in the lead of the overall standings, and I expect they want to try to do this as much as possible in this first day to give themselves a good head start compared to the other teams, and so far it's worked out well for them. Bayo now going to be keeping an eye out because I think he spotted one of the members of EARENA around the corner. He's got his sniper rifle out, forced to bring out his glue wall. Looks like an engagement is in hand over there. Well, says ALFAINK is currently keeping control of a mill side. I want to see what exactly happened in that fight there between EARENA as well as Team Flash there, because it looked like an engagement was all afoot there. But it seems like Bayo and Bloody have been able to pull away from that fight there, so no harm done so far onto Team Flash.
EARENA, Shin, beautiful nade. Just gonna chip away at his health little by little, but the exact mirror response back. Protete loses just a little bit of HP, will be able to top his health right back up. Find a little bit of cover as well as Shin tries to push on through. He's gonna be in a lot of trouble unless Protete has got a good nade up his sleeves. And Protete had the Mac 10 to get the D done.
Yeah, I mean, he at least got that, but unfortunately, I think Bloody will be able to get the trade back, so it's still 1-for-1 between the two of them, but at least Protete made the most of his opportunity there. But the rest of EARENA is still around the corner, and given that Flash is down 1 man, this fight is still not quite over yet. It's still going to be a look on to see which team is going to reign supreme here over on Bullseye.
Both teams have the exact same thoughts. Both teams have the exact same capability. 1-for-1 trade, and they both peel away. They don't want to lose all that too many very early on. EVOS Divine have got that high ground advantage against the players from the side of First Raiders Eclipse, and First Raiders Eclipse are the first ones to open fire. Souza with a couple of shots, but Ozzy is going to be in a lot of trouble now as he gets surrounded. Mr. 05, the flank from the right-hand side, and one with Mother Nature using the tree trunk for a little bit of cover, and it's going to be the ice grenade that damages them up just a little bit as Lozzy got right back in the moment he goes down.
Yeah, Box already doing a huge number onto them. And, oh, good shot to Zoza. He's going to be taken out in very rapid fashion. So First Raiders, as quickly as they were able to bring in revives, they're still losing men on the ground. But nevertheless, Aikal is going to be peeling away from this one, not wanting to stick around too long. As long as he can bring in, he can link up with his other revived teammates, they should still be able to carry the fight on.
It was Divine. It looks like Beyond and Squad don't really need much in here. They've got a couple of vending machines around them, and the circle, more importantly. So they don't really need to run around all that too much. But this is at the very edge of the circle, and anyone can flip a coin to guess exactly where the next safe zone is going to go towards. So they just have to make sure they gather up enough of that ammunition as well as loot to be prepared for some open battles that may come their way in a bit.
Yeah, King of Gamers making their way across the bridge, and that puts them already inside the safe zone, but they want to be across it very much so, because there's not really a lot of cover there and can leave you very vulnerable to sniper fire, so you don't really want to camp in the middle of that road anyway. Osaka is still going to be holding back a little bit. I think, is he going to be keeping an eye on that revive point? Because that actually is close enough to the edge of the save zone. They could potentially save that as an insurance policy should they get an encounter across the bridge. But right now, I can't really tell if there are other squads waiting for them to gatekeep them very much. So I think King of Gamers might be actually in the clear right now. So I think things going to be much drama for this squad, at least for this point of the match.
This is a very, very smart play, man. I mean, it's one small little stone, 2 birds they should be able to get for themselves. And in fact, 3 birds, because they also managed to steal a vehicle. So they can move across the bridge a little bit faster here. So insurance after insurance after insurance being banked on here by the King of Gamers. And I absolutely love this strategy. Instead of sending out just players on their feet to do all of their reconnaissance, they are sending now the vehicle to get the exact same done. And that's just a little smarter way to do that. He gets across the bridge, all safely, no shots taken against them, which means the rest of the team members can make their way across as well. Sem9 out in the open, running across, but this is one of the safer routes in towards the next circle because of all of the cover that Mother Nature provides. Those tree trunks literally block everything out. They are blue walls standing that don't get taken down easily.
Like effectively, if you're running around the circumference of the circle like this, you're just basically moving in a spiral. That's kind of like the safest way to approach the center of the circle if you don't want to get caught out. But speaking of getting caught out though, Yanbin looks like he found an encounter here and it's just basically playing delayed tactics very much so. What's he doing at the moment? Just playing around with their food here while he waits for Shin to come in for the blow onto Haikal. But they know that he's alone and he's in the blue zone anyway, so it looks like they're just going to play around a little bit around the glue wall. But then he still gets the knockdown there before Shin is going to be able to get the kill onto Aikal and finally revive his teammate. But that was a little bit touch and go there, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a beautiful play if you ask me from, who was this? Shin. Yanbin on the other hand, a little bit of a boo-boo made because, yes, he was trying to circle the player around, distract him, but he gets shot down either way, loses 1 medkit in the process, gets knocked down, almost puts the team at a lot of risk. So, not the smartest of plays, but they managed to recover all thanks to Shin, so it's all good for now.
Yeah, I think we saw a couple of members of First Raiders jumping across while NGX are just focusing fire right now onto what seems to be Sem9's position, trying to keep them gate-kept away from this next safe zone, I expect. But I don't see Sem9 really making any moves right now. In the meantime, EVOS is still wrapping around here, getting themselves closer and closer to this next safe zone, but still not quite there yet. They're just going to be riding the blue wave, so to speak, and that's going to put them right into the firing line of where NGX is. So that's going to be a bit of a trouble for them, especially if their next objective is to get towards where the Marshal is. Nevertheless, though, Limit now spotting Raja. Actually got the knockdown, and the glue wall, it's not going to be able to stop him from getting shots to take out Raja completely. In the meantime, EARENA on the border here with what seems to be a member of Sem9 still inside the blue zone, but EARENA does have a Jeep, and that's going to allow them a quick way to exfil out of there, while Shutup already has his own motorcycle. Ashura is the last member standing, at least until it managed to get a revive onto Zen OP. So Sem9 still not quite having a good position compared to the other teams right now coming into this next circle.
So wondering what Jay Hunter's doing in the game.
Yeah, surprise appearance, cameo there by Janda Hunter, who's, by the way, the Malay caster for Free Fire here. But nevertheless, though, Jojo getting into a bit of a fight right now with Team Heavy's Milnow. Milnow's forced to bring out his campfire, so there's a little bit sustained here, but they're still fighting on the blue zone, so they cannot afford to delay this any longer. And that's a good shot there for Milnow to get a knockdown, but unfortunately, the follow-up came through from says ALFAINK, and Milnow being alone is unfortunately going to be taken out to the lobby.
This time, Heavy's not going to be able to make their way into the next circle as easily as they did previously, as SES ALFAINK is on a hunt. G'day up on top already, inside of the circle, but he straight up goes down. Nobody's there to pick him right back up, and it is Buffalo that slays.
That's a second shot there from Buffalo to bring Jojo down to his knees. So Heavy, even though they lost members there, Futai coming straight up in front here. This is super aggressive here, but then again, Heavy probably has not much to lose here because they know as long as he can get the kill points, that probably might be enough enough for them, but ALFAINK fighting back. Fudai a little bit too low, is forced to peel all the way down to the bottom of the hill, hoping that Buffalo is going to be able to come to back him up soon, but again, they're only fighting as a duo right now, and ALFAINK still has 3 members up and running, so it's going to be a hard fight either way.
Off screen, a little bit of a Malaysian skirmish as Sem9 gets stuck right in front of Expand, and Expand seems to be expanding their members one after the other, and I don't mean their own, I mean on the side of Sem9, but great shots taken back and forth by Heavy against Team SES, but a little bit of a little technical error here with the vehicle. It's on fire, Blue Zone right there beside them. They are going to be able to tank this all the way in, but they need to abandon ship as quickly as possible because any shots taken against this McLaren might just put the whole squad in a lot of trouble. Out in the open, that's the last place you want to be stuck in.
Not to mention, like, the smoke is going to make you so visible on the map to anyone who just so happen to be camping. So
it's going to give you lung cancer too.
Oh yeah, that's true as well. But again, cancer is not how you're going to be winning games in Free Fire. You'll literally have to put shots in, you know. But let's see what EVOS Divine is up to at this point. Looks like he might get gate kept a little bit by Expand, and Beyond is already down, and he should be able to get revived very soon. NIGMA Galaxy is just taking around the south side of this circle here with King of Gamers for company, but it looks like they have an insurance policy in the form of this Jeep here, which should be able to bring the entire squad to bear to the center of Pochinok right now, which is where Expand has already camped up. So we're already seeing Expand using this strategy over and over again, just getting themselves into the middle of this next safe zone and trying to hold position. NGX in the meantime, trying to get some shots there, getting 1, 2, 3 hits. Is he going to be enough to get a knockdown? Not quite. It's still dodging around as quickly as he can. Bucks finally gets taken down, finally gets brought out onto the lobby here. And EVOS in the meantime also sustaining damage as NIGMA Galaxy decides to finally move up on them.
Yeah, Expand's just thinking better EVOS Divine than us, man, because it could have been them. But EVOS Divine came hopping out like bunnies out of nowhere. Yes, it's the year of the rabbit, but you don't have to act like a bunny. NIGMA Galaxy will put a quick end to that. Beyond up top, exposing just his head, pulls out a double glue wall for himself, so Deuce not going to get no hit mark for himself this time around. The grenade being cooked up as well. Does he have the range though? Yes, the players of NIGMA Galaxy coming up slowly, but the grenade does not connect.
Yeah, that grenade is going to land right behind Beyond is, but it doesn't seem to have done any damage. Beyond still going to continue to bring troll balls that might land in the vicinity where Dew is. But so far, they've been doing well to try to keep them off their backs. But unfortunately, speaking of the backs, though, I think Beyond is facing some fire from that direction while they're still continuing to try to hold their own on the edge of the blue zone here. Sam13 is going to be forced to use up his health packs. Tries and almost gets a good shot there to Dew, but Dew ducks away into the tree just in the nick of time.
He needs to patch himself right back up though. Has got the med kit, but not a lot of time. This circle's hurting him a lot.
What?
But Sam getting the damage done, and he doesn't care if he sacrifices himself. He just wants to punish the players of NIGMA Galaxy that took those shots up against the rest of his team members. Now EVOS Divine, they have no choice whatsoever. They have to circle on in, but they have to circle directly into Team Expand.
Yeah, Sam13 just basically riding the edge, and I think he got a little bit too close to the edge there as he falls off and knocks himself down to his knees out in the blue zone. In the meantime, nice shot there by X-Roy to get a kill, but in the meantime, attack all around, trying to gatekeep Flash, who has just walked into the circle right now, and Jump God is having his sights very firmly planted onto the building across. Yamik runs across with the motorcycle, takes a bit of damage there from Jump God, but fortunately isn't knocked down. But Jump God's not done yet. He's going to continue to put in lit straight onto where Flash is going to try to walk across, and it's now being littered right now with glue walls, but still he is able to get a knockdown anyway.
The gods are in all of the players on behalf of Expand. Everybody's helping out Expand because Flash is trying to finish Expand off. Everybody else taking pot shots up against them, and Expand continues to survive. That's the conclusion of that fight.
Yo, attack all around, 2 eliminations already. Now they're trying to find even more. EVOS Divine finally loses their last member. Too fast from Expand was the one to pick up the kill there. So that's actually working out well in their favor. But attack all around, still a major threat on the map. So is EVOS Phoenix. They are taking the north side of this next safe zone. Jump God going to be taking a jump pad to get himself closer to the center. It's going to land right on top of where King of Gamers are. So this is going to be another assault from the air that attack all around is going to try to pull off.
Oh, beautiful positioning, I have to say. A little bit of luck mixed into that as well. They almost did not make that roof. And if that was the case, King of Gamers would have had easy shots against them. So now, high ground advantage. Kororo spots out a player from the side of Expand who manages to disengage. X-Roy finds a little bit of a better defensive position. Foki, on the other hand, gets knocked down by the circle. There's 2 Fast takes Shin out of the equation, and Team Flash, they see a little bit of revenge from Expand, who are now the kill leaders of the lobby.
Wow, is no one like keeping an eye on Too Fast? Because I think there's already multiple teams that are just taking damage from this one sniper alone. There's a Trouble coming down towards the garage door, while X-Roy and the Axel are going to try to wrap around the side here, which is being held by SS ALFAINK. But in the meantime, Kikoro is already taking them down with the AWM and completely eliminates that flank right now. So Expand, Too Fast also gets knocked down by Kikoro. Kikoro now finally taking a knee, but not before he's already done severe damage onto Expand.
Oh, Kikoro did absolutely well for himself before getting taken down and out of the equation there. And now it's going to be SES ALFAINK going up against NIGMA Galaxy from the back. It looks like NIGMA Galaxy is winning this fight off at the moment. EVOS Phoenix, on the other hand, looks like this might just be the time that the Phoenix rises up from the ashes. NIGMA Galaxy spotted out in front by Moshi. Moshi, one more shot, but it's just a little bit too slow, and his opponent will be able to find a little bit of a safer path for himself. Triple A, attack all around. They try to find those shots all around, but EVOS Phoenix, they continuously back away. They don't want to get super aggressive. 4 kills in the bag so far, but they're looking for the booyah in this final circle.
Oh, it's getting so crowded here. Still 5 squads, and we're literally all the ones towards the final circle. Already getting the kill into Jump God. Things are already looking on the up and up right now for EVOS Phoenix, because they're already eliminated a lot of members of attack all around, leaving only a single member left on the map so far. Now, says ALFAINK going to be taking some damage there for Joanna, but Deadpool is going to be able to get some revenge because he's up on the rooftop and he's very, very safe over there as long as he has enough glue walls to keep cover. Caramel comes in with a grenade launcher. This could be huge here because this helps ALFAINK not quite going to be able to hold their own. They're being outside in that shack while King of Gamers still maintain themselves inside this cabin, but for how long more can they stay silent?
It's Caramel Baby with the sweet plays out of the grenade launcher, which can just be the difference maker. But Moshi says, sit down, boy. AC-80 straight to the chest. Then he goes down. But can they find that revival or not? Can they pick him right back up onto his feet? SES ALFAINK circles around. Bara out of the equation already. SES still taking that fight up against the players of NIGMA Galaxy. And NIGMA Galaxy put down by Ray. Double barrel perfection out of Ray. But EVOS Phoenix now hunting him down. And SES ALFAINK bomb out in the 4th spot. King of Gamers still alive and kicking. And Knight finds the barrel of EVOS Phoenix already. It's 3 more teams in there. And it looks like attack all around are about to go down. King of Gamers can be the difference maker, but EVOS Phoenix says hell no. 9 points in here so far. If they can get just 2 more kills to their side and get this lobby win as well, that's about it. GGWP. EVOS Phoenix on the way back towards the top through all of that consistency.
Whew. They've been looking for this booyah for a long, long time, but what a hard-fought one it is. Look at the chaos of that final circle. Literally, it had like one member of a AAA up on the rooftop, and then EVOS had to kind of like beat down and dirty on the ground here with SES ALFAINK. King of Gamers is constantly providing them trouble at every single corner. It's just a minor miracle, really, that EVOS Phoenix was still able to maintain a relatively full squad throughout the entirety of that fight there, and that, I think, provided them a little bit of fallback, but still, you know, they had to react so fast. There were literally people standing next to each other constantly throughout that fight that couldn't really take a pot shot because there's just no opportunity. But still, they made the most of it, and look at where they are. Booyah, finally.
I mean, they were in the 7th spot earlier. This booyah is not going to launch them up into the 1st place, but it's going to be setting them up to bring the first day of the finals to a grand close, preparing them for day number 2, where EVOS Phoenix usually is so much more dangerous. So this is a huge warning to all of the other teams out there who've already had their field day. But I have to say, once again, SES ALFAINK does decently well. 4th place. They were in the number 1 spot earlier, and their consistency in getting to the final circle is going to keep them up in there.
Yeah, so even though they're not collecting the booyahs, they're collecting consistent placement points. They're also consistently getting a lot of kills, you know, by either third-partying or literally straight up taking fights. You know, that last one that they did against Enigma Galaxy was really a risky one, but still earned them enough points, really. So I'm really curious to see whether or not SES ALFAINK will be able to maintain their top spot in the standings after this. But nevertheless, though, we're starting to see a kind of pattern here. These final circle fights are so chaotic. I mean, you literally have to have not only players that are like very quick in their reactions, as well as their ability to judge the situation around them, but I think like now we're reaching a point where like reaction times are going to be so important for these players now, because you cannot really afford to blink literally throughout these fights, because it's just so continuous and just so much happening at the same time.
And I think Expand learned a very big lesson, which I hope they will be able to kind of fix in this next match because it's the final game. When you get into that final circle, you cannot take any risks whatsoever because it looked like they wanted to conserve their glue walls, which meant they were trying to layer glue wall after glue wall as they were trying to run from one defensive position into another. And instead of just barricading all the pathway through, they left gaps. And in a lobby like this, you cannot afford those gaps because these players, to your point, are just so quick, are just so accurate. A single fraction of a second that they spot you, plus that auto aim, bye-bye, sir, you are down and out already. And that was the biggest weakness out of Expand. It's not like they did not have the glue walls. They just did not want to waste those glue walls to the final moments. If you're fighting against Malaysians, if you're fighting within the MSP region in itself, you want to play that way, you can. Expand will probably get the #1 spot either way. But in a lobby like this, that was just way too much of risk. They could have fared much better in this lobby if that mistake was not done. And they were not the only ones who fell victim to this strategy, right? Because everybody's trying to conserve, but you just have to realize in a lobby like this, conserving sometimes brings you nowhere.
Yeah, but to their point as well, like the risk of having too many glue walls in one concentrated area means that like throwables or even the grenade launchers can become very deadly if you kind of like create a trap for it. Essentially,
No, I don't mean a trap. I mean literally like a wall as they were running from one defensive position into the house. Because if they had made it through, if they had just, because one guy just needs to waste his glue walls, right? I mean, what are you saving it for? Christmas? It's very far away, We just had one. So no point waiting for another.
I mean,
I think we might be able to see it in this replay.
I mean,
this is that part.
This is more or less around the part. I mean, I wanted to mention there was also another instance of what you were talking about, which was when Flash tried to run across the street, but Jump God was in position with a sniper rifle and just used the gaps between the glue walls as well to shoot down anyone who tried to approach across. So yeah, there were situations like that, but again, glue wall placements can sometimes be very difficult to do like precisely in a game like this. So I mean, again, it's a test of the skill, really. As a player to be able to put the glue walls down properly, but sometimes it's very situational, because you never quite know like who's kind of like lurking around the next window, next opening, or even on a rooftop like Deadboo from AAA was in, and that actually allowed them to gain so much placement points just by virtue of being outside of the safe zone there.
It's just unfortunate for some of the teams that got destroyed before even having a shot at the Booyah, but as far as EVOS Phoenix is concerned, they don't care. They got it, so they're super happy. EVOS Phoenix on the way to the top. Total 54 kills in this lobby and a total of 65 revivals. But the number of glue walls getting destroyed just keeps increasing, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, again, maybe they're not really saving up the glue walls too much, though, I mean, judging from these stats. But I would say that it seems to be quite consistent that, we're getting like 50-odd kills every single round. We're getting like 60-odd headshots every single round as well. And with the knockdowns constantly being at 78, being around that 70 mark here, I mean, we're seeing that match after match, statistics-wise, it's not really much variation. It's really only a matter of, like, I think how these teams effectively play these maps now that are becoming the big separator. But nevertheless, though, we still have one more map to go after this, and I think like this is already kind of setting the tone now for this grand finals, because it's not going to be so much about how you start things off in this competition. It's going to be how you're going to be able to finish it.
Whew, this time it was a show of the Thai players, don't you think? Attack all around. NIGMA Galaxy, EVOS Phoenix rising up to the occasion, trying to reach up for the best, but the question is, can they hang with the best here in terms of the Indonesians who do have that home ground advantage? It looks like as we get to the closer of the day, they are proving that they can do exactly that. Look at the sheer number of headshots. EVOS Phoenix as well as NIGMA Galaxy together, they have got 24. That's absolutely crazy. Top 3, all Thai teams.
Yep, the all Thai team. I mean, the Thai teams are now fully awake and ready to exact some revenge upon their fellow compatriots here in this competition. But Sales ALFAINK is still putting themselves up there. Just 4 kills plus 7 placement points is just enough for them to stay ahead of teams like Expand and King of Gamers Club. who both only have 10 points each. But I think at this stage right now, you know, with the Thai squad starting to wake up a lot more and starting to adapt themselves to this current tournament's meta, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of this moving forwards here, especially for day number 2.
And it looks like Attack All Around will be able to secure the second spot based on their performance in here with the 16 points. They climb up and just a few points behind SES ALFAINK for sure. And as SES ALFAINK will be able to maintain their #1 spot. EVOS Phoenix, on the other hand, they do not get to steal away #1 spots just yet based on the performance, but they're slowly inching their way towards the top. This is something, once again, that teams really have to keep an eye out for, because the moment EVOS Phoenix starts waking up, you gotta shut them down. You gotta put them out for good, because this is the kind of team that really knows how to ramp it up.
Yeah, so let's look at that. I mean, still the M21 and A5 is by far the most popular kill maker, I think, for a lot of these teams here, particularly these Thai squads. But, I mean, looking at that, I mean, it's very fairly balanced across the board. I mean, you still have, you literally have 1 kill on the Uzi there, which is I think a bit rare. But then again, I think the teams now are basically having this blend of basically long-range engagements as well as CQC options as well. So that's why they have this kind of blend of different types of weaponry within their squad's kind of lineup. Yeah,
the M21 is very decent when it comes to the mid to long-range engagements, and what makes it so different in comparison to the snipers is the rate of fire, right? Out of the sniper, you're not going to be able to chug out as many shots unless you've got the Woodpecker or the AC-80 on you, but the M21 just allows you to really keep up that pressure. And as I was talking, hey, EVOS Phoenix, 1 point! They actually sneak away the second spot. Can you believe it? And now first rate is Eclipse, but this is not over just yet, and this is why we were saying you cannot close your eyes to the rise of the Phoenix. Regardless of how messy they were at the start, by the end of the day, you always see them rise back up to the top. But this is so dangerous, man. We don't even have to wait to tomorrow for the Phoenix to wake up. Indonesians, they better wake up first.
I'm so surprised at seeing how close things are for the top 6 versus how much wider it is when you look at the bottom 6 here, because especially when you look further down, it looks like the gaps between these teams start to widen up a little bit more, but it's so competitive up in the top that, you know, it's really struggling. I really struggle to think about who is actually going to end up on the top spot by the end of the day.
I mean, if it is EVOS Phoenix, you can slap my face and call me Sally, my friend, because I would have not seen that coming, especially with the way... Okay, no, I definitely saw that coming.
Imagine disproving yourself mid-sentence right there.
It's the Phoenixes, man.
I know.
You can kill them off at the start, but that's the worst thing to do, because they always rise up from the ashes. We saw it at the World Series. We see it again at the Snapdragon Pro Series Grand Finals Day 1, but the home ground advantage is still a thing. SES ALFAINK might just be able to finish up in that first spot.
I mean, they seem to still have a lot of consistency throughout these 5 maps so far, and I think they'll still be able to carry on that, I think, you know, contrary to what I think where earlier on, where maybe they might run out of gas. I'm starting to think that maybe they might, this might be the salient strategy, really, kind of foregoing a little bit about the getting the booyahs, but just focusing more on getting kill after kill after kill, and vast majority of the kills on all 5 maps so far, all on ALFAINK's side, you know? And no one else has hit 30 kills other than this one Indonesian squad.
I think at the end of the day, all SES needs to pray for is for consistency to come from EVOS Phoenix in terms of Kalahari plays. Because the last time we went into Kalahari, EVOS Phoenix bombed out with just 2 points. So if they can bring in such a consistency, SES stands a great chance. But at the same time, Kalahari isn't the best map for SES ALFAINK. They pulled away 7 the last time we went in there. But it's a fight between these two. But you know, as they get distracted with each other, the worst thing that could happen is for first Raiders to suddenly step up to the plate, or Attack All Around to suddenly steal away that #1 spot, because anything can happen in this final round of play.
Yeah, again, we're starting to see teams starting to wake up a little bit more towards the end of today, so I think it's going to be a lot harder to maintain a consistency for sure. But I have to say, SES ALFAINK has already got themselves a very good head start. I mean, from this point on. I mean, imagine day number 2, even if they don't really pursue that much aggression in terms of getting kills, even by just playing placement points, they can still maintain a decent lead over some squads here. So yeah, I mean, I'm very curious to see how this will all turn out, frankly.
I think it's been a day, it's been a roller coaster ride for sure. Not just for us, but for everybody watching at home, especially the players out there on the battlefield. It's been such a stacked lobby. But we're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, the final round of the Grand Finals Day 1.
เพราะว่าเราเก็บประสบการณ์มาเยอะแล้วครับแล้วก็ทุกคนในทีมครับมีความผิดพลาดครั้งก่อนนะครับผมแล้วก็เราได้รวบรวมประสบการณ์แล้วก็มาแก้ไขแล้วก็เป็นเวทีนี้เป็นเวทีที่เราต้องสามารถคว้าแชมป์ได้ครับเพราะว่าเราคาดหวังมาแล้วครับแบบมาเต็มที่เลยครับคาดหวังกับรายการนี้คาดหวังแชมป์ครับผมก็ต้องเปลี่ยนแน่นอนอยู่แล้วครับเพราะว่าเราไม่สามารถเล่นแผนเดิมได้เพราะว่าเราต้องใช้แผนใหม่อยู่เสมอไม่งั้นทีมอื่นจะปรับตัวทันครับผมถามว่ามีผลไหมก็มีผลครับผมเพราะว่าเราจะสามารถแบบรู้ได้ว่าต้นเกมมีใครลงเมืองไหนบ้างครับผมแล้วก็สามารถเลือกเมืองประจำได้ครับว่าเราจะลงเมืองไหนสามารถนำไปเล่นในรอบไฟนอลได้เฮฟวี่ครับเป็นทีมที่งัดต้นเกมทับกับเราครับผมเพราะว่าเฮฟวี่ไม่รู้ว่าจะย้ายเมืองหรือเปล่าครับผมก็เลยต้องระวังเป็นพิเศษครับ SCS ครับผมเพราะว่ามีเลครับผมที่เล่นเป็นตัวหน้าครับเมืองเรามันอยู่คนละทางกับ SCS ครับผมแล้วเราไม่ค่อยได้เจอกันครับผมแล้วก็ถ้าเกิดเจอกันเราจะเป็นฝ่ายที่แพ้เพราะว่าเราไม่ได้เจอกันบ่อยครับผมเราเก็บแผนเขาไม่ได้เลยครับผมคิดว่าไม่น่ามีผลนะครับเพราะว่ามันก็เป็นปกติของผมแบบแข่งในบ้านแข่งนอกบ้านนะครับถ้าแข่งในบ้านก็จะแบบมีคนมาเชียร์เราด้วยครับเพราะว่าเป็นบ้านเดียวกันครับแล้วก็ถ้าเกิดเป็นต่างบ้านก็ต่างบ้านนะครับก็ฝากถึงทีมที่มางัดนะครับผมก็ถ้าเกิดมางัดบ่อยๆก็ระวังจบ 12 นะครับผม
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
to the haters, so the windows got tint. Slayer, slay 'em, slay so much, I'm the bad guy in. Slay so much, let the bad guys in. Do you slay? It depends. Do you slay with your friends? If you slay, you a 10, gon' slay it for the win. Yeah, cause all I do is slay, slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay.
Yo, slaying every day's a job. I work it like I do a 9 to 5. No punching in or punching out. I'm round the clock, the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind like you never see before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the best, you can accept no less. OG status, I ain't new to this.
All I do is slay, slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series Free Fire Grand Finals Day 1, brought to you by ESL, powered by Samsung Galaxy. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Victor Cax, your casters for the day. But you're not going to hear from us for now. It's the player interview. Let's see what he says.
Beritahu ke salah satu jajaran petinggi dari EVOS untuk naikin gajinya Get High.
Yeay!
Karena dia dapat buyah.
Dan juga
tapi
dia
dalam rupiah.
Bentar. Kayaknya, aduh gue nggak tahu deh kursus kursusnya.
Gak apa-apa, selalu aja dia nggak ngerti kok kita ngomong apa.
Oh iya, tapi yang di sini semua ngerti ya?
Ngerti.
Gak apa-apa,
Tenang
realistis
aja,
ya say.
Ya. Oke, kita sudah bersama salah satu perwakilan dari EVOS Phoenix yang mendapatkan buyah di game sebelumnya. Kita punya Get High. Karena Get High ini sangat ahli berbahasa Indonesia.
Dan
kita
juga
akan tanyakan. Enggak.
Dia ahli bahasa Thailand.
Pasti. Jadi saya punya translator saya yang bekerja dalam kegelapan di belakang sana.
Nggak kegelapan juga.
Okay, are you ready, my translators?
Yes. Hello, my translators.
Okay, yes, yeah. So, it's same questions with all of the players that we invite to the interview. So, are your strategy and your plan on your practice is all executed well in the last game?
Yep.
แผนที่เราเตรียมมานั้นเราคิดว่าใช้งานได้ดีกับเกมที่ผ่านมาไหมครับ
ไม่ครับกะว่าจะเล่นไล่ตีเฉยแล้ววงมันเข้าก็เลยได้แชมป์แบบงง
อ๋อ We were just planning to fight all the teams that is in front of us, but the circle came to us, so we were pretty lucky.
Oke.
Oh, katanya hoki. Keren. Ini nih baru.
Kalau kata teman-teman saya di kolom komentar menangnya hoki.
Jangan dong.
Enggak, dia menghadapi semua
dia itu
tim.
Merendah untuk di
meroket.
Gitu. Kan Get High, meroket saya.
Jadi
iya kan?
Get High berkata kalau dia melawan semua tim yang ada di hadapannya.
Betul.
Dan dia merasa kalau dia itu beruntung hari ini.
Beruntung
Tapi
banget.
pastinya kalau kita lihat performanya tadi ya mereka ya, they're doing good ya istilahnya.
Betul sekali, karena memang tadi kita juga sempat bertanya bahwa katanya ini semuanya sesuai dengan yang mereka prediksi, yang mereka latihan juga sama, maksudnya sesuai lah gitu ya kan. Jadi keren banget gameplaynya. Oke.
Is there any teams or any obstacles that you feel for the
that you beware of actually?
Yeah.
มีทีมไหนที่เราต้องระมัดระวังมากที่สุดไหมครับในทัวร์นาเมนต์นี้
ๆไม่มีครับ no
No.
The biggest enemy is yourself kalau katanya.
Not even EVOS Divine? No? EVOS Divine no?
Not even EVOS Divine.
EVOS Divine number 1.
Ini baru nih.
Ini baru.
Hormat sama perusahaan ini. Ini bener nih, kok. Mantap kok.
Mantap lah kok. Iya.
Kontrak udah dia nomor 1 deh.
Udah, Get High bener kok. Tambahin lagi.
Namanya Get High ya.
Get High pay higher.
Get High ya pokoknya ya. Oke, one last question.
Ya.
For the last game.
Yes.
What you gonna do in your team? What you and your team gonna do?
Yep
เกมสุดท้ายจะเล่นยังไงเหรอครับ
ก็เรื่อยๆครับตามวงเดี๋ยวมันก็มาเองครับ
We'll just play it slowly and then we'll see how the game goes.
Oke, jadi mereka akan bermain ya main pelan-pelan. Kita lihat bakalan kemana gamenya berjalan.
Betul.
Pokoknya mereka nggak main gerusa-gerusu lah.
Tapi ini benar-benar sih salah satu yang memang harus terus di hire. Karena kalau dilihat kriterianya ini benar-benar bisa bermain dengan fleksibel dan bersedia bekerja di bawah tekanan. Keren banget.
Kayak ya syarat-syarat masuk PT di Indonesia ya. Oke lah kalau begitu. Oke, thank you, get high and good luck for your next game.
Terima kasih.
Oh, terima kasih.
Thank you.
Sama-sama.
Oke,
lucu nih.
Langsung aja kalau begitu nah dia game terakhir kita untuk hari ini di Snapdragon Pro Series. Langsung aja saya lemparkan ke Skyla
dan juga
EVOS Divine #1 apparently according to EVOS Phoenix.
He's just being nice. He's just being nice. You know? Who's the challenge for you? Nobody. How about EVOS Divine? He's #1. You know, EVOS Phoenix, they are extremely humble in the Snapdragon Pro Series. You should have seen them before they became the world champion. They were very, very, very confident that they were going to be able to get the job done. But that confidence didn't bring them anywhere at the start of the event because they were just bombing out one after the other. And I think they learned the lesson. They walked into the Snapdragon Pro Series with a little bit more of a humble shadow. And they say they got lucky, but that was totally planned.
I mean, you can say humble. I think they're a little bit more matured, I think. They recognize, you know, that it's not necessarily the best of ideas to just go in, hit strong into any challenge, but they always have to kind of take it step by step.
Or
they
drank Monster Energy. And that's exactly who our monster sponsors are. If you want to unleash the beast within, then you know exactly what you got to pump yourself with.
Yeah, so again, you know, when we think about when I was looking back at like some of the previous Booyahs that we had so far today, I think out of all of them, EVOS probably had the most chaotic final fight. Do you think so?
I mean, it's very hard for me to agree because every single final fight has been super chaotic.
Fair enough, you know. But you know, when you think about it, like you know, the first one, you know, for the first map, first Raiders had literally a full squad, whereas everyone else didn't. So they were it was quite advantageous for them for that final fight. And then when you look at the next one, there, I mean. Attack All Around had the long range advantage, having a lot of snipers on their end.
Yeah.
And then in the next one there, I mean, Heavy was literally waiting for the right timing and just allowed both EARENA as well as EVOS Phoenix, Expand to just eliminate each other before coming into the sweep. Whereas this one, this circle here that, this Booyah that Phoenix managed to pick up, they literally had to fight tooth and nail for it. They was literally surrounded on all sides. A lot of CQC was happening at the same time. Blue walls were going all around, and somehow under all of that kind of chaos, EVOS Phoenix still was the one that came up and thrived in spite of that.
I think you bring up a really good point there, right? And maybe that's exactly what takes for you to be a champion, for you to calm the chaos and still battle your way through that. But do you think that is the case? Do you think EVOS Phoenix is going to be the champion by the end of day one? Let us know exactly what your predictions are in our Twitch chat. And if you can, throw in the prediction as to who you think is going to be the grand champions by the end of day 2 as well.
Yeah, so we're going to be going ahead and showing you guys a little bit of a video here with our top players. So let's go ahead, check it out.
Ini permainan apa ini?
Chinese.
Permainan nggak tahu ini. Mahjong kali mahjong.
Nè bẹ, đây phỉ á, bẹ.
Cái này là bài ở Việt Nam.
Main dam.แปลกๆอะที่ไหนนะ
Ini tempat letak kuaci kot.
India.
Tempat letak makanan kot. Iya kan capek kan ini.
Kalau ini permainan Indonesia namanya congklak.
ไม่รู้อ่ะพี่มันคือเหมือนหอยเฟลเปล่าเนี่ย
Ở Mỹ.
Kayak tahu Malaysia. Kalau ini jelasinnya apa?
Nyapu 2 orang, pandang-pandang ni.
Baju. Nggak tahu lah.
Bergambar kot. Gambar ni. Gambar berdua ni.
Trang phục áo dài ở Việt Nam.
Chuchi, Japan.
Kayaknya sushi.
Japan. Sushi.
Dari Jepang. Kayak sushi.
Ini hampir mirip dengan sushi tapi udang. Nggak tahu ini apa.
Gỏi cuốn Việt Nam.
Ini puzzle ya?
Ini op.
Gak tahu sih dari mana puzzle kayak gini.
Main kodok kayu. Indonesia. Op. From Indonesia. Op.
Món đồ chơi con cóc mà tạo ra tiếng kêu á, hình như ở Thái Lan.
Ồ, cái này gì à? Quên rồi.
Wow.
Cái này là nhà tháp đôi này ở đâu ta? Ở Dubai. Gedung tinggi di Malaysia namanya apa?
Mình không nhớ tên địa danh nhưng chắc ở Mỹ.
Twin gitu sih kayaknya.
Malaysia.ตึกแฝดเนี่ยดูมาเยอะ
Ni cari emas ni.
อันนี้เดินเหมือนอยู่ไทยเลยอ่ะ
Cari emas.
ไม่น่าใช่อ่ะ กัมพูชา
Ini lagi pada nyangkul ini. Lagi pada nyari ikan di laut.
เที่ยวรอบโลกแล้วด้วยไง เชื่อไหมคนดูไม่เชื่อไม่ต้องเชื่อ
I think they are not cultural experts for a reason. Meet them in a game of Free Fire, and you'll know who the best is at the game. You know, but Fudai, I believe, from Vietnam, the guy pretty much won a lot.
The guy is literally a cultural connoisseur. He was able to call out exactly what it is just from an image alone. I think he's been around for
Sushi killed me.
I know, right?
Sushi killed me.
I
But it's
know.
okay. I mean, that's exactly what these games are for. Just so that we can have a little bit of fun tuning in. Let us know if or not you enjoyed that short video. I think, hands down, that was the best video of the day.
Oh yeah, that was one that elicited probably the most laughs out of me actually. So it's fair enough. So nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, if you are just only joining us now, I mean, man, what a big show you just missed out on. But nevertheless, we still have one more map to go. 20 seconds until we drop it off over at Kalahari. The last match for today before we take a break before the next one. So this is definitely going to be one final push here for these teams to make for this day.
If there is consistency from attack all around, they were the monsters of Kalahari the last time we dropped on in there. They might just be able to take away the #1 spot. In fact, they don't even need to be monsters. All they need to do is just get 3 points more than SES ALFAINK, or just 1 point more than EVOS Phoenix in this next map. Just make sure they are a little bit away from First Raiders Eclipse to have that #1 spot. Anything's possible though. There's 5 teams who are capable. No, 7 teams, 8 teams who are capable of taking the #1 spot. which is a little too much if you ask me.
I mean, that just tells me that anyone's game right now, honestly. I mean, when you got 8 teams with equal chances of taking the top spot, I mean, free for all, ladies and gentlemen.
But of course, the lower you go in the ranking overall, the harder you have to work, the bigger your margin needs to be at the very top by the end of this Kalahari matchup. Expand seems to be pretty confident once again, flying away just towards the bottom of the maze, and they have sent one guy a little bit further out just to play that safe insurance policy.
I mean, the way they spread out actually perfectly lined up along with the borders of the next safe zone. So I don't know, maybe they have a bit of a third eye going on there, perhaps, in terms of knowing where the safe zone is going to be. But looks like already first blood being picked up there, and First Raiders Eclipse was the one taking the honors of it, given that they are taking control over the platforms very, very early on, just like how we did in the last Kalahari map we played.
Well, First Raiders were one of the best killers out there on Kalahari. They were the 3rd best killers, I have to say. 7 eliminations earlier on, but where they went south was they weren't able to survive as long as some of the other teams in towards that final circle. I believe the 3rd circle from the last one, they got taken out a little prematurely, which was a little unfortunate. They only took away 4 placement points, and that is the 7th place overall. So I don't think they will want to look for that once again this time around. Let's hope and see if they can survive. Moki out of the equation, all thanks to Bio. That's just a quick turnaround, but Kororo shows up and puts him out of the equation.
Oh boy, this is getting a little bit bad right now for Flash, because if they just taken that kill and got away with it, that will be just a trade, but then now they're going to be bogged down a little bit further on, while the revive point's already being held by attack all around at this point, so they can afford to be a little bit more aggressive now as Jump God puts out his full force now, trying to find Shin. who has only the support of a campfire, but that's not going to be enough as the follow-up comes true, and they are both going to be knocked down, and Shin will be sent to the Shadow Realm.
Let's see if or not Attack All Around can find that final circle, because we were highlighting them earlier since they were the monsters of Kalahari the last time we hopped on in here. But a rough start might just be exactly what they need so that they keep their eyes open all the way through. Heavy, facing heavy firepower from EARENA this time around, but a good time turner pulled down by Protete. What a prodigy! And that was the best engagement we've seen all day. The timing was perfect.
Yeah, the timing on the time turner really well. It's sublime. Look at it yet again. Shut up is going to be using the Chronos time turner in order to try to fight against Mill now. He's going to have backup coming in behind him though. That distraction has probably worked out the best for him. It's Mill now. Now it's been taken out of the equation here, and EARENA keeps control over the shipwreck here at Katarina. So now that things are going to be settling down a little bit more, let's see whether or not this next circle is going to be favoring some of these squads here, especially on the northern side, because I think there's going to be mass migration up on the top side, given a lot of teams jumped out early in this fight here. So there's going to be a lot of maneuvering to be done, I expect. But for those who are already within the safe zone, I mean, here we go. Expand is already kind of getting close up to where both EVOS as well as NIGMA Galaxy is. NIGMA, in fact, has taken control over the blue zone, which is the high-tier loot zone just over on Foundation. And using this opportunity now to try to find some good weaponry. And it looks like they've gotten quite a decent bit of loot, actually, now to look at it.
Let's see if we can do them a bit of favor a little bit later on. King of Gamers. They are in the next circle already, but a little bit too out in the open if you ask me. They do have a hill just towards the right-hand side, which gives them a bit of cover. Towards the left, on the other hand, they're all open. Not many of those glue walls to kind of play around with. Expand needs to be careful because I think they are trying to evacuate the maze. And just behind them, EVOS Divine showing up. This is the worst timing if you are an Expand player.
Yeah, and add to the fact that EVOS now effectively has control over a revive point. They can afford to actually be aggressive without necessarily losing too much ground. So this is giving them a nice base of opportunity here to gatekeep some of these squads, particularly Expand, who is literally right next to them. And I think maybe a 1 or 2 of them may be spotted out because I'm seeing EVOS Divine literally moving towards their direction here, just trying to set up a front. Oh, yes, they already spotted them. In fact, they already got a knockdown here onto X-Roy, so he's caught out in lurch, out in open. As MRO5 is going to be brought back into the fold here, and will be able to get himself back up to full health. So EVOS now continuing their charge all the way downwards, and that's going to be forcing the rest Expand to kind of like make haste and peel out of this area.
Was Divine not taking any risky maneuvers around. They're just going to chill all together to see if they can loot up. And I guess this is a good strategy out of them. And they do have one more of their players kind of catching up together with them.
Yeah, it's like... I mean, I've seen Divine actually do this in the previous map where, you know, they have 3 squad members moving up at the same time and 1 squad member hangs back as insurance. And in previous fights, in previous games, actually, I've seen squads typically split up 2-2.
Yeah.
But it seems like the 3-1 is a much safer kind of like route to go if you want to be hyper aggressive, because at least, you know, even if you because things can rapidly fall apart. Even if you're fighting as a squad. So even if you're not going for full strength, at least you have a 3rd extra member in any kind of fight, and that will the 4th extra member who is like not involved in the fight as well. So that again gives you a lot more opportunity for a comeback if, you know, the assault doesn't go their way.
Let's see if the players of Sem9 can make something go their way. Sem9 has been struggling all throughout the day. 20 points is all they have managed to pick up, and dead last in the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly a bit disappointing for them because you know that the next day of competition is going to be a lot harder than it needs to be when you're starting from this big of a deficit. But nevertheless, I think that's also a consequence of them, you know, being focused a lot, focused on, particularly by some of the other squads here. Because I think, like, especially for the teams that came into this grand finals, having a lot of having shown a lot of performance during the league and play-in stages, that naturally you assume that they will be dominant coming in here, but conversely, the other teams are definitely keeping an eye on these high-performing squads. They've already kind of like analyzed, broke down how exactly these squads are powerful, and basically find out ways to kind of like keep them tempered. And I think that this is now starting to bite them in this stage now, because now that everyone is starting on equal footing, they're just finding it easier to suppress these top squads who are constantly tied up in fights against each other, and it's given opportunities to other teams in order to find additional points, additional kills, and that's kind of like made the competition rather topsy-turvy at this point, because it's like the opportunists are the one really that are gathering all the points, whereas the powerhouse teams are the one donating those points to them.
Is attack all around that is being extremely cautious in this round, and I'm not surprised at all, right, because they've got a good opportunity to take the #1 spot. But SES ALFAINK on the other hand, they need to find a way to survive this. EARENA goes in for the ambush. One good grenade tags them up. One more shot can finish him off. Wow! It's Jojo and Ray that strike right back. Jojo long range engagement, and EARENA, they bite the dust. SES ALFAINK, they awake now.
Oh boy, they're still not quite out of the woods yet, because the rest of EARENA comes in trying to finish them off, and they do finish off one of two members here. Barra is still going to try to hold it. Ray is still trying to hold his own, but it's going to be taking a lot of damage. Shut up, I'm punching it all right on the top there. We'll get smacked down by Jojo, so Ray still survives here in order to bring the revive back to his squad. But watch out, around the corner, King of Gamers have been hearing the commotion. Now they're going to be coming in to fight here while they are still down. Blue Wall Breaker is going to be brought up here. JLX is trying to go up close and personal here with the sawed-off shotgun, but cannot find any targets quite yet. He has to get closer and closer, but still cannot find anyone to take out. Just only finishes Barra, who is already down on the ground, then turns around, finds Kade, takes him out, and at least that will be 2 points going to KOG's name.
Yeah, King of Gamers, they vultured on the players of SES ALFAINK, but I love the play out of Ray. He spots the car, he knows that they have got no chance whatsoever against King of Gamers, and if he does not back away, they were going to be toast. They would get taken out in the 11th spot. He zooms away, and he keeps SES in the game. He keeps SES potentially in the #1 spot, because you have to see how close this is. Remember, I said there are 8 teams who could potentially take that #1 spot away, 7 teams apart from SES, and there was just no way they can afford to get taken out in the 11th spot. Smart play. Bara brought back into the game. SES still in it.
Yeah, Expand right now trying to take this fight against Sem9, but they've already lost Cobra in this process. And Sem9 does have a better setup here because they're already closer to that safe zone compared to where Expand is. So they're still trying to fight from the ground onwards. This next circle actually just ends up being right next door to where Sem9 and Expand is. So whoever wins this fight is already having a free reign to walk into this next safe zone. So they need to try to clean up this little engagement as quickly as possible. But that's a good shot there from Ashura, taking down the Axel. So Expand, being already one man down, is now finding themselves in even more pressure right now to get a trade. But so far, nothing seems to have dented Sem9's spirit at this point, because they still have a full squad, still able to hold their own.
Expand, on the other hand, they cannot afford this fight. Do you? That's a rare occasion. He gets a kill. No hit mark this time around. Roy from afar. The M1 in hand, and all he needs to do is just wait for Zenop. Zenop knows exactly what to expect here. Yeah. It is a position that Zenop can just play around with first, but I think this is a very smart strategy by Zen. Just holding on to that viewpoint, but waiting for backup before he does go into engage.
Yeah, I mean, again, those towers are literally designed for scouting. It's meant for you to have a better overview of the surrounding area, but the thing is that Zenop isn't able to spot that final member there, just hiding behind the crates, so hopefully he wouldn't be caught out by that. In the meantime, first Raiders already making a big launch towards the center of this next safe zone, probably going to land themselves right on top of another squad here. Heavy actually was in the middle of a firefight, looks like, against ALFAINK, and now first Raiders has come in to just rain in on their parade.
This rain is going to be enough to drown these players out. First Raiders, beautiful shutdown onto Fudai. Fudai goes out, Tom down onto the ground. Souza has got the grenade launcher. Souza finishes him off as well, and Buffalo says, hell no, Buffalo Soldier charges away.
Yeah, attack all around. Also joining in the fray, though, landing on top of this engagement. So it's becoming a three-way fight right now. Heavy has been eliminated in the meantime with KOG's Kelvin finding a good shot from a distance. But then now all eyes onto both EVOS Divine as well as First Raiders as they attempt to try to clear things out around this campsite. But First Raiders find themselves locked in to inside the tent right now, not able to proceed outside without risking too much damage. So they're in very much a conundrum right now. Glue wall is going to be broken down on the entrances, trying to find a way to break in there so they can finish off the rest of First Raiders. But EVOS Divine still holding her own. But look at NGX in the meantime, though, eliminating the entirety of Sem9, coming in third-partying that fight.
The question is, will Team First Raiders be saved by all of these third parties that are in and around this area? Because First Raiders, they've already piled themselves into a good defensive position. Their opponents, on the other hand, EVOS Divine, are right outside. So many players around them, they can take those pot shots up against them, and First Raiders are fully barricaded in. But a couple of grenades, that's all it's going to take though, Victor.
Oh boy, Glue Wall coming out just in time as the rest of EVOS Divine throws storms into the front. They're going to be a slaughterhouse here in this tent as EVOS wipes out the entirety of the First Raiders squad. It was inside here. There was still one member who has managed to get out of the way there, and he's pretty much going to have to play this solo though, but unfortunately he lands himself in the middle where KOG is. He's not quite out of the woods. He's got hunters hunting his head all around here, desperate to try to wrap around here to try to find a kill at least before he inevitably goes down. First Raiders Eclipse gets taken out in 8th place.
Yeah, King of Gamers, they have awoken once again, but First Raiders Eclipse, they weren't able to pop off just the way they did in the previous round of Kalahari. But let's see if or not the other teams can rise up to the occasion. EVOS Divine, phenomenal so far, and a good glue wall pulled up by EVOS Phoenix here to make sure that little jump pad does not put them at risk of getting taken out of the equation. Jonas, the final player, out, and he does not get shut down. An attack all around. Here's all of those shots coming out of EVOS Divine, but King of Gamers is keeping them busy.
Yeah, and it's getting busier and busier in this circle right now as teams are collapsing one over another. Phoenix getting in an engagement right now with NGX, and this is looking to be a bit of a bloodbath right now because I think there are already shots coming through. In fact, KOG in the meantime is also fighting against AAA, and looks like they're also sustaining damage on their end. EVOS Phoenix somehow still has 4 members roaming around, still trying to find a way to get around NGX's old blue wall setup. If Fire Mesh come out, they will be able to take him down. I think if IW God is going to get traded out, and EVOS Phoenix now looking to be quite well as NGX is down to a last member now, but so is EVOS Phoenix already last one standing here, but he will be able to bring a revive back in. Only Moshi is the only one down. Dew is still the last man standing, a very familiar position if you recall from the last few rounds, but will Dew be able to make himself work out even well? No, it does not. He gets shut down from the big shot here from Get High.
It was a good try either way. Moshi, final single bit of HP left on him, but he is going to get picked right back up. Attack all around. 2 more players left in this equation, but King of Gamers, they've got the game of numbers up against them. Jump God gets taken down real quick, and Folky as the final survivor tries to run straight at King of Gamers, getting the first knock, getting the second knock as well, but none of those knocks are going to be turning into kills anytime soon as the other teams are trying to prey on them. EVOS Phoenix from afar, they want to go for their back-to-back.
Yeah, they see them at a distance. They're going to be taking pot shots from them from up high as Get High is going to be taking this high ground here with the scope, the rifle, in order to try to keep them suppressed. And it looks like it's working out well for them because King Gamers don't really have a lot of cover to work with at this stage. And the gaps in between, you got to watch out for those because Moshi will be able to take one down. Headshot as well to seal the deal. And that's the way they will win the last Booyah of the day.
The Phoenix rises once again by the time we get to the end of the day. EVOS Phoenix in the #1 spot. World Series champions, and it looks like they want to get the Snapdragon Pro Series Cup as well. What a play, and what a dramatic setup once again as expected.
You know, like I was saying early on that, you know, it's not about how you start, it's going to be how you finish.
Oh, yeah.
What a finish this is. EVOS Phoenix taking back-to-back booyahs on both Bermuda and Kalahari to secure themselves a really good run here. I wouldn't be surprised to see them on top of the leaderboard after this, though, but I digress. Let's go ahead and see how everyone else has performed so far.
I mean, this was just a classic EVOS Phoenix, man. Just allowing, I mean, they came in super humble and they allowed so many other teams to build up that confidence, to think that maybe this is going to be possible. They allowed the Indonesians to build up that confidence, not just the players out there on the battlefield, but the poor fans who were in Taman Mall Angre as well, only to crush their hopes at the very end. They were just a few points behind, but now they're going to be quite dominant in that #1 spot. SES ALFAINK, they kind of bowed out a little bit too early here for my liking, and that really puts them in quite the predicament for tomorrow, because I was talking about how when EVOS Phoenix winds up, it's going to be really tough to shut them down. Now they've wound up perfectly before the start of day 2. They're in the #1 spot, from being nowhere to up there. I don't know, man. Y'all gotta pray that they can come crashing down, because if they don't, this is gonna be a GGWP for the Indonesians.
Yeah, but I think low-key as well, like, even though SES ALFAINK didn't manage to make it up there, but I think King of Gamers, if I recall correctly, managed to get like 10 kills towards the end of that last map. I think that's actually a really good one from them, because even though they miss out on the Booyah, they're still at least gonna get like at least 10 kill points to their name.
Top 3 maybe?
Yeah, I think
because
it's
of
very
how
reliable.
close the leaderboard is, right? Like, you know, the top 8 teams only have like, you know, less than 15 points between them. So one really good less than 12 points between them. So one really good solid game gets to launch you all the way up to the top. And because some of these teams were bowing out without many kills to their names, just allows a team like King of Gamers. It's once again the consistency, positioning supremacy. And we saw that again, but a little bit different from earlier on. Earlier, they were vouchering on teams with the high ground advantage. This time, they were going all out aggressive. They were starting fights, and surprisingly, they were ending those fights with kill points as well.
Right. I mean, I recall like SES ALFAINK, you know, had a bit of like a moment where it had to do a bit of recovery, and that's when King of Gamers literally jumped onto them and just wiped them completely. So again, like, just taking opportunities like that, you know, every single point matters, you know, in this grand finals. You can any point that you're not, any kill that you're not taking is basically points you're leaving on the table for anyone else to take, right?
Yeah.
So as long as they're able to just consistently keep finding opportunities like these and just being proactive in general, I think like they still stand a really good chance of being in the top 3. Maybe not quite winning it outright. That's still going to depend on how well they perform tomorrow.
Correct.
But at least as far as like the case to be given that they're one of the top teams in Free Fire, I think they certainly made it at this point.
And this was the perfect ambush on SES ALFAINK that the players of King of Gamers kind of started off their wrecking machine on. And the First Raiders, on the other hand, I thought that they were going to take a really decent fight here, but entrapping themselves inside of this tent just was the end for them. EVOS Divine just needed walk-on in there, didn't even need to use grenades, literally shotgunned all of them down.
So that's the thing, like, I was thinking that if I want to assault the First Raiders who are stuck inside a tent, I'll be using the throwables, really, because there's no room to maneuver, it's mostly only glue walls going to be dealing with, and frankly, I was even more surprised that First Raiders didn't really have an ambush set up there. As soon as they knew that the glue wall, the door was broken open, you would think they have all their barrels just pointed at there, but it seemed like they were still confused about how exactly they wanted to approach that fight, so that became the downfall, and Moshi, I mean, that was just a cherry on top, really, for EVOS Phoenix's second Booyah, because that couple of headshots there literally delivered them this Booyah points on a silver platter.
And of course, the back-to-back Booyah is the icing on the cake as well for the team of EVOS Phoenix. 60 kills this time within the lobby, and the total revival is much more believable this time.
Yeah,
total of 19 rescues is when you pick your team members up, and you know, it was quite legit out there as well, right? But I'm surprised that there was even 16 rescues available, because in a hot lobby like this, when your player gets dropped out in the open, the probability of them quickly exiting the lobby instantaneously as well, forcing a revive, is there because of how skilled these players are.
Yeah, so I mean, that numbers now finally make sense. But then again, you know, when you're talking about like a fight as chaotic as what we saw in the last few maps there, you know, you just wonder if there really was any time that they would be able to bring that rescue up, bring their teammates back to the rescue just in time. But nevertheless, though, as we look at the rest of the stats here, I mean, EVOS Phoenix has been heads and shoulders above everyone else. Now, granted, we're not seeing exactly double digits in terms of headshots all around, but I think in terms of that efficiency, you can still see the attack all around pretty much has that in the back there. 10 headshots, in spite of the fact they only did just under 4,000 damage, like way less compared to everyone else. But I think in terms of damage to headshots earned, it's certainly well earned on the attack all around side. Now let's have a look at the standings here, and this is going to be key. Looking at those kill points right now, King of Gamers Cup Club managed to hit 11 points. So did EVOS Phoenix, though, to the credit. So looks like it's going to be very neck to neck between the two of them, as the only two here who has earned 20 points and 23 points respectively.
And I guess by the end of the day, it is actually going to be two Thai teams at the top spot. And that's just a freaking shocker for me by the way we kind of started things. And I mean, earlier we saw the top 3 teams being from the Thailand, Thailand region. And now we have 4 Thai teams up at the top as well. I guess the Thais have finally waken up.
Yeah, I mean, it took them a little while. It took them like a few maps to get to grips with things, but once they figured out exactly what the tournament meta was going to be, it seems like they weren't looking back any further. It was all aggression from that point on. And look at that. I mean, just the points alone tells the story fully. I mean, the only outlier seems to be EARENA, but then again, they got eliminated quite early on, so I don't think it's too fair to kind of put them in that bracket. But again, you know, in spite of having 0 placement points, they still earned 7 kills regardless. So yeah, Thailand, they're coming back, and they're coming back strong.
And Expand kind of bombed out a little bit too early this time around, only taking the 4 placement points with no eliminations at all. I don't know exactly what's going wrong with that team, but Sem9, a little bit more disappointingly, still hasn't been able to find their momentum out there on the battlefield. And for us, it's just Thailand all around in terms of the top 3 teams to highlight for all of you guys. But with 3,803 damage and 6 kills, I think attack all around was very, very concise in this round.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. 6 kills just from a charge shot alone. I mean, I did see a few charge shots kills coming out from EVOS Phoenix, but I didn't expect that it was kind of like the main reason they've been able to rack up so many kill points in just this round alone. So wow, that's amazing that they're showing both flexibility in terms of like getting kills with AWM, but then really taking the CQC to another level here. But yeah, I mean, all across the board here, you can see the Thai teams have already fully wide awake at this point, just in time for this last map here. And surely there's going to be a huge shakeup coming to this leaderboard coming up soon.
And it's going to be Thailand literally coming directly to Indonesia to steal the trophy away, as well as the limelight by the time we end the day. But is it going to be the same as we head on into tomorrow? This is the full-on leaderboard as we get to the end of the day. It's the top 3 taken away by the Thais.
Yo, that's a 10-point difference between EVOS Phoenix and Attack All Around, and further down the board, it's just 1-point splits. I mean, that's a huge advantage that EVOS is secured for themselves here, taking those back-to-back booyahs. I cannot stress that enough. I mean, having a lead like that means that, you know, your day 2 kind of like strategy is just basically to maintain that margin, right? So I think EVOS has just set themselves up for one heck of a comeback, really, when you consider where they started today versus where they ended up today.
This is no surprise, man, because this is just classic EVOS Phoenix. Always just showing that, you know, we can't play no free fire, only to bag those back-to-back booyahs towards the end. I mean, we were talking about this, how they were just able to maintain some points there without any booyahs at all. As long as they can, you know, maintain their aggression, yada, 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 they can still get up to the top. And then the final 2 games, boom. Sorry, you were thinking we couldn't do it? We can do it twice in a row. And this is the player leaderboard for us as well. And the Thais absolutely dominate. But it is the one and only dude dominating with the freaking damage. 16,880 with 16 kills. I mean, he's got to have the record for the total damage, I have to say.
He's probably got like hit markers for days, like literally just farming hit markers compared to kills. But I think that's very indicative of what his role is. You know, as one of the snipers and main damage dealers for his squad. That's kind of like what he's doing. Basically, is like just basically keeping opponents that within his view suppressed and always constantly pulling out these plays out of his pocket. So really, kudos to him here. I mean, if you want to give like a most valuable player award, I think Jiu has made a really good case for why he should deserve that title.
Yeah, and can you imagine if he had a few more extra headshots?
Right.
You know, all of those damage conversions turn into kills. He will be a monster in the Snapdragon Pro Series. But here are the top 3 players. 13 assists from the side of already the king of assists, the headhunter, the one and only X-Roy. He can find those heads, he can find those knocks. Can he find those kills tomorrow? We'll have to wait. But the absolute glue wall wrecker is the one and only Fugard.
Yeah, wow. I mean, again, it's just indicative of what exactly the strengths of each of these players are. I mean, already plays pretty much in that support role, so that's why he tends to get a lot of those assists, but that really comes from him being able to feed information to the rest of his team, and that allows them to win those engagements. And X-Roy, I mean, not surprised at all. This guy has been absolute cracked when it comes to his sniping ability, and just taking hit 21 headshots just feels like another day in the office for this kid. And FIW God, you know, just making sure that any glue walls that stay around his vicinity are not going to see the light of day very much, because as soon as they come up, he will be the one to break them down.
Here's the schedules for tomorrow, so you know exactly what sort of maps to expect. Today we had a double Bermuda, double Kalahari, which means tomorrow we have a double Purgatory and double Alpine. We start off with those 2 maps. We head on into Bermuda and Kalahari. You'll only see them once for tomorrow. We hit that reset back into Purgatory and Alpine. This is where you'll see the standings shake up a little bit more, right? Because some of the teams who are a little bit more well-versed on Purgatory as well as Alpine will be able to shine. And this is why all of the other teams need to fear, shudder in the presence of EVOS Phoenix. They know how to fly on these maps.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, these are maps, this like pool of maps right now favors Phoenix a lot. So that's why I said they have the easiest job compared to all the other squads right now, because all they have to do is just maintain this level of performance, especially on their favorite maps. And very much they have a very good case of taking the grand finals overall. But again, I digress. That still depends on how they perform tomorrow, and that's where exactly you want to be.
And EVOS Phoenix, you know, Purgatory is the weaker side in comparison to Alpine. Alpine, they're good with both placements as well as kills. But when it comes to Purgatory, they somehow seem to bomb out very early on. Placement points, they just can't seem to pick up for themselves. But in terms of aggression, they are one of the better slayers when it comes to Purgatory. So this is going to be exactly why you need to fear a team like them. Because they don't need no booyahs.
Yeah.
They can still find that #1 spot.
Yeah, so, I mean, wow, what a day it has been here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. I mean, again, like, it's exceeded very much expectations I had even coming to this one, because, like, I was thinking that things were going to be, you know, I was honestly, I was expecting to see a lot of these teams that were in the middle of the field, you know, start to rise up a lot, and we saw that kind of the beginning of the day.
Yeah.
But then, conversely, the top teams have just been silently waiting in the shadows, and when the time was right, especially for EVOS Phoenix, you know, they came in swinging, and it swung in so hard that no one else is going to be able to catch up. So, wow, I mean, again, all of this is possible because of our sponsors here, and we're going to have to say thank you to Kachi Shop, because if you want great deals and bonuses for your top-ups, go ahead and use their website to get your in-game currencies through them, and that way you earn a lot more benefits as opposed to just reloading directly. So go ahead, check them out at www.kachishop.com/my.
I don't know, man. Every time I use Kachi Shop, it feels like I'm cheating in life, right? Because I seem to just get so much of in-game credit, and it looks like I'm hacking the game, but it's just because of those crazy deals available. So if you guys have not checked them out just yet, make sure you hop on right in and build your wealth within the game. Because, you know, in-game credits can be a little bit pricey sometimes. Kachi Shop takes that and throws it out of the window.
Yeah, so again, super important for those of you who are looking to squeeze every last bit of value out of your gaming experiences. So go ahead and check them out. Nevertheless, though, I mean, I'm just like thinking about how things are going to be going on tomorrow, and frankly, whoa, it's going to be quite a day, isn't it?
Of course, but you know, now EVOS Phoenix is starting up at the top. I wonder if they're going to repeat the process tomorrow by dropping the first few matches just to ramp themselves up towards the end, or are we actually going to see a total reverse this time around where they have already started to rise back up, but this time a little too early. And tomorrow, when we see the drop of momentum for them, some of these other teams catch up. Because like what you notice, yes, the gap in terms of points from that first to second place is 10, but everybody else is so close to each other. They just need one solid game and one game better than EVOS Phoenix, and EVOS Phoenix is not going to be the champion of the Snapdragon Pro Series Free Fire Grand Finals. But you know, it's all going to be up to tomorrow, so if you want to find out, you got to be there.
Yeah, you gotta be there. Make sure you guys, if you are in Jakarta, to drop by in Taman Mall Anggrek, because that's where all the Free Fire action is. This has been the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Victor Cax. His name is AJ the Mustachio, and we thank you all for joining us on this journey here in the Free Fire Grand Finals for the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 2. So, without further ado, thank you all for watching. Good night and good luck.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
Ya seneng banget karena ini yang kita tunggu-tunggu untuk dapetin pialanya, karena kita kurang piala Asia.
ก็ตื่นเต้นครับเพราะว่าได้แข่งกับทีมต่างชาติก็เคยแข่งมาครับแต่ว่าก็ท้าทายดีชอบครับ
ก็ไม่ค่อยตื่นเต้นมาเท่าไหร่ครับเพราะว่าแบบเคยไปแข่งระดับโลกมาแล้วแชมป์โลกด้วยครับ MVP โลกอีกต่างหากคือแบบฝีมือก็มีครับคือขิงหน่อยแล้วกันคือไม่ค่อยตื่นเต้นเท่าไหร่ครับเหมือนเคยไปสูงกว่านี้มาแล้ว
ก็ตื่นเต้นมากครับเพราะว่าเป็นรายการแรกที่ผมได้มาแข่งที่ต่างประเทศครับ
Semangat kita orang semangat sebab kita orang di Malaysia selalu training petang, malam, pagi. Sebab tu kita orang datang, kita orang di tempat Jakarta dan kita orang nak kejar champion ESL Pro Series kali ni.
Buat tim-tim yang ada di grand final nanti, kami siap buat juara dan kami akan menunjukin hasil yang terbaik.
Mình muốn gửi lời đến team Heavy là hai team chúng mình đang chiến đấu vì màu cờ sắc áo nên là hãy cố gắng hết mình nhé.
ฝากกับทีมอื่นด้วยนะครับฝากตีตัวน้อยๆไว้ด้วยนะครับ
ก็เป็นทีม EVOS นั่นนะครับ EVOS Phoenix ว่าการเล่นเขาน่ากลัวครับผม
ฝากถึงทุกทีมนะครับที่เจอกันใน ESL นะครับสู้ๆครับ
น่าจะ EVOS Thailand นะครับ EVOS Phoenix ใช่ครับก็น่าจะน่ากลัวสุดแล้วเพราะว่าแบบการเล่นสไตล์ที่แบบเราเคยเจออยู่แล้วครับถ้าเจอกันก็แบบสู้กันยากประมาณนี้ครับ
Kepada tim Aspen, good luck. Semoga kita berjaya sama-sama nanti.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
Kevin, region yang ada 3 negara dalamnya, apa aja negaranya?
Vietnam.
Salah langsung. Langsung salah.
Oke deh,
Langsung
kalau gitu.
salah.
Nah,
Ada satu region yang di dalamnya ada 3 negara yang jadi satu. Angkat tangan, nah Mas, sini.
kalian penasaran? Masih mau dapat hadiahnya?
Ya udah sini dulu. Sini satu,
Oke.
sini satu. Oke. Kamu siapa namanya?
Adit.
Ah? Adit. Adit dari mana?
Dari Kuningan, Jawa Barat.
Kuningan, Jawa Barat. Tuh Kuningan di mana?
Kareng, tinggal di Cengkareng.
Bukan, Kuningannya di mananya?
Garawangi.
Garawangi. Saya Awi Rarangan. Nggak taunya kita sekampung. Tolong soundtrack Tali Kasih dong. Nggak boleh?
Oke, nah kita langsung aja. Yep. Jadi kita bakal kasih hadiahnya langsung, jadi langsung aja jawab pertanyaannya.
Oke.
Silakan.
Oke, jadi ada satu region yang ada 3 negara di dalamnya. Apa, 3 negara sebutin?
Langsung.
Malaysia, Filipina, Singapura.
Malaysia, Filipina, sama Singapura.
Yeay,
Betul.
berikan tepuk tangan dong.
Ini saya kasih dulu ke kamu.
Nah.
Kalau kamu ada Weapon Royal dan Diamond Royal.
Ya, nanti
bukan
kita
itu,
kasih.
nanti
Bukan.
kasih kita di situ
Langsung
ya.
ke sana.
Oke.
Silakan ke sebelah sana. Baiklah, terima kasih.
Ini foto dulu.
Ya, foto dulu sambil.
Foto dulu.
Aku juga mau kasih tahu untuk teman-teman semua, jangan sampai ketinggalan beragam hal yang akan kami hadirkan tentunya untuk kalian semua.
Yes.
Jadi sampai ketemu lagi pada hari esok, pastinya kita
Sebentar
akan
Brenda, sabar.
melihat
Foto dulu.
beragam
Oke.
turnamen yang sangat
Yes.
the best banget
Oke,
deh.
Oke, sip, aman? Oke, dibuka dulu. Oke, sudah? Oke, thank you. Terima kasih sekali lagi dan nampaknya kita harus menutup acara kita hari ini dan kayaknya nih hadiahnya bakal diundi buat besok ya.
Betul sekali, jadi
Oke.
untuk kalian jangan harus datang lagi karena besok merupakan hari terakhir. Akhir kata saya Brenda Kondan.
Dan saya kira kamu mengucapkan terima kasih. Sampai jumpa di Snapdragon Pro Series hari yang kedua.
See you
Sampai jumpa.
tomorrow.
Thank you dan selamat malam.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align on shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional, working devotion. We put in this time. Look.
yourself somebody else to go through it. Feel the way it's crumbling. Oh, your fairy tales never look like this. You know your heart's kinda troubling. Oh, yeah. Oh, your little lies, you're so full of it. Yeah, you're so caught up. Yeah, you're so caught up. It makes me nauseous. All of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me. But I'm doing well now, 'cause you don't know me. Yeah, and you don't know me. Yeah, but I'll pick you right here. Got the whole squad wild, champagne flying, rocking all over the road. Feel the way it's coming in, oh. Feel the way it's coming underneath your skin. I'm sick of lonely nights and suffering, oh. Girl, you can find yourself somebody else to go through it. Feel the way it's crumbling, oh. Oh, your fairy tales never look like this. You know your heart's kinda troubling, oh yeah. Oh, your little lies, you're so full of it. Yeah, you're so caught up. Yeah, you're so caught up. It makes me nauseous. All of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me. But I'm doing well now, 'cause you don't know me.
Ooh la la, we got this whole place on lock. Walk, walk, oh na na, this the vibe we bout to rock. Ooh, you say just the way you want it, babe. Ooh, you say turn it up, we bout to slay. We